But no, when you really think about, I mean, okay, to be fair, I have like 2 accounts in the game, so
okay. I mean,
it's not like one person, one account, you know.
But realistically, having over 1 billion players, ready to go for this game has built this community brick by brick from when it used to be such a small thing, maybe even a Southeast Asian thing, some may say. Now it's a global phenomenon, and that's why people are excited to see teams like Falcons Esports to kind of bounce back.
Kind of perfect that in our mission to have our greater than ever world championship, we reached 1.5 billion in the game. So thank you. It's a fun fact about Benny. His dad introduced him to MLBB, but Benny learned fast and had to carry him every match. That is adorable.
Yeah, like what Merkel would say, W dad.
W
dad.
Dad. Hey man, again, it's a scary thing for parents these days to be introducing these types of games over, because MOBA is a very infectious style, a very infectious genre, some may call it.
Yeah, and it's great because in the casting desk we have a story like that too. Naisu and his kids, Ingan and Brigida, he taught them how to cast, and then now here they are on the world stage.
To be able to cast a game is it's definitely a privilege, but I think it's time we get into the nitty-gritty. As always, get into the technical side, because it is time to draft.
All right, who's gonna go blue? Who's gonna go red? There is an uncomfortable win rate on the blue side right now for the M6 World Championship. It's not as dire as before, but little by little it's becoming a little bit more blue-sided for our current metagame.
I mean, we say that, but like prior to that was a day worth of change. On last day of Swiss stage, it was 51 to 49, and I think it's changed now significantly after those matches have been completed. I think by the end of the decider matches, we're probably gonna see a flip again.
Yeah, hopefully it kind of tapers out at the end. I think it also, a big part of it was also Bruno being introduced into the meta, and
that's true.
Just started thinking, oh, now we have to ban the Bruno, right? We don't really get to catch a break, which in this case is something that NIP Flash needs to think about, because we got Benny on Falcon, right? You give him that Bruno, you're going to be taking a very big risk. This Matilda ban from Falcon really wants to take away that fast tempo for NIP Flash, which is something that I want to bring up as well, because over time, NIP Flash's team fight, the way that they move in around the map has really accelerated, and they do it so cleanly, especially Hades and JPL, with the way they take these initiatives, and Vanix being able to follow up individually has really stunned, I think, a lot of our viewers out there.
I have to agree with that too, but I haven't seen the main staples being taken away. The cornerstones, as we mentioned before, we've seen teams actually ban out high loss or even get more interesting when it comes down to the Suyo Alpha relationship in terms of those styles of bans. I mean, obviously, we got the mid-mage bans, that's totally fine, but if it does come down to it, I feel like Falcon might just go first pick Blue Yo, or they might just get the high loss later down the line. Maybe R2, R3, B2, B3.
But again, Falcon Esports, it already suffered 1 loss, but the best Bruno is in their hands, but they swerve, and the high loss pick that's been a staple for Diablo is what they take away. They're willing to give the Bruno to Vanix.
Yeah, it seems like a bit of a premonition to what Diablo might pick, right? He's been playing that high loss for so long. Even this Bruno is very interesting right now, because NIP Flash, they don't really care too much about the Bruno. We've seen Vanix on the Moskov plenty of times, and they are one of the first teams that found a direct way to deal with the Bruno, right? Angela Ling was their answer that time. Angela Ling plus a Bruno. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. I wouldn't be surprised if they just take Hades Hero right now.
I think, well, I feel like either, Suyo seems to be the go-to option, right? Especially if you're going blind to a lot of these matchups. They're going to lock in that Bruno. Now, here's the scary thing. I feel like Falcons were expecting the Bruno at a bare minimum. The Hilda is going to be interesting, because the question is, does that mean that Falcons can build a composition that denies Hilda that early game pressure?
Yeah, I mean, no, Alpha is still going to be open for them, but sort of like that's NIP Flash telling them to, like, go ahead, pick up the Alpha, we're totally okay with it. So with Hylos already there, that sounds like one of them was Alpha. Oh no, excuse me, it was Phoveus, interestingly enough. The Granger I get, the Phoveus to me is where my, not really scratching my head, but it's curious.
Yeah.
It's incredibly honest though, right? They are just straight up telling NIP Flash that, hey, our high loss is going into the role. We will give you this Phoveus XP matchup. But now the question also kind of pivots to, is this Hilda going to be in Diablo's hand, right? Like, is NIP Flash willing to give JPL that Hilda, which we haven't seen throughout M6 so far. But I suppose the Phoveus is a decent answer to any heroes that have mobility, right? If you go for the Suyo, I mean, the Bruno also has a sliding tackle that enables that passive cooldown a lot more.
But here's the problem: when you throw your deterrent so early on in that draft, it tells NIP Flash, okay, just play around it. Just have less dashes in your composition so he can't get proc that Infernal Pursuit as often. And even during team fights, we've seen most of the times that Phoveus gets so deep into the team fight, he can't get back out. And because Matilda is banned out, now the real question stands: does that mean that Falcons have to play a very heavy dive composition, just charge at your face, chase you down, and try to outlast you?
Yeah, it looks like that's what might be they're leaning into. In a way, it looks like Falcon wants to pick fights. They took away heroes that make dive a little bit more difficult than even the low Yi. With those two gone, yeah, they can definitely opt to just go pure dive. But the picks of NIP Flash, they can honestly go that way too. In a way, it's sort of Falcon signaling to NIP Flash, saying that, hey, we're confident that we can fight a better fight than you.
I mean, confidence may be key, but the mid laner is still missing, right? From Falcon's side, I would have imagined that their mid laner would have been picked up a little bit earlier on, considering there's already 3 bans in there. With the follow-up ban being Tigreal, I'm not sure what would make Falcon's comp really jive, especially in the mid lane at this point. I mean, you could say Vexana, but at the same time, there's a lot of heroes that can just eat that damage.
There's 2 in my mind.
Yeah, there's one in my mind right off the bat, right? First of all, I see the Tigreal ban. I'm thinking Faramis, right? I know PX7 has played Faramis a couple of times before. If you are talking about full dive, that's exactly the hero you want, right?
Yeah.
To go straight into the enemy front lines and taking out the Tigreal eliminates whatever AoE crowd control that NIP Flash has, unless they do a Sabo and get that Baleric for themselves, which feels unlikely for NIP Flash.
Yeah, I agree with the Faramis too. The way the Angela. If this is a Valentina ban on the side of Falcon, that's already a signal that high likely they're gonna go Faramis. But no, they take away the Cho.
Respect to JPL.
There's 2 in NIP Flash I'm thinking of, either the Aurora or maybe even surprisingly a Zask for them. Because a Zask presence might actually just throw off the pure dive of Falcon. Because when you have that one big Nightmare spawn, and his ultimate already committed as well with the Dominator's Descent, you're gonna have to recalibrate your team fight just a little bit. Because if you don't handle that big shrimp, you guys are gonna get toasted.
We see what CFU did with it.
Yeah.
With that nasty Sky Piercer build.
Yeah.
Not fun to deal with. I think both are very valid, especially when you have to deal with the Glorious Pathway. I do feel that it would be interesting to see if they do go for Vexana. Anything that gives you an extra body works well against Granger, because Granger does not pierce through those targets, but instead,
of course,
they show the Jawhead. They're going to leave their mid laner for the very last. Single target lockdown and pickoffs, the JPL special for the Emperor.
And I think one problem now for Falcon is that if they take Valentina, there really isn't any ultimates that she would like. I mean, you could wait for the mid laner for NIP Flash, but showing a Valentina in this pick without knowing seeing the first 4 picks of NIP Flash feels like a weaker approach, right? So Faramis should be the choice. They take the Roger.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Find a way.
Who's going where?
All is forlorn.
It's a Roger jungle, right? Yeah, it should be.
It might be a bit too slow. He's very slow in the jungle now.
He is very slow in the jungle.
Into a Hilda, nonetheless.
I'm not entirely sure where they want to go with this, to be perfectly honest, right? Maybe you can utilize the iframes from Lycan Pounce to dodge away against the unstoppable force, but then there's a lot of disruption that happens in between, whether it be the worldie, whether it just be, Hilda being Hilda. We'll see how NIP reacts to this, because now even for the mid lane, it's kind of awkward to say, yeah, I want to take the Valentina, I will take your Eternal Guardian, but there's not a lot of targets I really want to hit other than your front line.
It does solve the problem of the Granger, right? Like, one of the biggest things about Granger is that he starts the fight, but he needs a finisher.
Hey.
The Roger is the finisher for Falcon, so you have this chunk plus execute damage. This Veil pick for Curtizi, inspired by Stormy for sure.
Yeah.
Talk about anti-dive, that is one right there.
Yeah, it looks like they want to cancel out that dive with the winds of their own. Leo, Inga, let's go.
For the first time in M6, it's the Pride of the Burmese versus the Warriors of the Lion City. Jose Ingan and Leo at your service, bringing you the opening bout of the knockout stage.
Opening bout, and you can already see from the draft, it's going to be an exciting match. Once again, the Roger is back in M6.
Did not expect to see it this early, but I did hear down the grapevine that Roger might make a comeback. Hey, if Fredrin can rock the Swiss, maybe Roger can do the same for the knockouts. One more look at the draft for Falcon Esports and NIP Flash going into Game 1. Ladies and gentlemen, best of 3, upper bracket, double lives on the line.
Not so much pressured compared to the last day of the Swiss format, wherein the final series went into 3 games. Speaking of the final series, we also saw the Veil perform in the hands of, I believe, Stormy.
That's right.
And it was phenomenal again in terms of disrupting the dive composition that teams can go up against this Veil. It can be a good pick for the side of NIP.
Throwback as well to that Jawhead. We all saw those picks in that series. Folks, the M6 Pass available from the 18th of November all the way until the 29th of December. Complete all active tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free. Get amazing rewards including Claude's Battle Emote, M6 Glory Avatar Border, Baksha's Battle Emote, and the new special skin Baksha Dauntless Shield for free. Get a couple more skins for your marksman coming through, as well as an elimination effect, trail effect, and more for you to unlock. That is the M6 Battle Pass. Checking out the map again, relatively mum here, a minute in. More action down in the lower quarter in the XP lane. A lot of our analysts actually gasp at Royal Milk's pick, the Phoveus into the Hilda here.
Yeah, I mean, Royal Milk has been performing phenomenal. Again, we're just gonna assume that he's gonna try and go for the aggressive zones, just trying to keep Benny, Vanix preoccupied to be able to not dish out the damage that NIP Flash needs.
Ooh, check it out. With the Little Wanderer control, Dax able to bully JPL and Hades out of the river. This is odd as NIP Flash's lineup. You want to be the aggressor. You want to be the one moving faster. But look at Diablo, who's getting held hostage in his own lane.
And we've seen this so far from Falcon Esports. Their mid trio, and how Trex likes to call it, the Triple X. Dax, PX7, KidX, known to be the aggressors, even if their opponents have supposedly an early game centric lineup, because right now NIP Flash, they have the Hilda and they also have the Jawhead. But looking at Jawhead, there's an early ejector play coming in, but look at the internal guard to bring down. Royal Milk will get the kill, but KidX on the other hand will also fall down. A double kill for the Phoveus.
Oh no, Diablo gets one. PX7 on the docket up next. Royal Milk catches a triple.
And the triple X rotation of Falcon Esports, led by Royal Milk, gets a triple. They were wondering about the Phoveus pick. Supposedly, he's just going to zone out the members, but he gets 3 kills of his own.
Shades of Falcon Esports versus BTK. Game number 2. Royal Milk went ham with a CC nonetheless, but this time, it seems like he turned back the clock on that Phoveus. Now, once more, these roamers, Kid X, JPL, the Emperor, starts the fight off with an ejector, and the answer, Kid X with the Revitalize. Let's see, round 2. How about we do this again? One more go at the turtle.
Okay, another go, same story goes. Ejector, but the sustain is there from Kid X. Now the glorious pathway for Falcon Esports counter-attack. Here comes Royal Milk, just trying to dish out the zone. Forces to use NIP Flash to walk away, but look at the internal guard connecting onto the back line as Dax gets the turtle. Wants to go for more. Is the Lycans bound going to be there? He gets the open fire, now focusing his target onto Cartesi. In a strong start for Falcon Esports.
I could have sworn the PX7 was going to go that much faster, but oh no, Diablo's in trouble!
And they're not even done, just ganking up on Diablo. Kid X and Royal Milk will pick up the kill.
Amazing use of the Eternal Guard, as if Phoveus and Hylos wasn't enough. The extra body for Falcon Esports in that clutch objective take. Almost 3,000 ahead are the Burmese. Royal Milk just holding it down. Diablo cannot rotate out. One of the main strengths of the Hilda neutralized.
They're just having a hard time really with the mid and XP lane of Falcon Esports, and we've expected NIP Flash to actually have a better early game, considering the fact that they have a Jawhead who has early game damage, and of course the ejector that he always use to initiate for those clashes. But the problem is, it's always Kid X that he manages to throw, and that's why Falcon Esports, they always have a response. In fact, the ejector is actually helping Falcon Esports because Kid X is just able to cast the glorious pathway right on time.
I got a couple of things brewing in my mind. Number 1, Curtis is not dealing enough damage just yet. Mind you, it is just about 4 minutes elapsed into game number 1. It should just be a matter of time. Second, Vanix and Benny. The fact that it's been quiet for our gold laners, meaning they've been getting the gold lane experience, in farm, in dueling. Is that dangerous? Do you think that Vanix is playing towards an inevitable late game once more, because so far in a lot of NIP Flash's wins in the Swiss, that's been the story.
It's always the late. You have to rely on your late game carries to actually dish out the damage and eventually get you the win that you well deserve. But again, NIP Flash, with the current aggression of Falcon Esports, we also know that Falcon, when they are in control of the early game, it's not necessarily gonna reach the late game with how flawless they've been executing the macro plays that they're well known for executing.
I hear ya. The Burmese, I'd say, are better in the mid, and then I guess the earlier parts of the late game, we have seen them slip up and drop the ball here and there. So with that said, this is a great start. Falcon Esports 6-3. NIP Flash holding on for dear life, trying to get those skill enhancements on Curtizi, trying to make, I guess, ends meet for Diablo. Great decision on the handsome devil, El Guapo Diablo here, picking up the Fury Hammer casually. Because if you played this the usual, just run Hilda into your face way and just build full tank, the whole hostage situation would have been so much worse. So the fact that he's building some teeth on this XP lane sledgehammer makes more sense. Back into the action we go. Once more, about 3,000 gold ahead. Falcon Esports is. Check out Vanix picking up the Hasclaw.
Okay. So right now, NIP Flash, it's still safe to say that in terms of mid-game, they can actually, again, counterattack. We all know the power spike of Hades. When it comes to the Alpha, the third turtle, at the same time, when Curtizi is activated, they can disrupt, again, the dive composition of Falcon Esports with the Windblown paired up with the Windstorm.
And that is what NIP Flash are holding out for. One more turtle. I'm guessing with the delay in the first, this might be the count for the second/third turtle coming up about 30 seconds from now. Kid X holding this river brush. Vanix and Benny rotated out already. This fight's just waiting to happen.
Okay, now Kid X zones out Hades. JPL forcing them to back away. No major objective yet for Gods for Falcon Esports, and now they're just going to play the waiting game and wait for the neutral objective to respawn.
Big ticket item picked up. Curtizi, his first built item, the glowing wand, should make Kid X and Royal Milk's life a little more difficult. Diablo bullied out from his lane down bottom, down a third of his health.
Yeah, up against the Hilda with the Phobius. You're bullying El Diablo, and even up against two, it's like you're unbothered. It does nothing to Royal Milk right now. Just enough for Falcon Esports to get the turtle, but a shutdown coming in from Curtizi to bring down Dax, and Diablo goes in for the kill. Unstoppable kill coming in from Royal Milk, but Diablo picks up the kill as well as Curtizi gets the turtle. Here comes the response coming in from NIP Flash. Windstorm just to try and keep Falcon Esports at bay, but here comes Benny, and Royal Milk as well picks up another kill again for Falcon Esports.
Right in your face, Royal Milk running through NIP Flash. 6-0-2 on this Phobius, 6 minutes in. Jose, that's a kill per minute.
That's a kill per minute. Falcon Esports just really upping the tempo, upping the pace, catching NIP Flash off guard. They're not giving enough position for JPL or even Diablo to make crazy plays for the all-star teams of Singapore.
A turtle apiece. Despite the delay, we will still see one more spawn in the upper quarter. A minute and a half about before this comes through. The final turtle. Are we still on schedule? For all the NIP Flash fans watching, can Hades still hit that power spike?
I mean, it's going to be hard. It's going to take a longer time because, again, 0-3-1. And up against a Roger, in terms of farming speed, in terms of scaling up, you'd expect that Hades would have a much better time compared to Dax. That's why Roger is out of the meta. But right now, JPL goes in with the ejector, countered down with the Eternal Guard. Glorious Pathway is there, but Kid X is the first man down. NIP Flash caught off guard there, but Falcon Esports has a response right away. NIP Flash manages to get Kid X.
A master stroke from the Emperor. The counter engage, throwing bodies underneath that turret. Despite there being an Eternal Guard, hey, nothing stings as much as an early game turret. That was a win for NIP Flash, closing the gap, keeping that lead up to just about a 2,000 gold distance. Falcon Esports, they gotta slow down, but I feel like that's not how they want to go, especially when you have a Roger. I don't think Dax is making the most of it. He's doing all right, but I think in his head, when they were planning this with the draft with Coach Nyocha, with Coach RC, they were expecting more.
Yeah, and you can really see the effect of Curtizi with the Veil. the game plan is working for them right now, especially for the last clash, because they were able to counteract the dive center again of Falcon Esports, and now starting things strong by taking control and hold of this turtle bit. Here comes Kid X with the glorious pathway, like an in coming in from Dax, but still Hades gets the turtle, plus the spear of Alpha connecting onto 3, forcing Kid X and the rest of the members of Falcon Esports to walk away.
Huge movements from NIP Flash, denying Royal Milk the late entry. Falcon Esports let go of their lead, slowly but surely, just 1,000 ahead now. Here we go, another fight, JPL's in trouble.
Here comes Vanix though. Kid X, is he going to be able to take down JPL? JPL walks away safely. Now Falcon Esports, slowly their lead has been diminishing. For some point it reached up to 3K, now it's down to 1.6K.
Not enough of a hold. I can expect in the next couple of minutes, unless something changes drastically, Falcon Esports will lose this lead. Kid X dropping the glorious pathway, deterring the push coming in mid. Check it out. Diablo underneath, defending against Royal Milk. No wave, no dice.
Okay, that was a good play coming in from Diablo. They don't want their mid lane turret to be exploded by Falcon Esports, because again, it opens up the jungle of NIP Flash, and now they're going for more. JPL with the ejector onto PX7, diminishing, deleting him off the mid lane. And here comes the clash. Falcon Esports trying to answer right back. And look at this, Royal Milk will get the kill. 3 kills, a double kill for Dax, and a kill for Royal Milk. And Benny still working on trying to bring down Diablo, but on the other hand, here comes the glorious pathway coming in from Kid X, just forcing Vanix to retreat, and the Death Sonata will bring down NIP Flash!
It's a wipeout! Falcon Esports is eating good, and they wiped out NIP Flash, converting into a turret in mid and in bottom. Dax was just waiting. Who let the dogs out?
Man, when you thought Falcon Esports was behind, again, their macro play was intact despite PX7 being the first man down with a beautiful play, mind you, by JPL with the ejector. They were still able to turn things around with proper timing, proper entries, and of course, Benny just dishing out the damage along with Dax.
PX7, an amazing threat magnet. He knows that NIP Flash needs to take him out. If they don't, then trouble could ensue. The fact that every single time he just is able to let go of the EG, I think that was key to making that wipeout play possible. Now with the Lord spawned, upper quarter, Hades playing footsies. In comes Kid X.
Glorious pathway, Hades has to walk away with the Spear of Alpha, but Kid X just doing a good job keeping NIP Flash at bay, and all of a sudden JPL is gonna fall down. The next man might be Diablo, getting taken down by Royal Milk and Kid X, and the attempt of NIP Flash to try and contest for the Lord has now been foiled above Falcon Esports.
The Burmese are about to put the Lord on lock. Major wins for Falcon Esports in the past couple of minutes. Not to say that they heeded my word, but they suddenly turned it up to 11. They understood how urgent it is to keep a hold onto the mid-game power spikes. And here they are, almost 9,000 gold ahead. Royal Milk, look at the damage he's dealing, man. 40K. 707. All right, about 11 minutes in, he's gone past a kill and assist per minute.
Yeah, and just looking at the lineup of Falcon Esports, technically, you have 2 marksmen. Well, at least Dax is a fighter assassin, but still Royal Milk exceeds every single member hero in the Land of Dawn in terms of damage dealt. Just literally performing out of his mind in the trance right now. 707 for a Phoveus.
Homie is in a state of flow. You could call him Flovius. Mid lane in trouble. Barrages, salvos, assaults thrown out by Benny. They break through. Top lane up next.
Kid X just doing a good job keeping NIP Flash at bay as the rest of the members works on bringing down 2 inhibitor turrets. They still have the Lord, but NIP Flash gonna make quick work of that. Now they're set their eyes on the bottom lane turret. No minions yet, but looking at the lead, that's a 10.2k gold lead for Falcon.
Surgical. Falcon Esports understand very clearly the stakes at hand. Around this time, we've seen over and over again in the Swiss, some teams would just let go. Some teams would drop the ball, but no, not Falcon Esports, not like this, not right now. In comes the Emperor!
Oh! JPL tried to dive in the insufferable force, but Cartesi, last attempt, and Vanix will bring down 2 members. Here comes Diablo on the chase, just trying to cut off the exit route, but Benny answers right back with a Rhapsody. A Death Sonata connecting onto 3. Vanix managed to stay alive. 3 members of NIP Flash left. It's going to be a 3-on-3, but Falcons, they have minions down bottom.
2 for 2 here. Down goes the final inhibitor. Benny picking up that Sky Piercer, making sure that no prisoners are taken. Falcon Esports will wipe out NIP Flash once more. That seems to be the only solution here. The way I'm seeing NIP play Flash, NIP Flash play, is if anyone is left, I'm thinking Vanix, I'm thinking Kurt, a defense is possible.
Yeah, and I do agree with what you're saying. NIP Flash needs to play flashy. With Kurt TZ leading the charge, we saw what can happen when the wind blow and windstorm connects. They just need to scale up to have more damage and try eventually to burst down the members of Falcon Esports. But it's still not impossible for NIP Flash to come back from this game.
They gotta make the most of the fact that Falcon Esports right now aren't building much magic defense. Ladies and gentlemen, check it out. It's mostly just tough boots that's keeping them safe from Kurt TZ's CC and damage. So if Kurt somehow just finds the perfect moment, if he's able to channel his World Championship genes once more, ladies and gentlemen, the only player left in M6 to go for that double World Championship run, then maybe NIP Flash can take this from underneath Falcon Esports' nose. 9,000 gold ahead, lower quarter of the map, that's where the Lord spawned. Hades going for the dance.
Okay, Eternal God already casted JPL. Just giving vision here for NIP Flash. No commitments yet for both of these teams. Looking at Diablo, he has control over the mid brush. Gonna get vision again for NIP Flash.
Hades holding on to that pixel brush. Diablo pushing back. JPL holding that river brush. In comes Kid X. There's a throw.
Oh, the unstoppable force got stopped, but NIP Flash manages to bring down Dax as well. Kill spree coming in from Betty, forcing Falcon Esports to retreat. Here comes Vanix, and a shutdown from Kurt. It's easy. Picks up a double kill. This might be a green light for the Singapore All-Stars.
Massive win for NIP Flash. 3 for 1. Hades off the map, but that's not gonna stop NIP Flash. Benny going for the back here, looking for that segue play. It's just him and Kurt.
Okay.
Kurt and him. Can he do this?
Can't forget Kurt TZ, one of the most mechanical gifted players. Manages to flicker out.
Oh.
Sonata will not connect as Benny works on clearing out the minions, forcing NIP Flash to react. PX7, one more hit, and Diablo says no and goodbye. NIP Flash, it looks like they're back on track.
I'm still here, amigo, says Diablo, despite having a tough 15-minute game. Keeps PX7 honest. The Lord's still standing. And despite all that, the push and pull, the back and forth through the map, coast to coast, Falcon Esports just checks in and says, hey, Lord's still here, let's take it slow. They've lost the lead, Ingan. 4.5k left, 15 minutes in.
It reached up to 11k, no inhibitor turns for NIP Flash, but one thing is for sure, they still have the determination to come back from this game, and Jacktor gonna bring down KNX despite the revitalize. He might fall down, but in exchange for JPL, body slowly falling down, Royal Milk in the press, once again, a shutdown for Diablo. Betty's gonna fall down, the next target is Royal Milk, Cartesi with a windstorm, don't bring him down. Diablo once again with a double kill.
Another massive win for NIP Flash. 3 for 2. The numbers don't add up for Falcon Esports. They're losing even more of the lead. They're down to 2,000. And Dax and PX7 are on damage control. They're just making sure the waves don't crash back. They're making sure that there's not much of a backlash on the map for Macro to come get them in the behind. NIP Flash gonna score a Lord.
Oh.
No, not possible. Falcon Esports blitzed it.
They blitzed it. Because again, Hades wasn't in the picture, so there was no reason for NIP Flash to go in for the Lord. Fortunately for Falcon Esports, they got another major objective. But it seems like NIP Flash is ready to defend this. They're ready to trade for this. As long as they're 5-man strong, they can do this. And again, looking at the time, it's 16 minutes. Husky has been telling us that when it reaches this point, the Bruno is going to be activated.
Loki, that's why I was expecting NIP Flash to just have Vanix throw a worldie in there and have one crit steal it away. But Dax, all the more locked in, takes it for Falcon Esports. The first Lord of the game. Second, this time marching through mid. It took a while for them to score that second one.
Yeah, it took a while, took a lot of skills, took a lot of bodies. Kill scoreboard 26-16. Lord sieging in the mid lane.
Check Diablo in the back. Dax on that man-to-man defense. Glorious pathway drop by Kid X.
Unstoppable force got stopped. They're gonna make quick work of the Lord. Royal Mint just trying to go for the crystal damage. PX7 will fall down. Job now working on the back line onto Benny. That's not gonna connect. Hades is gonna fall down once again, but NIP Flash still has 4 members strong. Here comes Royal Milk with the Infernal Pursuit. Vanix with the last effort wind of nature, but Falcon Esports will lock down on the turret!
The Roger puts in the final clause to score game 1 for Falcon Esports. Dax bringing back an old favorite.
First game of the knockouts. Didn't go in a flash, but for sure was hella fun, hella exciting. These two teams are in it for a treat. We might see Leo a best of 3, a game 3.
I just can't get over the fact that the meta is still evolving. Mere minutes into game 1 of the knockouts. I'm excited to hear what our analysts think about that, Roger, because even I was 50-50 on it. Ranma Santa Cruz, Husky and Gideon, talk to us.
Woo, what a start. We thought it'd be Falcon Esports heavy, but at the end of the day, that Phoveus pick that we doubted, it made the Merlions drown in milk, in royal milk. It spiked up so fast and was just the problem for NIP Flash the entire game.
Yeah, it really boiled down to Falcon just snowballing out of control way too early that it put NIP Flash on the back foot the entire game, because we saw when Falcon had a 10k goal lead, NIP Flash had no inhibitors at a lore fight. NIP Flash could actually put up a fight, and only if they were not that far behind, I think this would have been a closer one. But still, props to Falcon for getting that lead in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that NIP Flash, the early mid-game played terribly at this point, right? Because again, a lot of macro decision-making was kind of strange. Like at a certain point, when do you stray away from the game plan? It looked like their early game plan was to make sure that this Hylos wasn't strong enough to scale into that mid-game to be that frontline tank that Falcons really need and will have to only depend on the utility from the Glorious Pathway. Second problem that I did see, NIP Flash, unfortunately, when it came down to quote-unquote scaling, once that early game is gone, sacrifice those turtles. Royal Milk is always going to be a problem, and therefore you should be playing to your win conditions, and that big win condition had to be Vanix. And I felt like they put a lot of resources into Kurt, but at the same time, unless you have the right items, then it's not going to drag on. That could have ended had Kurt not missed.
That Veil, I feel like it's a revelation. We saw it in the SRG game. We saw it here again. At one point of the game, it just becomes a big -1, an instant -1 with a full combo coming out from the mid laner of NIP Flash. And they fought back with good pickoffs. And I think Falcon Esports were just surprised by the sheer raw output of a Veil that once Kid X goes down or Royal Milk goes down, you see their formation crumble.
Yeah, it reaches a point where it really doesn't matter who Kurt catches as long as it's one of the big 3, right? Either PX7, Dex, or Banny. You get caught in the knockup, you just disappear. Like, it's either a -1 for FCon or a -1 for NIP Flash if those ability misses, which is sort of what we saw in that end game. But overall, I have to agree with Gideon. I think that the macro decision in that early to mid game wasn't exactly the smartest. I think that's something that I personally would encourage people to look back at how BTK played these macro games when they're behind. They are willing to let it go, but NIP Flash just kept banging their heads into the wall.
Yeah, it's about understanding what the trade-off is. Whether it be gold, EXP, or neutral objectives, you need to be able to get something back, especially with a composition that's so heavy on the economy. People like Curtin as well as Vanix don't come online until they have about 3 items, unless you get like that very early start. But the only person who can technically do that would be Vanix, and they were hoping that Diablo could kind of supplement them. Oh, if Cartesi gets a full combo, especially when he hits level 4, they'll be put very, very low, so we need Diablo to kind of shred them down, maybe even Hades, but his job is too difficult. At this point, I think that Falcons understood if we can stop Hades early, we can eliminate Diablo from these fights, we should be able to dominate the early game, but from that point onwards, we need to be careful not to overextend, because again, Falcons need to respect NIP Flash, even in those late game fights. If somebody gets caught up by Cartesi, that -1 on PX7 dragged out this game for the next 8 minutes.
Yeah, and the mid laners were big components of each lineup with how much they respected each other. At some point, it felt like Cartesi just had one mission. And at the same time, teams that go and ban the Phoveus and the Hilda first phase are the ones that say that it's sort of respect. I don't want to say it's fear, but it's respect that they know that they're up against a lane bully. And it's not saying that Diablo's not confident in the lane, but they'd rather just not take that option of trying to outduel a lane bully.
It's like, I just don't want a bad matchup, right? Like I'd
Yeah.
rather have a more comfortable time in that lane.
Play it safe, comfy.
I would say that respect demands fear. And I think, unfortunately, in this case, NIP Flash have successfully tried and downloaded what Falcons are trying to throw up. But with the high loss gone, at least the first picks are out of the way. I'm expecting the Cho or maybe even Blue Yo to show up.
Yeah, Joe or Blue Yo would be good for me. You know what? I wonder if we could see a Phoveus pop up.
Phoveus.
Excuse me.
Gato?
The other purple glue. I thought of Phoveus.
Probably not first pick.
Keep in mind that a lot of power picks are coming through. Yves hasn't been touched this time round,
Yep.
allowing it to go through, but as a first pick, allowing Falcons to respond to it, there's still the relationship between Yves as well as the Valentina. We've seen some teams succeed, other teams not so much, but it looks like
Wow.
Joy. That's
Wow.
disgusting.
Oh, brother, that
is-
is aggro.
It is disgusting, but holy cow, you are literally just revealing one of your trump cards in the first pick. I had a lot of people ask me like the kind of the pros and cons of Joy. The thing is, as good as a late game, glass cannon Joy is, there are a lot of conditions that needs to be met, right? You have to be able to find a backline, you need to be able to deal with crowd control, which Joy struggles against, and you just break at the slightest of touch in that late game. So the fact that NIP Flash is going to go for Joy signals me that there is an ulterior plan to it. Maybe the Angela might come true.
I mean, sure, maybe the Angela might just come through, but this is so weird. Granger, Lo Yi together straight away. I mean, yes, Granger was doing all right, but when you already see the assassin, especially one that has so much mobility, it's difficult to land these Death Sonatas or even line up the Rhapsody. Not to mention, I get the Lo Yi pick, but I would have preferred single target lockdown, or at the very least guarantee your peel first.
That's a
chasing
JP show.
the course, the power picks, and yeah, it's the show. And they need a little bit more macro presence, so they do pick up the Moskov. With the Joy diving in deep, they're going to need to supplement that, so a marksman that could protect himself was the best option for NIP Flash. Well, Falcon will get Kid X's Tigreal in their hands paired up with the Lo Yi. This could be a strong wombo combo centered lineup for Falcon Esports, while for NIP Flash it's a little bit more individualistic when you look at it.
Yeah.
They don't need to like sync so much as a team. They can go off, take their micro fights, and then eventually collapse onto whoever's remained. While Falcon clearly is going to play as one.
We've seen NIP Flash kind of pull off archetype of this comp, right? It's all about isolation, where JPL kind of opens up the front for Vanix and Hades to dive that back line. It exactly feels like it. But again, we haven't seen Diablo's pick just yet, right? That could be the X factor for NIP Flash.
What if we already see it? What if they
show?
And what if it's a Joy in the EXP like what Fried Chicken did?
What would be? I mean, I'm thinking of all the potential counter matchups. I mean, yes, the Phoveus is technically gone, so unless it's like a Gatot or something who just doesn't mind taking the damage, at least you can like fight back in the lane. But it's mainly about priority more than winning the match in the first place. So I'm interested to see whether or not it does get flex. If anything, I would say the Cho is more likely to be flex overall, but then you're taking it away from your boy JPL. The next couple of bans, we finally see the mages start to come through. The relationship is gone now. No Yves, no Valentina as well. Suyo has been banned out by the side of NIP Flash, and I think they're going to double down on getting rid of these junglers. Force them back into Granger Roger?
Yeah, probably ban a Hayabusa. I mean, Hayabusa is also a decent ban because as much as you want to play isolation, Hayabusa is not the easiest one to catch.
But
you do have a Joe Moskov, I agree.
I mean, it's a give and take, right?
Yeah.
As long as somebody is eating those spells, somebody else on the other side of their team can look to apply damage more effectively.
Alright, what's the last man going to be?
Or do you ban Alpha here?
Could also. Oh no, there.
So they ban the Hayabusa, yeah.
Go with the Hayabusa instead. So yeah, I think us assuming that this is going to be more in an isolated team fight style from NIP Flash that they've shown before, it seems like that's true already, with the Hayabusa ban. So for Falcon, I wonder if they're just going to go, if they're going to pick up another chunkier EXP laner so they can hold a solid front.
Make some noise for yours.
She's not chunky, but she's definitely going to hold front very well with offense. And now NIP Flash are going to have to really decide if do we still want to double down on the isolation style team fight, because CC is amazing at winning that.
You don't want to get caught by the curtain call as well, right? Like,
I'm thinking whether Diablo wants to play something wild and crazy.
Or
I think-
Benedetta again?
maybe not Benedetta. I think this could be an angle for Badang.
yeah, dude, I was thinking that too.
The good old days.
Good old
The good old Diablo Badang.
Bring it back.
I mean, it's a possibility, right? You have ways to kind of, knock the implosion out of the way. You can basically one-shot everybody in the back line.
Yeah.
You've got the disruption. The only thing is that you're not providing the utility that you are hoping your team needs. Ooh, Vexana going to get locked in for the side of NIP Flash. It looks like they've really diverted a lot of their attention to the jungle as well as the mid lane.
It's a Khalid.
Oh, yeah, okay. So nothing too crazy. It looks like at the end, NIP Flash, they kind of swerved their priorities. They went now for prioritizing matchup in the EXP lane by saving their EXP laner for last and then waiting to see what Royal Milk was gonna pick. Or jungle or gold, because this Granger could still put... No, I don't think...
No,
they
I think it has to be a
That's
gold
gold,
Granger.
yeah, it has to be a gold. Against the Khalid and the Joy already. And even the Cho. You need something else in the jungle for Falcon.
Oh, man.
Something that can kind of stem the bleeding. You kind of put a break to the pace of NIP Flash.
Ooh, what if we go Fred?
I think, honestly, Fred might not be a bad
Might not be a
option
bad
at this
choice, yeah.
Yeah, because
Frederick.
at this point, if you play Alpha, the Vexana is not going to allow you to play the game. Same goes for Cho. If you decide to go for Link, it scales up way too slowly. You don't have any
You're
targets.
so smart.
Good call there, Renmar.
Yeah, well, I saw the Tig, Loyi, Granger together. It's like, oh, that reminds me of BTK. Oh, they can go Fred.
They can.
Great pickup. And yeah, let's see. You mentioned it's stem the bleeding, disrupt.
That's the tempo breaker right there.
It breaks the tempo. I wonder if they can dance to it. Let's see. Will we see game 3, Leo and Ingan?
It's just a matter of time before we see Falcon Esports soar high and fly high if they do take down NIP Flash in a sweep. But the way NIP Flash choked out Dax, you see that, Ingan?
Yeah, I mean, a while ago, even if Royal Milk was actually performing very well from the start, 7-0-7 start, they were able to turn things around and extend the game to their favor. But unfortunately, it's just that Falcons Esports, they had a lot of neutral objectives to their side, used it to their advantage.
One more look at that draft before we head on into the battlefield. Claude and Dexter watching from up above. NIP Flash looking to extend this series against Falcon Esports, who is white hot. Bringing back that Fredrin, picking up a thing or two from their fallen enemies in BTK.
You know, the scary thing for me is even though the Joy is a late game here that scales up, surprisingly, Joy has been performing very well in M6, getting a lot of early kills. And with the current composition of NIP Flash, specifically Diablo, on the side of the Khalid, you can expect them to be, compared to game number 1, be more aggressive, but at the same time, more calculated and trying to delay the jungling speed of Dax.
And that's the beauty of NIP Flash's draft here. They're super agile, super mobile. I'm expecting Falcon Esports has to pick very specifically where they put their big ticket ults. I'm looking at the implosion. I'm looking at the diversion. Oh, Kid X here, down to a fifth of his health. That's a TKO sent home early.
And you can expect NIP Flash to just continue the aggression, try to gain mid control, for at the very least for the first 2 turtles, not letting Falcon Esports to go for their usual rotation, force them to be reactive and not dictate the tempo that as we've seen compared to game number 1.
You see here the Emperor living rent-free in Falcon Esports' jungle, giving Dax one hell of an early game. A minute and a half elapsed. Benny versus Vanix. How do you reckon this gold lane matchup is going to go? You think it's going to be as quiet as game 1? Like, nobody touched them for like the first 5 or 6 minutes.
I think it's going to go the same way. They're going to all focus on the XP lane matchup, especially when it comes to the very first turtle. But we'll see, because again, as much as possible, Falcon Esports, they want to activate Benny as early as possible, considering that Dax isn't is a utility jungler. So in terms of damage, they're going to bank on PX7 and Benny to dish out the damage early on.
Let's see. First turtle already spawned, lower quarter of the map. Check this bush. I think PX7 and Royal Milk no. And the Emperor will remain calm. They catch Diablo.
Okay, Diablo flickers out to safety. And this forced Falcon Esports to have a better control over this Lord Pit, Turtle Pit. Diablo, though, on the other hand, just used the quick Sand Guard. Here comes Royal Milk. With a dispersion rotation, KDX onto the backline with the ultimate connecting onto the members of NIP Flash, but the first man down will be Dax. KDX on the other hand getting caught up by 3. Here comes Hades onto the backline, onto PX7, forcing him to walk away. Another kill by NIP Flash. Oh! Caught in the midst of everything. Will be able to escape though, but NIP Flash executed that to perfection.
Tis but a flaccid collapse. Falcon Esports not quite there yet. Curteasy taking out Royal Milk in the wake of that turtle take. NIP Flash have awoken.
And that's basically Curteasy. We all know NIP Flash in terms of their play style, even down to their draft. They're a really unorthodox team. We've seen a Martis mid, a lot of mid lanes that Curteasy can play, but here comes the save from Kidx though. Benny, one more hit. Kidx and PX7 working to try and save Benny away from harm's way, and NIP Flash will disengage.
So far, Falcon Esports, all they could do really is put up a wall between their cores and NIP Flash with 1,000 ahead, given that they're waiting for Benny, they're waiting for PX7, even Royal Milk. I'll tell you now, I think it's a very Royal Milk lineup. Oh, Vanix!
They're just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike onto Vanix at the 3-man rotation from the Triple X mid trio of Falcon Esports. That was a kill they were willing to take any given day.
If they weren't going to play defensive, those pickoffs are going to cost them. But if they get it on Vanix over and over again, on Kurt, on Hades, then maybe we got something. Maybe the Burmese are cooking. Falcon Esports down 1,000 gold here. 4 minutes in the upper quarters where the turtle will spawn next. 45 seconds. They aren't checking as much as JPL is. So that means Hades is getting free farm.
Yeah. And the thing is, towards the late game, if ever we reach that part, it might be alarming for NIP Flash, even if they have the Moskov that has good macro presence. You can't just split push at any given moment, knowing that PX7 in Kid Hex has this Louis integral combination that just can lock you down wherever you try to do the split push.
It's a matter of time. It's not when, it's not how, it's if they can catch NIP Flash. The double Purify actually makes quite the difference. Curteasy and Vanix not going to be as easy to catch. Now, they're prepping up for that turtle take. This Eternal duel down bottom. Royal Milk versus Diablo. Oh. This is a very clear decision for both XP laners. Oh wait, there's a kick by the Emperor.
There's an angle coming in from JPL for the kick onto Dax. Energy Eruption is there, but Benny just giving out the damage and gonna bring down JPL all of a sudden. Falcon Esports in full control of this turtle pit.
That's why Falcon Esports was delaying the whole thing, because they were waiting to collapse on the one Diablo very low.
He has to recall there as Dax gets the turtle. Kid X on the other hand, Implosion play. They're going for more. They want all the smoke, extending their lead, and Falcon Esports breaks the tempo of NIP Flash, now invading the jungle.
That was so hot. A kill and a turtle apiece.
Oh. Okay, as they steal away the purple buff, they might get a sandwich play. But here comes JPL just trying to delay the push that Falcon Esports can bring. Vanix clearing out the minions. Benny, here comes BX7 as well. Will they be able to save it? Dax, though, on the other hand, Energy Eruption onto JPL. Will they commit? Okay, they're not going to commit.
Not much of a kick from JPL. That's the beauty of these Fredrin lineups. And now suddenly it's Falcon Esports on the offense. They're the one asserting their dominance. They're the one moving in, proactively pushing forth their tempo. They're up 1,000 now. It looks like this turtle coming up in about a minute should be theirs too.
Yeah. And that's the thing, because of the presence of the Louis diversion, it gives NIP Flash some sort of urgency to try and check all the brushes. You know, make sure that there's no open, there's no angle for Falcon Esports to make a crazy play.
And I reckon it's those angles that they're forcing on JPL that's getting them off time. Because, what, back to back now. Whoa, Curteasy!
Okay.
All day low!
Fortunately, JPL was able to block the Death Sonata. Here comes Diablo to try and force Falcon Esports to disengage. That was one Death Sonata away from a Curteasy takedown. And here comes the diversion. They might be able to sandwich Hades, though. On the other hand, Falcon Esports is taking their time and trying to look for the perfect angle.
NIP Flash's bruisers, the enforcers, putting up a perimeter. You shall not touch Hades. Curteasy back to the front lines after that recall. A TKO by Falcon. Not enough time they bought, though. And this is tough, because look, Vanix is pushing, and NIP Flash have initiative. They can say, we'll fight, or we'll turtle, and it looks like they can get away with both.
Oh, but Diablo, will he manage to get away up against two Raging Sandstorm? But against two, that's not going to be enough. And this is the problem that NIP Flash is facing. Because of the presence of the diversion, they're forced to be reactive. They're forced to try and have the numbers game, have the number advantage, to force Falcon Esports to think about trying to go for the pickoffs.
And they forced their decision. They said, hey, Vanix, all you got to do now is push. And now Vanix, run away. He's sandwiched.
Oh, sandwich! And get caught up by the Rhapsody of Benny. And that's the thing we were pertaining to early game. eventually they're gonna cast a diversion to try and look for Vanix, because we all know that this Moskov will just go for the turret pushes, go for the turret takedowns until he scales up. And Falcon Esports, they have some sort of urgency to try and stop that as much as possible.
And they made the decision for the Singaporean champions. They knew that they could only split push. They knew that Vanix wasn't going anywhere without an SOD cross map. No one was down bottom. They've already passed mid. You're seeing here, folks, a soft counter to the Moskov, because the diversion can hide you. The diversion can put you in places where the SOD cannot hit you, giving the Moskov one of its main strengths, coast-to-coast map control. Looking at the items right now, Benny is what? 2,000 ahead of Vanix.
2.1k gold lead. This is also considering the fact that Vanix just picked up his DHS, also has a Purify, but despite the presence of the Purify, Falcon Esports was able to take him down 2 times in the last 7 minutes. So that's how Falcon Esports is when it comes to trying to go for those pickups. They're decisive, and at the same time, it's always the proper timing.
It's a concealed play by JPL, looking for something. Checking that bush. Spots 3 from Falcon Esports. And look at Royal Milk. This is Royal Milk's signature CC. So far calling the shots. It's as if the diversion wasn't enough to push back and cordon off NIP Flash from their formation. Even the jungle isn't safe.
Yeah, that's why the yo-yo blitz of Royal Milk has been crucial, because we've seen a lot of times that Diablo, you would want him, of course, to get control of the brushes for the unexpected Raging Sandstorm, but most of the time, you've seen him just use the quick sand guard because of the damage that Royal Milk has been expending onto Diablo.
And it's a very similar story to game number 1. 9.5 minutes in, Falcon Esports have figured out a way to make Diablo play to their tune, to dance to their song. And it looks like the Burmese are ready to tango. Lord spawned upper quarter. 9.5 minutes in. Check the bush here. Hades holding that tri-brush. Kid X spotted by Kurt. And we get a reset.
Okay, we're gonna have a diversion. Royal Milk descending. Royal Milk onto the back line towards one Cortese. Forcing the Raging Sandstorm. Cortese will fall down. That's 1 member down for Falcon Esports. Vanix on the other hand working on the bottom lane. They're trying to go for a trade. And now Falcon Esports full control of the Lord pit. They might be able to get the Lord away from NIP Flash.
Gets the SOD. No one home. JPL hunted down by Royal Milk, standing there asserting dominance. And NIP Flash just fold. Falcon Esports here able to play the map. NIP Flash, a lot of their major wins here, Ingan, are just cross-map trades, mainly off of Vanix. And I think the fact that he's keeping himself safe, he understands, he acknowledges the fact that it's urgent, that he gets some level of farm, and that the map doesn't completely go sideways.
Okay, Hades will have to recall because he's going to be needed for the base defense for the first Lord that Falcon Esports has. But with a 4.7k gold lead, they might be able to take down an inhibitor turret. They're doing their best to try and kite away the Lord. Just looking at the damage coming from the death, so now that they have to walk away, K-Nex goes in with the implosion!
And they find another Hades Force back! Diablo goes down, sacrificing himself for the defense, and they're not done. Holy Shield popped in mid, but Falcon Esports surgical, unrelenting. They're still here for the push.
They might go for a diversion play right after this, but JPL wants to go for the kick, forcing K-Nex here to walk away. They're gonna get a kill onto Hades. Now working on the turret takedown. They might be able to burst down the inhibitor up top.
Amazing positioning by Kid X, and the retreat, the defensive diversion, the DD from Falcon Esports. Shout out to Ruby DD watching from home. Ladies and gentlemen, NIP Flash once more up against a corner. That top lane inhibitor, permanent damage. It's more difficult now for Benny to actually just trade against Vanix, because Vanix is going to keep himself safe. Vanix is never going to show himself.
You know, I was thinking that Falcon Esports might be able, I think they were overcommitting a bit a while ago during the top lane push. If giving an opportunity for NIP Flash to counterattack, considering that they don't have the implosion anymore. But the problem is Falcon Esports, with the lead that they established, even with the aggressive play from JPL, the kid actually connected to Kid X down to the turret. They weren't able to burst down any member of Falcon Esports.
Again, it's the worst possible target for JPL, but you can't blame the Emperor. He was gonna kick somebody, and it's just Falcon are so good at these tight formations. They're so good at fighting underneath less than ideal conditions. And that's why Royal Milk, this hero, that's what it does. That's what the CC does. He wants you to fight back against him. That's why he rocks it with a vengeance. And looking at the items, oh no, what is that? About 2,500, 3,000 between Benny and Vanix.
Yeah, no Winter Crown, no Wind of Natures. There's a clear window of opportunity for NIP Flash to go for the backline, eventually get the pick off onto Benny, but the problem is he has a Purify that can be crucial if ever JPL decides to go and penetrate the defense, go from the back. And Falcon Esports, again, we have to consider the fact that they have a Luyi. Top lane is open. At any given moment, they can make a huge macro play.
So far, NIP Flash have a grocery list of things to do to come back. They have to control the map, make sure it doesn't turn as red as possible, defend from that backdoor play up top, and they have to check bushes, even on their side of the map, to make sure that Falcon just doesn't come up from out of nowhere. So I guess one way to do that is to make sure where PX7 is, but that makes JPL such a easy target. It's so hard for the front line of NIP Flash.
Okay, they might make a repeat of what happened a while ago. JPL with a conceal. They don't know where TZ is. Here comes JPL though. Double man knock up. Kinex goes in with the implosion.
And they go in. That River Brush is going to be a death box. Down goes Hades. Down goes JPL. Royal Milk traded out for 3 for 1 so far. 2 for 3.
And Vanix got demolished in the mid lane. Curtizi is left to fend for himself. A full team wipeout for Falcon Esports. No need for the Lord anymore as they siege in onto the top.
So many bodies roll unrevenged as Falcon Esports can smell victory.
The legacy of the Falcons sourced in new heights, sending NIP Flash down to the lower bracket.
It's a sweep. 2-0 for Falcon Esports.
And a decisive one for this team. Man, just looking at what they went through. They won against Aurora, they won against SRG, they won against BTK, and now they won against the Singapore All-Star team, NIP Flash.
Falcon seems to be the kind of team that just once they find their wins, once they get their bearing, they just soar and soar and soar. I'm getting flashbacks to M2 here.
Well, it's scary, it's exciting, and at the same time, Falcon Esports, a well-deserved win.
Let's throw it over to our analysts to figure out what they feel about Game 2.
Falcon Esports are not haunted by their ghouls. They are inspired by them, and they now move forward to the upper bracket semi-finals. Congratulations to Falcon Esports. What a game.
What a game. Right after the draft, we talked about the tempo breaker. You called that Fredrin.
An answer to one or the other, but this is on the assumption that they are going to be on red side.
Yeah, alongside the Loyi and Bruno, you have to watch out for that big trade-off or big trade of the Cho, Yumes, and even Yumes himself. As a lot of people are already saying Yumes is one of the best Cho users in the world, Yumes himself said Brusco is one of his favorite Cho players that he ever got to play against in scrims.
Some of them will say never meet your idols, right? But in this case, you have to. Not just that, I think even when you look at picks that something like as common as a Suyo in this meta, like when you put King Kong on Suyo, it's a completely different from all the Suyo that we've seen in the league thus far. So I think that's something that SRG needs to consider. But again, when we head into the drafting phase, it comes down to which side both teams are on. If SRG is on red side, they got a lot of thinking to do in this first phase, especially.
And let's see who won the coin flip. And it looks like FNOP have decided to, at the very least... Oh, actually, we're not sure who wins the coin flip, or whether or not, SRG decided to go red, even if they did. But at the end of the day, Suyo has been a very strong opener for the blue side. And especially in the hands of King Kong, it doesn't feel like he ever hesitates on his decision, which is why he seems to be so mobile on this one pick.
It's not just that, it's also kind of the macro knowledge, right? I think a lot of people have talk about FNOP as a team that are so good in their mechanics that it translates into those macro decisions. We saw them with picks like Suyo, like Loyi, and I think the general consensus would be this iteration of FNOP is the best out there, right? Like it feels that they're irreplaceable right now.
So FNOP have respect banned 2 of the topics of Cram in the Swiss stage, which is the high loss and the Hilda, and the space that it provides, while taking away a stable alpha pickup of 4 SRG in the hands of Sakai. So they are signaling to SRG to go ahead. Let's play the assassin game. Let's go for the high mobile, high damage heroes that we're known to use, Sakas and King Kong. While for SRG, they take away the Fanny of King Kong. And one of the most stable bans you have to commit when you're up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines is actually the Juice Sin. So for SRG, are they thinking of taking away the Bruno, or they actually take away the joy of King Kong?
This is actually pretty smart here, because now I want to see what the opener for Fnatic is going to be. Is it going to be instantly pick up the Phoveus to try and deny another pick away from Cram? If they do decide to give Phoveus away and go for Blue Yo once again, which they usually do, especially on that blue side, that means they might have another potential answer to the Phoveus, maybe in terms of just lane pressure or wave clear with Gatot, or maybe some other picks.
If you want to go for first pick Bruno, like a lot of teams do, there is also that choice. The Loyi is also up on the table for FMOP. If you want to first pick it, now is your chance, right? Because SRG, they're essentially willing to go for the trade, but this King Kong Suyo is now going to be out of his cage.
Yeah. So the next possible trades are Cho, Suyo, maybe even a surprise Low Yi steal as one of the first two picks on the red side, so that Super Friends won't get his hands on it. Though they did get a loss against BTK with that hero, FNOP are very prideful of that Low Yi pick.
Yeah, they are. And very understandably so, man. Super Prince is one of those Loyis where it's hard to imagine Loyi without him.
Yeah.
Now, Loyi's stolen away, but they also decided to take away the Cho. I would have imagined that they would lean into maybe picking up the Bruno alongside the Cho and attack the gold roam support side of the map, but doing it in this particular order now tells, hey, if you pick up the Bruno, that's totally fine, but you must take the Purify alongside it.
That, and also this, I know that we've seen SRG flex that Cho a few times in the local league for Cram. I mean, if they want to go down that route, it's always there, depending on what the roamers are left in the pool after this. But for Knob, this is one of the few teams that does not mind leaving Kelra's hero for last, right? So for them in this case, they're not really worried about that goal lane matchup. They've won in a disadvantage matchup, but that Bruno is online, so you guys just pick it.
Sun rises.
Okay, and there's the Khalid for Fnatic Onyx Philippines going most likely into the hands of Brusco. Now, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, though, still need to be careful of potentially SRG swerving and picking up a lineup that does well with Fredrin in the jungle. They were able to play that well up against during the Swiss stages, so I wouldn't be surprised if they might have their eyes set on building that and just playing for a lineup that wants to supplement a long-range hero such as a Granger for Innocent.
I'm thinking about Burst, right? As much as Granger sounds like a great idea, I feel like taking a Beatrix might just be the better bet only because you have the Cho. But if they don't want to go through that route, they can look to pick up Phoveus now, despite Khalid being that flex pick, just to kind of force, hey, EXP side of the map might just be within our control. You're forced to play towards gold.
Yeah, I like a Phoveus pickup for SRG here. And it's going to be the
Wow.
boss.
I mean, you can't blame him, right? Like, when they asked about his what pick do you want to help us win a knockout game, and he said Moskov, give it to him.
This is a very interesting idea because this feels very NIP Flash, right?
Yeah.
It feels like they kind of want to play with the diversions. They want to sneak into the back line at key opportunities in this game. And as an SRG fans are building up the hype for the second half of the drafting phase, there are still a lot of holes for both teams this side. It doesn't look very lopsided right now.
Yeah. So with SRG playing the map, that sort of shuts down one of the tendencies of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Their signature 4-1 split that sends King Kong into the far lane while four members with a strong team fight by FNOP can hold the major objective. FNOP blocks the Fredrin while SRG blocks the Sicilian. Fantastic drafting and banning from these two teams so far.
Wonderful, wonderful draft.
This is why some people say that you are looking at a potential grand finals match already, right? Like the drafting is just masterclass from both teams. Just good understanding. Like we've seen Super Prince with the Sicilian also. The only difference is that SRG, they're looking for a jungler and a flex, whereas for FNOP, they're looking for Super Prince's hero, and SRG, they're trying to block it out.
Yeah, I'm interested to know what they're going to do to get that level of burst with the Cho. I mean, the Cho can be used proactively or defensively. He's extremely flexible in that sense. I'm curious whether or not, as you've mentioned before, whether this Cho flex into the EXP is a good idea. And I think that's what they're going to do all the way to the very end, as they've already banned out Gothot. unless they want to solidify what their EXP lane, they're probably going to pick Phoveus. Worst comes to worst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there goes a Nolan. taking
The
away
signature
Sky.
Nolan from Sakai's. Just good respect.
Wow. Well, great respect from both of these two. I wonder if that means that they might end up picking something like a Hayabusa for Sakai's as one of his last best options. The Ling is still on the board, but Ling has definitely fallen out of favor.
What about Julian?
I feel like actually, unless if they go Julian here, all they're missing is whether or not they have an EX, unless they go for like a damage EXP laner, because then it just won't be enough, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to supplement, you're trying to look for, if you play Julian, you're looking for a composition that is willing to skirmish on a drop of a dime, right? At any point of time, let's go for the all-in.
Okay, they get the Terizla, a solid front. So I wonder how solid they'll actually get with this lineup. What if suddenly now they will need to go damage in the jungle, or they're gonna be playing for a very mid, very late game style of play style. Well, Fnatic Onyx Philippines needs a little bit more AOE in their books.
Yeah, it's telling Kara that, okay, you need Purify for the choke kick. Hey, if you use Purify, you're not going to have Flicker for the penalty zone, right? You got to pick a poison. This is limit testing Kara. You kind of put him in a spot where you got to play your best game as a Bruno.
Oh, I wonder if they'll pick up a CC for Kirk. Go for the traditional CC Terizla matchup.
I was thinking that as
Edith?
well.
Damus?
I feel like Edith may make a little bit more sense here,
Yeah,
only
Edith.
because you want to keep up pressure, but at the same time, I still don't know who's going to go into the EXP lane. I feel like Khalid can technically go there as well, but when you have Varsa on your side, it makes a little more sense to have Edith as your support.
It feels like it's a Brusco Khalid. Like we've seen him play like Khalid roam plenty of times.
And Edith is a signature pick of Cram in MPL Philippines, so that's going to be the lineup for FNOP. They needed just a little bit more magic damage, so they paired it up with the Edith as well. Good damage distribution and profile for FNOP, while for SRG, they have the choice. They can either go Assassin in the jungle, or they're just going to go sturdy again and just play for a mid to late style play style. I'm leaning towards a Hayabusa right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking that it doesn't feel like there's much choices right now with the Fredrin and Nolan banned out. If not Hayabusa, Julian is probably like the riskier pick, but Hayabusa is definitely feels like that one.
Yes, Julian.
Oh yeah, they went to the Julian. All right, okay.
All right, yeah, they want to be able to fight at any point of time in the game, pre-level 3. If they will get some kind of an early lead, it'll be interesting to see, but both sides very team fight heavy. This Farsa pick is going to be dangerous.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines versus Selangor Red Giants in the very first day of knockouts. Make some noise, Iowa City Mall!
The Philippines' last hope clashes with the Immortal Giants at the end of this best of 3. One of these tournament favorites will be forced to go on an underdog run in the lower bracket. Jose Ingan, Leo here at your service, bringing you a Fnatic Onyx Philippines versus Selangor Red Giants.
Possible glimpse of a finals matchup between the champions of their respective regions, and man, looking at the lineup, they really choked Sakai's, like as you mentioned before, with the draft in bans.
Choking him is an understatement. I think they really ran the Sky Prince out of his jurisdiction and said, you know what, throw back to about 6 months ago when Julian was good. Let's get into the battlefield as we watch these two champions, these two titans of MLBB esports clash for our entertainment. Wherever you're watching from, at home, here with us in the arena. If you are at a watch party, one of those from all around the world, thank you so much for making us part of your weekend. Let's check out these early rotations. Is this the first time we're actually seeing Super Vince on a Farsa in a year? Maybe in a couple of years since his debut.
I think so. We've used to seen him use Louis, the Valentinas, even the Faramis, but right now, an artillery mage. You know that Super Prince really wants to give out the damage. Just looking at the emblems, he's ready for war.
The monster mage here, putting up quite an effort. The Malaysian goat pushing him out. Fumes, in comes the beast.
They're going in for an early aggression onto Cram. Same like what we've seen during the first series, wherein they want to target the XP lane. They're going to keep the gold lane safe first. They're not going to mind that. All eyes are on the XP lane.
Look at this multifaceted attack. The assault on the senses by Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Selangor Red Giants, we've yet to see them pull any proactive moves here in this early bout. Again, a minute and a half in, and for the first time, it's Humes crossing the river.
I actually like that you pointed that out, because if you're gonna watch out for the games of SRG, we've seen Sakai in his local scene, you know, be the aggressor, go for the invades. But right now, so far in M6, we haven't seen the aggressive side of Sakai's. Maybe it's because of the draft, because they're trying to choke him out like what Fnatic Onyx Philippines do. But right now, if SRG wants to go up against a Titan and bring them down, Sakai's needs to be proactive.
Brusco coming in with those hot scimitars. Quick check on the gold lane for Mer League mates. Both MVPs, both MSC champions at that, and now Brusco jumping in.
Yes, and Kelra already pops his Purify. Brusco on the other hand, quick side guard. Here comes Yuns. G2 Craft goes in with a penalty zone, and the first one drawn onto the bruiser of Fnatic Onyx. Craft picks up the kill.
And that was a trade. Fnatic Onyx happy to get that out of the way as King Kong secures the turtle. If you ask me, 4 out of 5 times, that's worth it. King Kong overshoots.
Overshoots, but now focuses his eyes on Sakai's. Here comes Yuns though to the rescue. He doesn't have his level 4 yet, but on the other hand, Super Friends brings down his reign of terror over Stormy.
The Mage Prodigy didn't see that coming. Again, that is what's so elusive. That is what's so odd about seeing Super Friends on an artillery mage.
Yeah, this time, we've said this a lot of times. Super Friends has been the unsung hero of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. He has been a team player, but it looks like this time he's gonna be the star that the Super family needs to bring down the Giants.
Amazing how they have relegated core status to Super Friends. And I'll tell you now, I'm seeing where it's coming from, because King Kong, he's playing more of a utility Suyo, as weird as that sounds. So far, this has given Fnatic Onyx about 1,000 gold ahead, 3.5 minutes in. Second turtle spawning in the lower quarter, so expect a little bit more action there, a little bit more of a commotion around our gold laners. More on Kelra, more on Innocent. I believe the score is X and nil. Not a single game Innocent has won when he's faced off against the gold standard.
Yeah, but this guy, in this case, Innocent though, his mindset has changed. It's shifted. He doesn't think about the player behind the hero. This time, he just thinks about the hero matchup, when in this case, it's Bruno. And we all know Bruno can be a lane bully, especially with the fast rotation for the mid trio of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. So they're going to play it safe. Again, they have a huge advantage when it comes to the mid to late game. They still have Stormy on the Louis that can play a huge role when it comes to the macro gameplay.
And we've yet to see those diversions come into play, given we are in the early game, 4 minutes in. Huge rotations up top. King Kong and Kirk making sure the coast is clear as they rotate back, using the waves, using the current to rotate in. The flicker away.
But on the other hand, they're going to go for a counter-attack though. Defender Airstrike is there. Selangor Red Giants still has the numbers game advantage. Scrap still has the penalty zone plus the flicker. Let's see who's going to set up first in the turtle pit.
Humes here down to 1/4 of his health.
Oh, penalty zone! Connecting onto Brusco. Raging Phantom is there, but not going to be enough to sustain the damage. Coming in from Selangor Red Giants. Fnatic Onyx Philippines on the other hand, answering right back. Brings down Humes, brings down Sakai's, and it looks like King Kong has a clear path to this turtle. But Kirk says, we don't just want the turtle, we want 3 bodies. 3 giants will be taken down.
That was hot.
It was.
2.2k now, 5 minutes in, suddenly the snap. Ladies and gentlemen, the clutch has been stepped on, and we're going into 6th gear as Fnatic Onyx go into Selangor Red Giants jungle. Even Humes can't stand the heat.
Honestly, at this point, it's not the 6th gear, it's the 7th, 8th, 9th tempo on Fnatic's side at 2.9k gold lead. You rarely see SRG on the backseat, having a step back on the aggressor side. So Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they've studied what SRG can do again, utilizing their knowledge down to the draft, preventing Sakai from getting a good hero, but here comes the diversion from SRG.
All right, it looks like Kirk saw that coming. So this relative mum, this silence, this calm before the storm allows for us to catch our breath. You too, Ingan. So with that said, 6 minutes incoming, a minute until another turtle spawns. It's a crapshoot. It's a dice roll here for Selangor Giants if they want to fight that, because if anything, right now they're going into what we usually see in the late game for these high-octane teams, these well-oiled engines. They would rather go for ambushes. You saw that diversion.
Yeah, we saw that diversion again, but Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they're 1 step, 2 steps ahead. even Super Fritz, this is one of his signature heroes. He knows where the diversions will be casted, even down to the specific time. As King Kong trying to dish out and kite away Kram. Kram has to walk away,
Oh,
but
no!
this time, they might overcommit onto King Kong.
He goes down, a clean pickoff by Silango Red Giants, and here's a clapback. Yums gets flipped over and burnt out. Super Fritz gets a kill.
A roam for a jungler, that might be a favorable trade for SRG. That's why SRG wants to extend their lead. The Spear of Destruction will connect along with the penalty zone, but Kirkdo with Earth Shatter catching SRG off guard, and they're gonna halt the clash. But Stormy says, Super Friends, it's my time to shine, brings him down.
1-1. The score between the Mage Prodigy and the Monster Mage in mid. And they're man down. It looks like Silango Red Giants have found the window.
Okay, but Brusco though has a good opportunity here. Yums on the other hand has to conceal. Now it's gonna be a turtle. That's Yums was able to do.
And they find one. Ikram in the middle of it all, taken down by King Kong. Stormy and the Yin Yang.
King Kong delivering the Sever to bring down Stormy and take back what he did to Kelra. As Innocent has to walk away, getting chased down by Brusco and the Kirk. Here comes the Raging Sandstorm.
The Bruiser finds one. Innocent is down. Sekai's the only one left. Onyx Philippines are fanatic about this as they take the last turtle. None for SRG.
The Super Family displaying excellence, displaying their chemistry. You said that Brusco found one. Well, his Super Friend says, I'm gonna take him down, brother. 4.6k gold lead. And even if Silango Red Giants, we do have to commend Yums. He has been performing relatively well. The Jeet Kunduz has been connecting.
He's my goat.
Wave the Dragon as well. But the problem is, Fnatic Onyx Philippines again, always 2-3 steps ahead.
From minute 0, I think Fnatic Onyx have found their way in to SRG's camp. They, some way, somehow, made Sekai struggle even harder. Critics, analysts, fans would say this is not the Sekais we saw in MSC. This is not the same Sky Prince from Riyadh when they won MSC. And now they put him on a hero that isn't even meta. And now Yums is in trouble. In comes Brusco.
Kirk with the Earth Shatter. Here comes the Feathered Airstrike, the artillery coming in from Super Fringe just to bring down Innocent. And that's the proper target the Fnatic Onyx Philippines wanted. He went for Yums, but now Brusco, trying to go for Sekais. As Sekais tries to work on his purple buff. Here comes King Kong, dashes in. Tram still has his penalty zone just to counter attack, but SRG will have the discipline to walk away and just let Fnatic Onyx Philippines get the purple buff.
The Sigma Junglers Riz, Ohio Phantom Tax pushing in. They're not done.
Oh, Yums though, in a very good position. Clark goes in for the penalty zone.
Kelra in trouble, taken out. Yums gets his man, and that's a pickoff. Silango Red Giants finds one.
Wow.
Like a needle in a haystack.
Leo, Fnatic Onyx Philippines initiation, they got Innocent. What's a better way to answer right back? SRG, Yums with the conceal onto the back line to take down Kelra. They know their target, and they're hitting their marks.
He got that without a flicker, ladies and gentlemen, so he got it the hard way. Now suddenly, since Fnatic are a man down, Silango Red Giants are standing their ground. They're pushing back against Fnatic. Sekais dashes on out, gives us a few more moments to breathe and figure out what's happening. 10 minutes into game number 1. All right, a little bit of a recap on what exactly is going down in the battlefield. Kelra just respawned.
Yeah.
4 men circling around from Fnatic Onyx. Selangor in a better position. The Giants are actually pushed forward a little bit. If anything, it's Sekais who looks like he wants to dance. Who's gonna start this? Because Yums has a flicker.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You mentioned Yums has a flicker, and we also, prior to that clash, Kirk expended his. So where's the initiation coming in from Fnatic Onyx Philippines? They do have the Raging Sandstorm, but is it gonna be enough though to catch? Because again, we've seen Sekais and Innocent. They're not necessarily grouping up. They're spreading out along with Stormy.
And what's worse is Kelra's Purify has been used up already. So the Super family is in super danger right now. This Lord, despite them being up by about 3,000 gold, isn't looking as yellow and orange as a lot of Filipino fans would want it to be. So now, I'd reckon IOI is slowly going to come back to life here. SRG is on up and up.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned that, because if you were here yesterday with a CFU SRG game,
That was yesterday's yesterday.
Yesterday's yesterday, 80% of the time for game 3, the crowd was mild. And when Innocent Sphere of Destruction connected, everyone went wild, up their seats, screaming at the top of their lungs, and SRG is looking to replicate that. Again, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they do have a gold lead, but that's misleading. As you mentioned, the kit that SRG has right now and the availability of their skills
That's right.
can be is advantageous actually for the Red Giants.
Yeah, you give athletes as talented and as committed, as clutch as these champions are from SRG, and even a 5-6K gold lead, Ingan, even that will not put them down.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. And so far, what I've been seeing for SRG, Yums and Kram and Stormy has been doing their job well. Sekai's on the other hand though, we need to see the Sekai's that we saw back in MSC. The aggressor, the mechanically gifted jungler for SRG. He needs to be able to out-retreat King Kong during this first Lord fight.
Despite the comebacks, you know, these small jabs at Fnatic Onyx lead, I think you're right. I think the retry diff, the jungle diff here is going to be key. Lord here down to a 5th of himself, down to a 10th.
Okay, here comes the Raging Disaster coming in from Brusco, and Stormy gets the Lord! Innocent on the other hand, just assisting on the down to the knees. Cram, in the midst of everything, will be taken down in exchange from Brusco. Sekai's also falls down. Here comes the counter-attack coming in from Fnatic Onyx Philippines, but SRG, Stormy gets the Lord!
Oh, in comes King Kong, the beast finds his target. 3 for 1. The Lord now looking like a bad deal for SRG.
Now Fnatic Onyx Philippines turns the tides to their favor once again. SRG not going to be able to use up this Lord. Keller's going to make quick work of it. That's why SRG, I think they want to go to look for a pick-off here. They know that Fnatic Onyx Philippines is scattered.
And just like that, Kelra and Kirk make quick work of the Lord. That's a negative gain, if ever we've seen one from a Lord take. Very expensive, very costly. And folks, that was off of a turn from Fnatic Onyx. You could have sworn that SRG got away with it. You could have sworn it was worthy of the trade. But the mechanics of communication, the synergy of Fnatic Onyx, who'd have thought that was possible? King Kong show himself here. River control by the defending champions from the Philippines. SRG back to square one. They're trapped again on their side of the map.
You know, the way that Fnatic Onyx Philippines has been grouping up, it's like that they're the ones with the diversion. It's like they're the ones confident and in a better position to make a play compared to what SRG has been doing. We haven't seen so far a diversion play.
Ikram pushing back. It makes sense though, the way they're moving like this. And there you go, Brusco, no one home. Up to the wall, and the conceal.
Penalty zone coming in from Grab Super Prince. Even in the midst of everything, gonna cast a feathered airstrike. Gonna try and bring down Graham. Kelra picks 1 kill. Here comes King Kong, dashes in, forcing SRG once again to retreat. And Fnatic Onyx Philippines, I mean, that wasn't a perfect executed initiation. But for some reason, the guts of Super Prince, even though SRG is literally staring at him, he still casted the feathered airstrike.
Must have been bittersweet, popping those spells on his former teammate. Nothing personal. 4,000 gold here. Fnatic Onyx is ahead, 14-7. The Lord spawning up top. They catch Humes. Forced him back. Another feathered airstrike. That's a warning shot.
Warning shot to make sure Yums doesn't have the comfort of going for those brushes. Again, they were... this is actually Fnatic Onyx Philippines' adaptability. A while ago, wherein they were able to take down Kelra, that's what Yums did. He went to that brush specifically and eventually concealed to try and be able to Jit Kundu then Way of the Dragon Kelra despite the Purify. So you can see already the adaptability of Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
This is Fnatic Onyx freestyling and changing the tempo, changing the measures. They understood what SRG was trying to get at, so they changed the beat and they pushed Humes out of that bush, and now they control even that lower quarter. Once more, they catch Humes, forcing him to dash back into that purple side brush. And now the conceal. Where's Fnatic Onyx going? Who do they spot? Ikram pushed out. Brusco. Sand walks in, and they realign. Again, a scrum here. Looking for the engage.
Good use of the conceal to try and get SRG out of position. Just looking at the damage coming in from Keller. Here comes Cram with the conceal. Stormy though, diversion place. Perfect also connects. A lot of isolated clashes happening right now. But still, Sekai's gets gets the lure. Taylor answers back with a volley shot to bring down Sakai's and Stormy. Again, same thing happened. SRG with the Lord, Fnatic with the kills.
The jungler in the mid for a Lord and nothing to trade for it? I think Fnatic Onyx had this planned out all along. I mean, sure, you could have retrieved, but King Kong made the call. He said, I'm gonna go on Stormy, and we're gonna make him pay. Lord spawns down bottom, but mid and top are for Fnatic.
At this point, SRG, that's more than what they wanted. Preventing Fnatic Onyx Philippines from getting the Lord and getting an inhibitor turret down. 4 seconds before Stormy respawns, Sakai's response. They have the diversion, so they can make a play actually, since Fnatic Onyx is preoccupied with this Lord.
Yums, Cram, and Innocent on the aggression here. They're on the offense, they're looking for targets, and seems to be a feint. They're pushing him back, unless in comes Brusco by two!
Connecting onto two with the Raging Sandstorm. Here comes the diversion. Cram on the other with the penalty zone. They're working on Innocent. Innocent is gonna fall down in exchange for Brusco. He as well. Cram caught in the midst of everything. Last man is Stormy, and Sakai's wasn't in the picture. Fnatic Onyx Philippines takes 4 down.
The Sky Prince running solo, and he can only push mid. King Kong to the rescue, clean in-house. Selangor Red Giants reeling right now, 1 for 4. I thought it was the worst start when they lost Esan, when Innocent fell. But when Ikram followed, when you followed, when Stormy followed, oh no. Ingan, I think they're going for the end game.
One guard minion is here. Sakai is desperately trying to burst it down. He will do so successfully. But Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they have minions onto the middle lane. They're going to be disciplined enough to disengage. And that was enough time both for Sakai's to save Selangor Red Giants.
Not quite the end game just yet. Fnatic Onyx Philippines reading the room. With a minute until the next Lord spawns, finally they might score 1, and they'll take it slow, deliberate, surgical in their approach. Approaching the 16-minute mark, Innocent is actually in a better shape than Kelra.
Yeah, because again, Innocent, although he's at 2-3-1, still, with the space created for Innocent, specifically from Cram and Yums, he's still able to do a lot of things for SRG. But the problem is Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they have a lot of engage.
That's what you call a funnel. And it's all in on Innocent. Fnatic Onyx, they have their eggs spread across many different baskets. There's one in a Swiss bank account somewhere else waiting, because that's what Super Prince's Feathered Airstrike is. It's such a long-range artillery spell that even if you start the fight with it, fight goes long enough, he's got another coming.
He's got another coming. I mean, looking at the battle spell, it's just a flicker, not even a purify, but still, 1 death. Despite there being a Yums show, so far Super Prince's super positioning has been doing wonders for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. So SRG, let's see what's their play.
Brusco coming in, conceal, spots Innocent. Does he force it? There's the Feathered Airstrike. There's the jump!
Winter Crown's not going to be enough to try and delay the push Fnatic Onyx Philippines is doing. King Kong on the other hand is going down. Innocent on a rampage right now. Wind of Nature is going to be there for the 2 gold laners. They're working on Brusco. Might be able to take him down though. But Brusco has his immortality. It will be popped. Crown on the other hand goes down in the hands of the gold standard. A 2-for-1 trade. King Kong for Sakai's and Cram.
With Innocent, Yums, and Stormy here, what's the call? Do the Super Family blitz this Lord? Can they afford to do that?
Man, plan A should be the Hail Mary Innocent Spear of Destruction. They don't have, both teams don't have a Retribution holder, so it's still possible for SRG.
Watch out. Innocent does have an immortality. That gives him more of an advantage, a larger margin for error compared to what Kelra's working with. Just raw stats, sheer mechanics, instincts that would take decades to perfect, that the gold standard has done through his years in professional play. Fnatic Onyx finally just respawned all in. Selangor making them work for this final Lord.
Okay, looking at the items, Innocent just pick up a Wind of Nature. On the other hand, Kelra has just the Rose Gold Meteor. So Innocent can still swap the Wind of Nature later on for the immortality. Let's see how Kelra's micro mechanics will save him up against a Titan like Innocent.
Lord here, down to half health. Fnatic Onyx urging, taunting, provoking SRG to dance. Cram up to the task. SRG taking control of this river brush, and a sneaky push by Innocent up top.
And that's the thing. That's what you're going to do if you're Innocent. Play the macro game. Play it at your own pace. Again, you did lose 2 inhibitor turrets, but that's the thing. You still have Moskov and Stormy with the Lu Yi.
So far, it looks like Selangor Giants have Fnatic Onyx number. The macro, slightly better. The map control.
Oh,
Kirk down to put to a fifth of his health. Forced to use the ult.
Forced to use the ult, and he still gets the Lord away from SRG. Penalty zone will connect Stormy on the other end onto the backline with the diversion. Winter Crown play. Here comes Innocent onto the top lane. He takes down an inhibitor with him. Sakai's doing his best to work on Kelra. Two bodies will fall down for SRG. There's a Winter Crown, but look at the base coming in from Innocent. He already used up his Wind of Nature. King Kong's Immortality will be popped. Now they're on the chase. They on the revenge onto Innocent. Kirk with Earth Shatter. Immortality will be popped, and they will shut him down.
Flashing back to his days in MPL Philippines. A failed segue. A backdoor denied. Esan falls. Fnatic Onyx Philippines on the offense. Cram flickering away.
Kram and Sakai's left to defend. There's the Lord sieging in onto the mid lane as King Kong works on Kram. The rest of the Super family works on the push, works on game number 1.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines taking the first game here, threatening a sweep. SRG up against the ropes. 20 minutes. Definitely a grand finals preview. If you ask any fan, 5 minutes into the finish, you could have sworn anyone was gonna win. Let's throw it over to our analysts to break it down.
That is exactly what we wanted for a first game in this series. Surprisingly close, tense, and just filled with damn good, sometimes messy MLBB.
God damn, I didn't expect this first game to be that explosive, right, SRG? So many times from the depths of certain defeat, they keep pulling it back, and it really came down to the most minute of details. SOD going wide, right? Not being able to get the Lord at the end that allowed FNOP to win. Gotta give props to SRG, man. They put up a fight that I didn't expect that they would.
Yeah, me neither. Especially with the lead that Fnatic Onyx had. Like, I feel like Fnatic Onyx could have ended this game a lot sooner, but there was a lot of overthinking happening because of the diverse, because of where the SOD could be coming from, which is why we can clearly tell that both teams respect each other to an uncomfortable degree.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. The sheer amount of respect they have for each other's capability to turn things around just extended this game to a length that we didn't expect because of the lead that Fnatic Onyx Philippines had.
I mean, think about it this way. King Kong had a 4-level lead on the guys on a Julian of all things. Now, Julian struggles to get in on the Lord pit, right? Everybody knows that unless you are committing all your abilities to jump into that pit, you're basically sacrificing yourself to try and give your team a option, a chance at it. But I don't know. There's a lot of moments where Fnatic Onyx probably should have just taken a fight instead of going for the Lord. Just push SRG. Even if you get into our flanks, who cares? We've got a whopping lead against you, and as long as Super Prince's positioning isn't compromised with his Feathered Airstrike, majority of these fights should fall into their hands.
Yeah, the craziest thing is that throughout this entire game, we saw 3 Lords. King Kong got none of them. It was 2 on SRG. The last one was secured by Kirk. And King Kong had a level lead the entire game.
That's hilarious.
You are right. Like, a lot of his farm really just came from sheer farm and even the kills alone. But that's one of the signatures of Fnatic Onyx Philippines from MPLPH Season 14. They are willing to lose the Lords, but they're not willing to let go of their leads. You can get the objective, but they're gonna get the kill trades after, and then every Lord that SRG got through that way led to them getting taken down and actually losing turrets.
I mean, you get a second Lord and you and you still end up losing 2 inhibs, right? Like, who would have thought of that as a possible scenario?
Yeah, it's definitely a scary place to be, especially when you know that these clapbacks are so hard from both sides, honestly. But I will give it a FNOP. The early game was played especially well. They had a lot of tempo against SRG and forced SRG to actually respond to them accordingly. Initially, we were expecting the re-gank on that top side after, I mean, unfortunately, Cram getting put down to 1 HP. He didn't die, but that initial recall, he lost 1 minion off of that wave, and after that, Kirk played it really, really well. I mean, give the man props. Yeah. If he doesn't get MVP, I mean, sure, but that Edith is disgusting.
9-0, 9-0, 10 Edith. What's the last time you seen Edith have that stat in this meta?
And the MVP of the game is the gold standard. A lot of highlight on Innocent. A fantastic gold laner in his own right as he is on the road to potentially achieving the golden road. But you gotta get through the gold standard first. 6, 2, and 14 on this Bruno.
Dude, my man Innocent almost repeated the CFU 1v4 in that top guy. That's true. You know, like, it's a scary moment, but up against Kelra, we even saw in the early game before the first hurdle that Innocent tried to get an 1 extra minion. Kelra willing to trade Purify just to make sure that Innocent instantly loses that lane.
Yeah, I mean, that early game was really hard for SRG's side, right? Each lane was already struggling. Their initial coverage towards the top side of the map didn't really prove much because they forced Cram to recall anyways. That isolated island, Kelra did a great job in lane, but even Superfins finding that solo kill into Stormy is why they had such a perfect transition into mid with a whopping lead. And this made King Kong's job super easy, right? Just power farm, show a little bit of presence, make SRG respond to you, then hop to the opposite side of the map and clear the entire wave.
I think we also see here one of the tendencies of Fnatic Onyx Philippines, or excuse me, this draft. Everyone can do their job right. From Brusco to Friends to King Kong, Kirk, you could say they did their jobs and what they needed to do with each sequence and with each fight. But if Kelra didn't step up and help finish that job, if he got taken down too early, if Fnatic Onyx PH lost their main source of basic attack damage at the worst possible time, then they wouldn't have been able to get this win. This was one of those moments. I was looking at that thinking, Kelra, no way, bro, you're actually gonna go down here. But he survived. Innocent tried, but FNOP were able to clear the minion waves first. King Kong hard focused each minion in that wave that Innocent had.
And it only happened because Innocent missed his SOD, right? Like that could be a completely different event. If there's one thing I really need to kind of, add a bit of salt on, it's just kind of the micro mistakes, right? Mechanical mistakes from Innocent. Few times he decided to step into a crowd control, like that bot lane fight, Cram gets ganked, and then he steps into a Brusco Raging Sandstorm, which forces Purify, and then Kirk kills him afterwards. But aside from that, I think SRG put up a very good fight, despite being so far on the back foot. It does make you wonder what that game 2 is going to look like.
Honestly, it's probably going to look roughly the same, right? Punishes in this particular case, and for those who don't know the fighting game trial of a whiff punish, if you end up missing your ability, and let's take for an example, Cram, in 5 people, hits Flicker, penalty zones in the middle of it, it hits absolutely no one off of the initial whiff coming in from Brusco, who hit nobody as well with a point like 1 foot Raging Sandstorm.
Oh, man.
These whiff punishes are really important. The execution needs to be at a near perfect standard because both of these teams are great at pushing back against each other from these types of mistakes.
I can already see MLBB esports page memeing that moment, right?
Yeah.
It has to be a meme moment. Like, they meme everything, so that has to be the highlight.
All right, so we're gonna take a quick little breather, of course, from this amazing action that we've seen. We're gonna eat up some Hello Panda while we go on over to Rose and one of our favorite pandas in Michelle.
Thank you very much to our panel. Hello, everybody. My name is Rose, and I am with Michelle right now. Welcome to the Courtside Report. And right now, we are with somebody whose name is Fuego, all the way from the Philippines. First of all, hello, Fuego. Welcome to Malaysia. Maybe you could introduce yourself to our global fans.
Hi guys, I am Fuego Gaming. It's nice to be here, and good luck, Philippines.
Welcome, Virgo. So, tell us which team you are coming for here.
Of course, I am supporting Onyx!
Now, just now was a very intense matchup. How are you feeling? How do you feel like the crowd is here in Malaysia?
Sobrang active po ng crowd sa Malaysia. Like, pati yung mga taga-Malaysia, grabe sila mag-cheer. Pero kahit na wala yung Pilipinas sa kanilang sariling bansa, grabe pa rin mag-cheer yung mga Pilipino.
He said that actually the Malaysian fans are really, really active in cheering. And as much as there is no Filipinos here, a lot of Filipinos here actually, there's a lot of Filipinos here in the crowd, still cheering for Fnatic Onyx. And guys, I was at the talent room just now, and oh my goodness, the cheers from both sides just now, I personally felt like it was grand finals, Fuego.
Ako din. Ganun talaga yung nararamdaman ko. Pati yung labang kanina, grabe yung kaba ko, feeling ko finals na. Ang tindi.
He said he also feels like it's the grand finals because the crowd is wild, the games were just as wild, and you know what? It was really heart-stopping just now.
Okay, sure. So, like, compared to like other teams in upper knockout stage, how far you believe Fnatic Onyx is supposed to go?
So 100% sigurado ko yung Onyx mag-champion.
He said, wow, okay, Michelle, I don't think I really need to translate this, but you know what? To really set in stone what he said he's 100% confident that Fnatic Onyx is going to be champion this time around. Okay, now we know that this is a best of 3, right, Fuego? And we saw that Fnatic Onyx just took game 1. In your opinion, what do they have to do in the second game to guarantee that this upper bracket slot is still theirs?
First of all, sa drop pa lang nakita ko na agad na grabe yung kalamangan ng Onyx sa kalaban sa SRG. Though ang ganda ng naging laban, pero pagdating sa peaking sa drop, ang laki agad ng advantage with the Parsa. Yung hero ng kalaban, wala masyadong dash. Hirap makapwesto yung kalaban. Tapos yung aggressive play pa ng Onyx, laging nandun. So feeling ko, para magtuloy-tuloy ang pagkapanalo ng Onyx, ituloy lang nila yung pagiging aggressive at pagiging consistent. But kahit aggressive sila, ganun pa rin katindi yung kanilang discipline sa paglalaro.
Yes, indeed. Now, Fuego just said that honestly, he felt like in game 1, the draft itself was already a winner. And even though the side of SRG played well, Fnatic's on his side was actually very aggressive, and aside from being aggressive, they still maintained discipline. He thinks that in his opinion, if they want to win second game, they just have to play the same way and draft the same, right? Exactly the same.
Not exactly the same, but the play style will be always aggressive, not passive. Yeah.
Aggressive and disciplined is the key. All right, I do agree with that.
Yeah, have fun the key. So, before we throw back the panel, any message to our players on the stage here?
Sa mga players na dinayo namin dito sa Pilipinas, alam ko hindi
right now, there's so much opportunity to do so many different things.
And now we got an M chat here with RQ Hoshi, specifically Syzygy. Syzygy, do you miss Smooth? He said yes, only him. Out of everyone else, only him from my ex-teammate in MPLMY, but not my other teammates. The Smooth, we will not ban your Benedetta because we will beat you still.
Oh.
And then Dyron said, Smooth's Benedetta, better of mine. And then Syzygy says, Smooth's Benedetta. Wow. Toxic Syzygy.
I mean, that's what I like.
Although I would say Syzygy's not really toxic, he just says it as it is.
He's just telling him how he feels.
He's a chill guy.
Chill guy.
He's a chill guy.
Just honest.
This is not going to be a chill game.
Oh, actually, I mean, if we were
your T-Bless, I want it to be a chaotic game.
hello.
I don't want slow, methodical. Yeah, I want
Bonkers.
we gotta
bombastic.
let's give it to the
Ba-dum-ba-dum.
you know, like, and I mean, if they will really go for the damage XP lanes, that might happen.
It's possible.
The sanest EXP lane that does damage is probably CC,
Yeah.
which I guess counts, you know.
Yeah. We did see, unless the Arla comes out, I think the Benedetta is still very viable. Like, it is a possible pick, but I think it needs a much bulkier jungle. Like, if you see something like the Fredrin jungle come up, then you could see a more damaging EXP lane because you're at least making up for that lack of frontline tankiness.
Or if we kill them first, we don't need to be tanky.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right? So the Haya Benedetta again. But now we're jumping straight into the draft here. Vamos is going to be first pick. RQ Hoshi going to be on the second pick. Vamos instantly ban out that fatty. Now giving it over to Syzygy. And you guys were talking about the glue. No contest here. Immediately banned out.
Yeah, another thing to point out here is RQ has loved the red side so far. They've drafted great on the red side. They like to try to get the pick. They're willing to give up a power mage. They're willing to give up the Bruno. They're willing to give up certain things if they can get the Suyo and something else. If they can get two strong heroes. So we're looking at the bans right now. Vamos has already taken out the Bruno. Hayabusa ban from the side of RQ.
Even the Hayabusa. So now it's like mostly for Vamos, if we're talking about the comfort junglers
Suyo.
so far, it's just the Suyo for Chibi. I mean, the Joy, he used it, the Joy, but it hasn't been as successful as his other jungler.
I think a lot of teams have fallen for the bait of RQ, you know, giving them the Jushin or giving them something like that, the Bruno, so we can get the Suyo. But I don't think Vamos is going to fall for that trick. I think if Suyo gets left open, most likely Vamos is going to snatch it up because that's been a key thing for RQ in a lot of their winning games.
I feel like here in M6, the skills have definitely tipped. before this, you feel like first pick is definitely superior because one hero feels like three.
Yeah.
Right? You get a Suyo and you feel like you got someone tanky, someone with damage, someone with mobility. But now it's more like one hero equals to 1 or 2. So so you don't really get a lot here. And they're banning out the Joy as well. So this is very interesting. Chopping down jungler picks
here.
as well as we got to think about this. Warlord and Nets might have an easier time without the Joy in the game.
Yep, and I'm thinking if they really want to prioritize one of Warlord's best mages so far, the Valentina, considering that they were also, or they previously did that as well. But there are other available options too. If we're talking about Flex, the Hylos even, but it seems like they're still gonna go for the Suyu.
Yeah, they steal the Suyo. RQ now. They don't have to pick the Alpha or anything like that up front. They can save it for number 3. They love the Cho. I think it's definitely a possibility. Jushin. And then paired up maybe Jushin.
Yeah.
Eve. They get to pick one of them either way. The Eve does kind of outrange.
Yeah.
We've seen the Eve do really well today. So they could honestly wait on the Mage for third pick, but then you have to pick up your jungle. So they're in kind of a weird situation. I think the Cho's definitely a possibility, at least for one of these, though.
Cho Hylos then, Cho Gatot.
Hylos.
Right, just get your beefy frontliners first, and then pose the problem to Vamos. But they pick up the Jushin as well as Gatot. And my theory here is Vamos is not a team you want to pick up a Hylos, because they love that carry.
Yeah, I think Smooth would be happier going in for an aggressive type of XP laner here, though the Gatot is no longer part of the options. So I feel like they don't necessarily need to rush Warlord's pick either in this kind of situation. So
I mean, if you don't pick up an Eve now, it's probably gonna get banned out.
Yeah, actually. It's best to actually go for the Eve up against the Jushin at least.
The Cho is open as well. Just pointing it out there.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. They do lock it in. Cho Valentina.
Still go for
Now, I do like the Valentina. You have some movement, you have some ability, you have the stealing ults, of course. The Eve has kind of been hit or miss for some teams, right? So, I mean, it's good, but also your comp needs to be ready to play around it. I think this might be a little bit more comfortable for Vamos.
If they don't pick up the jungler here, it's going to get banned out. If they want an alpha, this is the time. If they want something else, say a Nolan, then they can save it. They can save it.
At this point,
Ranger.
I think that's a...
Now we don't know where... No. I don't... There's a history that...
Yes, Susujin could use it.
That's definitely a possibility. But they lost that game. They lost that game. That was the one game that they lost. It did look good. He looked good losing. But there's something important here is there's going to be this ban off now, right? Vamos gets to ban out junglers now, unless, of course, this ends up being a jungler. Either way, RQ, it's a power pick because they have the flexibility. They can ban out gold laners now. They have, I feel like at this point in the draft, they kind of have the advantage, at least in terms of bans. I still really like Vamos' Suyo Cho Valentina, but second phase, RQ's coming in strong.
They ban out the Irrital. If they ban out the carry as well, after this, RQ can just pick up a Hylos. And at that point, there's not a lot of answers.
And even the 1-1 possibility, if this is going to be a jungle ranger, because we don't know just yet, but the Irithel being taken out, right? It kind of makes you think. So
I mean, to be fair, Irithel does quite okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, in most matchups, in my personal experience.
Other than the Nolan and the Alpha though, there's a Fredrin still available.
They could
definitely
still go for a Fred, and then they could pick a more damaging EXP laner if they wanted, if they want to go something a bit more hybrid. Vamos, you can see they're taking their time on these bans. It's like, man, what? Because they're wondering just like us, what are they doing right now? Is this going to be a jungle Granger? They go for the EXP lane, target down onto the Phoveus, someone that can definitely punish on these dashes.
Does that
I think right now it's just covering your bases.
It kind of does seem like they want either a Harif or a Moskov, something with a lot of dashes that makes it so that you really don't want to go against these Phoveus. I mean, to be fair, their whole lineup has a lot of dashes right now.
So will they ban out the Hylos here, or will they just allow it and focus on the carry? So they could go with the Hylos later on, because that's also one of Net's best picks so far in this tournament, considering they're a really team fight oriented team so far. So will they double down on the heroes of Nets, or will they just take out another potential XP lane?
To protect lives.
They take out the Hylos.
Oh, interesting.
They take out the Hylos. Now, you mentioned them with the possibility of them picking the 1-1. I think if they go for something, it's definitely last pick.
Yep.
Vamos still needed a gold laner though. The Beatrix still open.
Carry too.
Carry's still open.
Carif is
if they
also,
want to create that box. The thing is, the carry kind of needs a little bit more tankiness. They need something like the Hylos. It needs something like the Gatot, something that can really create that box around it. The Cho's not going to be able to peel that good for it. The Suyo's going to be off doing his thing, you know. So Terizla could be a possibility.
Because even the glue is out, so you don't have a lot of options here.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's there is the Khalid is still there.
And the thing is,
so-
RQ could still go for EXP Gatot and be comfortable. They've got so much flexibility
Tigger is open still
right now.
Yeah.
Tig's still open.
And although there's a Valentina, so
Maybe they just take the Tig right here on the side of RQ and still leave the gold
Oh, they
deposit.
pick up the Ruby.
I like Ruby.
So now Vamos can't pick up the Harif. Like if they want to pick up the Harif, it's gonna get disrupted by the Ruby as well as the Gatot.
yeah.
So we saw them use, they were one of the few teams who have picked the Ruby. They last picked it in, I think, second day. And they used it against the Cho, right? They used it against the Cho so that, because again, it's like the stiff arm. It stops him from being able to come in. It slows him down for that split second to where you can get the Destinat off. You can get a little bit more time for that Lantern Flare.
This has to be a much more successful version of that, though. When they last used the Ruby, it kind of it wasn't that easy as well.
Sand
but
rises when I give the word.
Yeah, so they get the Khalid, the Harris into the Ruby and the Gatot.
Still pick it.
So
that's a tough pick against a Ruby.
Like this is one of those, like, it's my comfort. I know it's a bad matchup, but hell, I'm still gonna try.
So where's the Granger going then? Are they looking for a gold lane or like a jungler? We mentioned the Nolan Fredrin.
Alpha is still open, by the way.
But we also mentioned the 1-1, but this is kind of.
I mean, they can
there though.
Yeah, Alpha's still open. They can go for it if they want. It's easy. Like I said, their draft works so well. They can put a lot of things in their jungle and still feel pretty good right now. I feel like the fact that they have this Ruby and this Gatot, it answers so much of what Vamos has. I feel like at this point, Vamos just has to press the gas immediately and get whoa!
Wow!
A little bit of spice in the pot right there, just to. They didn't even have to do that. They didn't even have to. They didn't even have to.
Well, we can definitely say that the draft is interesting. Like it or not, that's it is. Thank you very much, Rex, as well as Brigida. Now we're giving it over to Naisu as well as Mirko.
Thank you so much, panel, for breaking it down for us. Welcome to the English Desk. I'm Naisu, and this is Mirko to bring you the action between RRQ and Vamos ahead of us in this best of three. It's a jam-packed here in the convention center right now. Mirko, what are we feeling about the draft so far? You called something here.
Yeah, we called the link here on the desk. It's something that RQ really like to go for, and MP Indonesia as well in the playoffs. That Ling, it always comes in the end, especially when you've already banned out the Hilda and there's no pick on the jungle in the first phase. That's something that RQ really like to rely on, and it seems like they're going to rely on Subsidiary again.
We'll see if he can pull it off. Again, the Kingdom up against the hometown villains. We jump into the land of Dawn. It's game number one, fighting to stay in that upper bracket. As we get through this, once again, we're going to take a look at how this is going to work. Whoa, Zorn.
Forced to flicker.
Early. Yeah, that's so early. I mean, not expecting him to take that many shots from the turret early on. He's going to have to go and reset from that, of course. Whoa, hold on. Zorn, you want to get back to base, man. Okay. He's going to learn his lesson here, unless Idok.
Wow.
Really delaying this, man.
You know what's not delayed, though? That's the M6 pass.
Yeah,
You guys
M6
can
pass.
still get to this day. Maybe if you get it today, it's a bit delayed, but you guys can still get it. There's so many more skins you can get. Purifier Rins! Able to lock them up. Move the flicker forward. Gets first blood. Warlord, though, should be traded down, and it's Idok who trades it for RRQ.
Again, good trade here early on, and yes, make sure you guys get the pass while you can. Level 75 for free. Now, looking at this, I really want to talk about the interesting draft that came through. I know you called a couple things here, Mirko, specifically for RQ Hoshi. You know them very well, but that's the thing, you know, that last pick, Ling, typically, what have we seen mostly? Just, is it always the Ling-Angela combo?
Yep.
For the most part, but this time around, you know, you've got the fact that you have Idok on this Ruby who, like Trex mentioned, worked out really good for them earlier on when they played it into the Cho. It's a great disruptor. and able to just be enough crowd control alone in the Ruby that can slow things down or even cause these fights to not go in favor just because of that disruption.
Yeah, exactly. I think, when it comes to the Angela Ling, it makes it way more one-dimensional, right? You know who the real damage dealer is. It really becomes a kind of hyper-carry situation with the Ling. But what RQ really likes to do in the regular season all the way to the playoffs is the fact that they can play for many carries. They can play for Rins, they can also play for, obviously, the Ling, and they still have Skylar, who becomes the backup in the later stage of the game on the Granger, or whatever pick he gets. This time it is, indeed, the Granger. And for RQ, the neutral objective isn't really the main win condition. They can give it away. They can just farm up, wait for Susujin to get to their item power spikes, and the fact that Vamos isn't going for the neutral objective means that right now RQ are actually playing it really chill. Vamos need to get that early lead to shut down whatever RQ is planning.
All right, now, too, a little bit of poking happening here for this first turtle. It's going to be started up. There's the jump in, though.
AOG from Dyron over to Chibi. Sutsujin popping attempts to blade, and Chibi wins it. Severed soul already. Sutsujin picks up the kill. Rins picks him up. 2 Warlord to be caught on the bad spot. Edog walking forward, forcing Crimson Beacon defensively. And RQ will still continue the chase in the bottom lane. Sword very low. Dyron almost getting it. Sutsujin wants to get this assassination, but will just choose to go for the camps in the jungle.
Very disciplined, I'd say. They get a couple kills. Yeah, you exactly called that out. You give up some of that objective, but you get the kills and you kind of build up on this. Again, it's the small wins that build up that gold lead that we see often. And, we also just took a look at Kelra's Granger previously. If you caught that matchup against Fnatic Onyx versus SRG, Skylar, same thing. The Granger in the gold lane, it could have been flex. We have seen it flex in the jungle a couple times, but in the gold lane is where I feel like it can really shine, depending on the matchup, depending on how the rest of the game goes, and the set potential, too, with your roamers. Okay, Zorn taking a couple shots again. He's going to get dragged around here, but he should be fine to get away unless they actually decide to go. So Unbreakable is going to be charged up by Dyron, but still, it's RQ Hoshi taking their time, slowing things down. Honestly, if we look at the Swiss stage, that's where teams had a falter. It was when they got a little overzealous or they weren't disciplined enough. I mean, we even saw the preview of that in just the match with RSG before with CFU Gaming. The discipline is so important for these teams to have success throughout the M6.
It really is. I think right now it's all about control in the early game too, right? We've seen that most teams who have to control in the early game just snowball out of control. Edog, great G Kundo on the way to Dragon. Off-centered a bit. Chibi going to be able to lock him down. Edog still able to get the Donut Wolf King in. Nets very low. Wow. I'm surprised Edog got away from that.
The sliver of health, man, just barely escaping. And we've seen this before, he didn't even have the flicker available. He's going to get it now, so surprised that, that kill wasn't capitalized on. Turtle's going to be up here, though. Could be the choice of Team Vamos to get in position, set things up to get their favor. You can already see it happen here, too. Even with that, that Way of the Dragon isn't available just yet, so maybe when Zorn does have that, they might try to make a play for this and try to get the 2 out of 2 for the Turtles. But right now, it's just kind of zoned out by RQ. Warlord given the information, and Zorn is just around the corner. Smooth, too, might look for his own window to go in.
Way the Dragon over to Edok. That's going to be the knock-up from Warlord. Chibi walks up, gets stunned up. Chibi still wins out the retreat battle. They're trying to run away, but Skylar guns him down. Tempest ablaze from Sutsujin. That's Nada over to Zorn, but he's still able to escape. Smooth in that bush, looking for more.
Oh, Smooth. He's going 1 versus 3-4 here. He does get away, though. Just barely, again, utilizing the ultimate to get out of that dodge system, because I'm telling you, man, it's not looking good for the team fight potential when Team Vamos doesn't have the tools in the right place. They've got all the tools they need, but the timing of it is not in their favor. Tyrant goes in with the Unbreakable. They're going to pull him in. They know he can't escape this time as Smooth goes down.
Good pickoff from RQ Hoshi. The only thing that helped Sky Piercer early. Is that his first item? That's Skylar's second item, ladies and gentlemen. Very confident on the Granger. Second item, Sky Piercer knows that he'll probably get most of the kills, and so far he's gotten 2 out of the 5 kills for RQ. Edok opening up things again for the team. The only thing that hasn't gone RQ's way are the red trees.
Yeah, they haven't. I mean, they can just duke things out. They can just battle. They can just go and fight if they want to. Again, the fact that they have a Ling on their side. Later on, they can put pressure around the map, but I think it's just one of those cases where we've seen this from teams before, where you give up, maybe you don't secure yourself those first couple turtles, but that first Lord is where this lead, even as small as it is 1.3k ahead, you have that minor upper hand, and then you just go in with the team fighting power that the lineup brings you. So it's up to Team Vamos to kind of catch up here. They've got their first items locked in. I mean, even here for Chibi, you know, he's had pretty a rough start on the Suyo, but he's at least kind of building up, getting to where he needs to be, because he's going to have to be the one to kind of bob and weave in and out of these fights and rely on Smooth and maybe even Zorn, and to an extent Warlord, depending on what ultimate Warlord is going to take from RQ Hoshi. And there's a couple good options over here to actually go ahead and copy with that Valentina. So this last turtle comes up. See if Team Vamos can actually secure the 3 for 3. As RQ once again gets in position. Both junglers kind of just staying on that bottom side, clearing that out. And they'll rely on the roamers to start things up here. Smooth up on the front side.
Purify baited out.
Zorn
goes over to Kundo. Will be caught on the back spot with the Dragon, but it's only on towards Tyrant, who has revitalized. So one of the back line, Enoch gets in. 3-man don't run Wolf King. Nets goes over to Zaman Force. Now Skylar trying to cut away. Skylar able to flicker up to safety, but Smooth goes in and finds the Raging Sandstorm. Sutsujin in the midst of it all. Tempest ablaze, running away. Nets trying to get the last synchro vision. Tyrant getting slashed down, looking for the play, but Warlord claims the kill. And Team Vamos, they should be able to go 3 for 3 on the neutral objective.
Uno, dos, tres, vamos, vamos, vamos. They get 3 kills, they get 3 turtles. They win that fight. All in exchange for nothing there for RQ Hoshi. So great switch of momentum. You know, just when you thought maybe they have the advantage with actually fighting, they had a minor lead, they had a couple items on both crucial heroes and lanes here, but it's Team Vamos that comes out with the better fight. Again, it all comes down to what angle does Smooth and Zorn set things up for the team, and that's exactly what they have to do. It was nice too because Warlord, he was very patient on when he actually initiated into the fight with the beacon that he took from Rins. So great usage of just the timings and the ultimates here for Team Vamos. Now it's up to RQ to go ahead and kind of adjust from that. They did lose all 3 turtles. They're not too far behind though. They actually can still contest for that Lord when it does come up in about a minute from this point. So now the question is, does RQ focus somewhere else? Do they actually go ahead and try to get some of the pressure down if that's the tier 1s, start knocking in the mid lane or the bottom lane, or maybe go for a pickoff? The problem is, who do you pick off from here? Who are you actually going to be able to zone in and take out from Team Vamos before the Lord take?
I think at this point, you really can't look for the pickoffs here for RQ, right? They have the Ruby, but I don't know about the instant damage, the instant one-shot here. I don't think they have the instant kill button just yet, right? I don't think Skylar's built enough to actually one-shot some people. So for RQ, it's really just team fight based right now. They have to wait for the team fights. They have to wait for a big combo to land, whether it's from Dyron, Edoc, and for sure, they need the purple buff on Sutsujin.
There's a kick.
Wait, the Dragon. Raging Sandstorm. Over only to Tyrant, though. Sutsujin trying to go in. That's a stun as well. Tempest Blades from Sutsujin. Going for the Vine Blades as well. Now Edoc terrified in. Good disengage for Team Vamos. They really want to contest this purple buff, but RQ Hoshi will be able to secure the purple buff.
That's just a whole lot, man. I mean, if you think about it, Team Vamos utilizing a lot in that fight where a lot looked like it was happening, but then nothing actually capitalized off it. So ultimately you go, now stall things out. You wait for some of those ultimates to come back up. They've got nearly all the battle smells except for Smooth. He doesn't have his. 2 items also being picked up here on both sides. Even defensively now for Edoc, you know, he's got the Antique Harass now available. Skylar just got the BOD, and Smooth just picked up his next item too. So leading into this is going to be an all-out team fight, man. This is what you expect for the first Lord to break out, with Team Vamos having a little bit of lead, but so far showing that their team fighting is going to be a little bit more troublesome for RQ Hoshi to deal with. Lord started up. It's less than half health. They're going to have to force the fight. Sutsujin joining the fight here.
Zorn taken out before the fight even starts. AOG stolen. Warlord goes in over to Enoch. Let's flick around. AOG Raging Sandstorm connecting over to the other Tyrant. GB going to win out the red tree battle. Tempest Blaze over to Smooth. That's a knockup and the kill. Sutsujin picking it up. Skylar gunning them down slowly but surely. GB escaping, and they got the Lord. So who won that trade? 2 for 1 special. GB.
GB in trouble? Is he going to be able to escape? Taking a couple shots from the Rhapsody, looking to clean up. Skylar, does he have enough rage to goes in? Flickers in! And Skylar will get the kill.
The Rhapsody from Skylar gets the kill on RQ. Surely now get the dub in that trade. 3 kills for the Lord. And this Lord advantage is impossible for Vamos to capitalize on. It'll be RQ who should be able to clear it for free.
I'm actually surprised. I was expecting
there's
Team
a tier
Vamos.
2.
Yeah, there's a tier 2. I was expecting Team Vamos to actually just like survive a little bit longer from that, but then, you know, great response from RQ Hoshi. So ultimately they at least hold on to the majority. It could have been way worse for RQ Hoshi, but you can see this taking a look at the items too. You're still playing some catch up with Nets, still working on that Holy Crystal. He's about 1,500 down in gold. And so that could play a part in this. So the fight for the orange buff right now. They're going to get control of it once again, and still it's RQ Hoshi. They whittled down that gold lead as small it was. Oh, Chibi.
It's 1v1. Seven's a blade. Chibi saved it. Sujin gets the solo kill assassination against 3 members that were corralling over.
That's finesse, man. You know, Chibi's been having a difficult time. Is an understatement right now. 0-4, and now they're going to be holding on to the mid lane. But this is the pressure from RQ now as they go and take the tier 2 in the mid, knowing that the jungler Team Vamos is down and out of the picture. Finally, Nets getting the Holy Crystal, so that's going to help some of the power spike now for this Harith. But still, the question is, how are they going to actually get favorable team fights when you jungler is lost in a 1v1, and it's still the same thing? You know, there's still the same thing they have to rely on, which is Smooth and Zorn. But even Zorn, he's having a little difficulty. This is all the reason why when that Ruby pick came up, you can see how difficult it is to actually get those pickoffs now with the Cho. And so far, another turret goes down. The gold lead grows. Here's a conceal, though. They're going to make a play.
Dyron caught all alone. Way of the dragon, and you can see the burst. Instant kill.
Couldn't even jump.
Nope. No AOG. Purple buff.
Purple buff to fight for it.
Oh, Sujin still securing it.
Just kind of swoops on in. Of course, gets Rechi. He needs this, though. And he's been pretty confident throughout the game, so that'll keep them there. But still, this is what we expect. You know, some of these exchanges, some of these pickoffs, if you will, even utilizing the conceal. But nonetheless, it's still going to break out into a full fight for that Lord once Dyron's up. You know, he doesn't have the Revitalize just yet. Should kind of stall things out. Warlord still holding on to the beacon. And we'll see this time around, Team Vamos, if they can secure the Lord again. They've been doing good on the objectives, but they need to be able to actually withstand some of that overloaded damage being thrown at them and get the setup in their favor. Because right now, Lord is up. You can already see RQ getting in position. Might force a fight. They know Sujin was up top.
Wave the dragon. Oh, that's an I'm offended. Skylar's able to flicker out to safety now. It's going to be time to blaze over the Nets. He should be slain. Sujin claiming the 2 blades. Meanwhile, on the back, Skylar dealing with them. Chibi still there. Warlord gets the shutdown on Sujin. It'll be a 3-4-1. RQ Hoshi will set their sights on their first neutral objective.
They're going to go ahead and just start it up. You know, who cares if our jungler is down? We'll secure this if we can, but look what's happening. Team Vamos, they know what's up. Chibi might try to get, but he's going to get zoned out. Tyron and Ito. They're going to grab him.
Versus Chibi. Revitalize versus Chibi. Skylar gets the Lord. No way they read this out.
Warlord. He's got to go back.
Okay. He gets out.
He's patient.
Warlord. He has the Crimson Beacon. That's a Purify over from Rins. Warlord goes and escapes with the Crimson Beacon.
That's War. I mean, he gets the Purify out, you know, at least. So good, but good patience there and really able to go ahead and stay disciplined through it. But yeah, nonetheless, Lord taken. So now RQ. We saw just how decisive the team fights are. Even when you think Team Vamos would be okay to fight, they just get collapsed on. And then next thing you know, 2-3 members are already down. So playing into this, Susujin also picking up the Malefic Roar now before this push in. You can still see both junglers. They might go in a 1v1 again, trying to maintain that wave in the bottom lane while the Lord meets up in the mid, charges on in, into the base turret. Edok.
Just with the I'm offended. Oh, forcing the defensive raging Sandstorm. Sujin. Top of the blaze over the Nets. Good Purify out. Sujin zoning them in the back as Skylar just guns them down. Chibi jumps in. Zorn, way the dragon over to Dyron. Only the tank now caught as well. Dyron pops into the AOG, but it's not going to be in time. Deleted off of the Land of Dawn. 2 base turrets though for RRQ, and they'll be happy with it.
That's all they're going to get. Again, a lot of this back and forth, even utilizing the ultimates to set things up, but ultimately Team Vamos is not able to get a team fight in their favor just yet. Maybe if they buy a little more time, another few minutes, you can see the Divine Glaive just being picked up here too by Warlord. But even with that, RQ Hoshi staying disciplined as ever. They'll get the 2 base turrets. They still have that 1 to get down on the bottom lane. Now for Team Vamos, as they reset, they get kind of recalibrated here. They might look to make a conceal play again. It seems like that's been the trend for them. You know, if they have a conceal available, then they might try to set things up, at least forcing out maybe a Revitalize or a Purify to have favor for the next objective. See Halbert also locked in here now too to deal with some of that healing that's going on when that Revitalize is popped and everything else. So interestingly enough, as it has been for RRQ Hoshi to get these wins in the team fights, they're not massively ahead, and Team Vamos has done a decent job at keeping things from getting out of control. We've seen so many matches where the snowball builds up into, you know, a point where there's no return almost. But now Team Vamos in a position where they bought themselves some time. They have a lot of space that they still need to work against, you know, especially in terms of the fact that 2 base turrets are down. But this is where we see those defensive items start to come into play too. Rose Gold Meteor now picked up by Skyler here to help with some of that magic damage thrown at him.
You can see Sutsujin just trying to delay as long as possible here for the purple buff take. He wants to have it when they fight for the Lord, so he's just waiting for a few more seconds before he gets it. Lord is coming down to, what is that, 10 seconds? Yeah, 10 seconds now, and that's when Sutsujin decides to actually go for it. So he'll have the purple buff for quite a while now. They actually pop in. Whoa, Tyron caught all alone. That's not a good move. He gets picked off. Edok goes in for the conceal. They try to go for something back there without Tyron. 38 seconds. Those are some long timers. Thorn pull back as well, but I'm offended. Another pull back. Storm very low. Sky Piercer to take him down. Sutsujin stunned up. Tempest Ablaze still able to run away, dodging away from it. Raging Sandstorm with the flicker. Oh, Sutsujin bites the immortality. Now Net's walking up. Synchro Vision. Last base gonna take him down. Warlord goes in. That's a stun and a shutdown for Chibi. Only Rins left standing. Edok will be slain. That's a 4-for-2 trade.
And there's a win that Team Vamos needed in the team fight. They made it happen. First, they crashed down on Dyron. They felt good, but then Zorn gets taken down too, but they fight the fight. And Team Vamos now in a position to secure this Lord. Maybe they can use this to utilize to march into the base of RRQ. Again, they still have multiple turrets to work against, and managing the waves pushing in. That's a Lord secured for Team Vamos. That's exactly what they needed in that team fight. Now, can this be enough to start getting in those base turrets from RRQ Hoshi? Knocking on the kingdom walls here is what they have to do with this.
Let's take a look at the instant replay to see exactly what happened. Dyron was down. RRQ Hoshi, did they force the fight from Team Vamos? They went on to Zorn, they got the Sky Piercer, but I think they stayed way too long. That was a phenomenal catch from Chibi, getting the stun, and then obviously the pull from Smooth, the Raging Sandstorm. It was a great immortality buy for Sutsujin, but then Warlord just jumps in and everybody collapsed together.
Yeah, that was about as smooth as a setup that you can get with a Khalid like that from Smooth. And so with this Lord still in the mid lane, pushing in, you can see some of the cutting going on from Sutsujin down on the bottom. They're going to rely on that 4-man defense for now while they try to manage that push in the bottom side. Team Vamos says they get prepped up and ready. Lord's going to go in.
Zorn taunted up. Not a kite. Oh, Edok gets it. I'm offended. Over to a lot of members. Chibi with the soul severed. Sutsujin recalling back to base. Jumps into the midst of it all. Now Terrence Blaze finding the kill. AOG to the back as well. Sutsujin getting the pick in the back line. That's a winner crown for Warlord. Chibi jumps in as well. That's even a mortality. Chibi claims the killing spree. He's running for his life. There's a minion wave up top. But RRQ Hoshi wants to continue the chase. Diamond trying to find Smooth. He will be able to spot Smooth, and Smooth decides to actually sacrifice himself over. Pinning out the flicker from Skyler too.
Wow.
Dyron will have to buy enough time. Will have to try to stop the recall from Smooth.
And Smooth is just gonna roll on out, man.
It's Smooth.
It's Smooth with it. He's gonna get back to base, and Chibi trying to just delay this push from the minion wave.
Immortality almost popped in. He don't want that was a prediction onto the dash. Chibi low. Last shot. Rins is going for the kill. Chibi shut down by Skyler. Smooth, the only left member standing, goes to the Raging Sandstorm. Rins is able to space away, and Skyler gets the double. Nets and Zorn respawning back in the game.
They bought enough time for them. They should just clear this wave, but talk about effort from Smooth and Chibi to stay in the game 20+ minutes in. Great chance for them. They can still stay together. You know, they're, what, half a minute away from being up here. So is the Lord. So Team Vamos, based off that, will stay in the game as RRQ Hoshi gets ready to go for the next objective here. They still want that bottom turret.
Mounting in another siege. Dyron going to the bottom lane. That's the immortality buy from Skyler. He goes over the gun down as well. Great. AOG over the Nets. He has to Purify. Warlord gun down, taken out by Dyron. Purify from Nets. He's going in for some damage. Skyler will be able to space away in time. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Zorn caught by the Tempest Ablaze. He will be taken out. RRQ Hoshi with a wipeout and a game 1 win.
Great effort from Team Vamos, but it will not be enough to withstand the march in from the Kingdom. RQ Hoshi takes the game at 21-12. Very disciplined performance from RQ Hoshi to keep things together, but almost for Team Vamos. We'll see if they can adjust from that. But the panel, I'm sure you guys have a lot to say about this game number 1.
Thank you very much, Naisu, as well as Mirko. And that was the game. That was a lot of back and forth. Like, a lot can be said.
It was close.
Like, that game was so tough for Dyron.
I know.
It's always him.
It doesn't reflect in terms of like his death necessarily,
Yeah, exactly.
but like, you know, that he's like took 90% of the way of the dragons from Soin.
And Chibi, I mean, it was both teams just targeting one person. Chibi was consecutively getting targeted in the early game, and then Vamos tried to get the revenge by bullying Dyron.
Yeah.
But in the end, RQ comes out on top.
And we were talking about how the Ruby kind of shuts down the draft of Vamos. Kind of did. I kind of feel like the reason why you kick Dyron because you don't have any other choice if you want to kick game here, where out of all the picks from RQ Hoshi, honestly, the Ruby is the one to look out for because it does look like it's not a hero that counters the hero. It's a hero that counters the playstyle, playstyle of Vamos.
Ooh.
So Vamos needs a hero that can counter the playstyle of
Exactly.
RQ. Like they did to BTK.
They need some kind of dive. They need to somehow get Skylar and Sitsujin.
It was there, definitely. But I don't think they necessarily ban it out entirely.
No,
like
I think the Ling was beatable. I think the Ruby destroyed them.
Yeah.
And then they picked the Harith and stuff into it as well.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm a strong believer that if Chibi didn't die 4 times in the early game,
I agree.
they could have won that game. Because even when he did finally come online, it was too late. The rest of the team wasn't tanky enough. If they were all at a point, you know, Sujin would have been able to just clean house at the end there. Like, it was just, it didn't work out in their favor. They need to be able to control early game at least.
I agree. I talked with my dad before when I was about to play the game. And it's like, Dad.
I don't know what that's like.
Dad, like, how do I get better in the game? And then he's just like, just don't die.
Sounds nice.
And then I'm like, you know what? You're right. I started dying less and I started doing better in the game.
Oh.
That knowledge.
I should ask other people too.
What did Dad say about MLBB?
Fight for the
Yeah.
ultimate
All right,
answer.
first pick on the side of RQ here. Suyo open.
Oh wait, the Jushin Eve also is
Eve,
still
Suyo.
open.
This time Vamos looking to go for some trades here. Joe also still open. I think RQ
Yeah, but
though,
you gotta be careful, you know. The Joe is good, but you gotta be careful.
For the BK, watch out for the Ruby.
So they go for the Jushin.
I think you still take the Suyo if you're Vamos here. Like you keep it simple.
Like almost the same draft.
Unless they want to do a big switch and go for the utility.
Maybe
Boy's also open.
Maybe pick up the EXP first, like a prio for Smooth, because that's also
Like a smooth hero or a flex hero.
Maybe like something you can flex into the
like the Gatot.
Like the Gatot.
Gatot or Hylos, you know?
Yeah.
Gatot, Hylos.
Yeah.
Both would be solid here, and maybe just take
The Immortal One chose me
Well,
to
just
think
use
of
a pick.
playing
honestly,
this
it feels like Warlord would rather really play the Valentina over the
I agree.
even up against the Jushin. So
I mean, to be fair, he was able to survive against the Jushin. It was just wasn't enough. Yep, they pick up the Gatot. So a little bit of flex here. Can be Zoran's hero, can be Smooth's hero.
okay. So will RRQ Hoshi? They have the tendency to pick. Never mind.
Boy, Hylo.
This is
Is
so
that a carry?
quick.
That's a valid. But this means that the carry might get banned out because this is their way of playing against the Hylos, right? Oh wait,
Yeah, Joy's already in.
Yes.
So
you should consider Moskov as well.
for gold lane.
Like banning out from like RQ bans it out from Vamos.
So Carry and Moskov.
Thing is, you don't want to ban too much on RQ side because if Vamos goes first pick, you're not left with much,
True.
right? We could definitely see. We could see the 1-1 pick from RQ here. If they ban Aerithil, if they go for the Aerithil ban, I think we definitely see a 1-1 pickup. Vamos might try to play the cheeky play and steal it away from them on first slot since they're going to be on the gun. So
Yeah.
definitely going to be some. I think both teams are maybe looking for counterplay in gold lane here.
And it's interesting to see that the Cho, it's actually still open for both of these teams. And now they take out the Ruby, so they might be thinking of getting that for themselves again.
Shortcuts in life.
Not unless, because as of now, RQ, it seems like they're letting it through.
So now it's all about the roamers here. both teams just looking at each other's roamers and be like, what do you think that guy wants to use?
Unless they're both going to put unless they have already picked
Tigreal?
their roamers.
If Vamos picks up a Tigreal, it's kind of good to go up against the Joy.
Oh, yeah.
Also can work okay against what Vamos has. I mean, the Tig's just been good all over the board. Like, it's surprising how late it got popularized because every time it's been picked, I'm pretty sure its win rate is pretty decent right now at this point. It's just, I mean, because when it comes down to those lords, those objectives, it has been the answer to so much of this fighter meta, this fighter jungle meta.
The youth your suffering.
Nice.
Okay.
Respecting
No
Skylar.
more Ranger. So will RRQ ban out at least one of Net's potential gold lanes though? Or do they really want to focus on the Soren here?
I think Skylar wants to fight it. I feel like Skylar would be like, let him okay, that's an interesting ban, by the way. Let him have the carry. I'll just beat him up with my Irithel.
Yeah.
Almost has to save their gold lane for last here.
Yeah,
like,
don't get
because if they don't pick up the Aerithel and the 1-1 gets picked up, they're smoked.
Yep.
So I think they have to save gold lane for last here to look for some counterplay. So it means EXP lane or roam.
Yeah, it's.
I like the Tig. I think, you said the Tig. I think it's a solid pick here. Nice front liner, gives space, creates more crowd control, and gives Chibi some time to lock down on someone. And it's a lot easier to hit than the Way of the Dragon, right? It's a bit more of a straightforward plan.
Though they also have the Valentina, so
hey, better.
Ever
Jawhead
get picked up by
more
RRQ.
damage.
More damage. Nice early game, what they lacked last time.
Yeah, so they just go for the full-out aggressive plays, and the 1-1 shows up for RRQ here.
So this should be an Irithel then.
Has to be there.
Has
so.
to be.
It better be.
Not unless.
Or else we're sending that over there.
I mean, I don't think we'll be seeing the Clint even, or like other range the Grangers even out, so hopefully we see the Irithel, but for...
Matilda's open right now, is it?
Wait, yeah, it is. They still go for the Chozo.
Now that Ruby's not there, now Edoc's time to show what my Way of the Dragon can do.
Edoc's Way of the Dragon is mean. It's mean. That's the least I can say. It is dangerous. And this is the combo. Now, they don't have the Suyo this time, but the 1-1 Cho combo is like the RRQ combo right now. They've won so many games with it throughout, or what, I think three times they picked both of them together. So this is something that they're comfortable with. This is something that they look for. It's a scary combo. And the Cho does well against the Aerithel, even when, like, I don't know, because Aerithel doesn't have crazy range, it can catch it.
Carry
instead.
I mean, like, again, this is just about comfort, so I feel like this is just Vamos style. We understand what the draft is, but we know our heroes better than the opponent knows the hero. So this is just trusting in yourself. Thank you very much, Brigida, as well as Strikes. Gentlemen, you did well. Now passing on to the ladies, Mirko as well as Naisu.
Panel, you guys did an amazing job breaking down the draft. Thank you very much. Again, it's me, Naisu, and Mirko on the desk to bring you this matchup. Now it's match point for RRQ Hoshi here against Team Vamos. We'll see if they can bring it to a game. At 3, it's been sweeps all around today so far. Mirko, I know you went through the draft. How are you feeling about it?
I like it.
You like it?
I love the high-lows, the joy. I mean, it's just a mobile lineup, man.
Yeah.
For Vamos, they really need to start to lock people down from RRQ Hoshi if they want to get the shutdown or even the shreds from the carry, the Suyo, the executes. RRQ have so many ways to just escape.
They do. We'll see if there's enough shredding to happen here from Team Vamos. Once again, we jump into the Land of Dawn. Best of 3, match point. We're going to wait a little bit, and we'll break it down a little bit more. And again, kind of talking about the draft here, following up on what the panel said. You know, the fact that you have the Suyo again in the hand of Chibi here, I have to agree with what Trek said earlier. You know, in the draft, it was like, if he didn't get shut down so hard in the early game, then maybe they would have had a better time transitioning through, you know, that early to mid to late game. So I would love to see it if this time around Team Vamos, not that that's just on Chibi, but like the team. You know, they took some pretty risky decisions early on in the previous game, and hopefully this time they have the lineup that allows them to go ahead and allow Chibi to have a better time in the jungle to rotate, because we know what's across from him. I mean, we've seen this Joy wreak havoc, man, just so far through even the Swiss stage alone.
Yeah. I think Chibi getting now more setup, I would say, right, with the Gata Gacha, the honestly the Jawhead too. It should give him way more prio to play with around the neutral objectives. It's just REWATCH have so many ways to actually poke out Dyron. Actually, by the way, guys, you guys can't see this, but we can. It's a vengeance choice for Dyron. It is not the revitalize for the horse. So he knows that he's going to be opening up most of the times. And the biggest issue for the Hylos when you are up against a Jawhead is the fact that when you get pulled back, even with the revitalize, doesn't matter because your physical defense gets shredded down so much by the ejector, and then anyone can just one-shot you. So with the vengeance, it's a way to deal with the carry, at least for the duration of the vengeance. A little bit longer. And usually that should be enough to actually get nets low or for him to stop basic attacking entirely to give REWATCH, Skylar on the 1-1, maybe crossbow tank, or even Sutsujin to get that electrifying beats.
That happened to last game too. You know, last game Dyron on the Gatakacha was just like he was tossed around, man. Let's be honest. Like he was and you know, so he was the sacrifice, and it's nearly the same here, obviously, for Dyron this time around too, where you know, like you mentioned, not only with vengeance, but part of his usage of the glorious pathway is literally just to go ahead and make it a little bit harder for nets to move around. And then hopefully they can crash down on it, but. Still, they have a lot of tools, and I think that's part of it too, is Edok has this Cho, man, and we've seen what he can do previously throughout the tournament. This is still a solid pick because of the mere fact that, you don't have a Ruby to worry about to kind of disrupt, you know, everything that you're looking to do here on that Cho pick. So I would say for Team Vamos, though, looking at how they can bring it to a Game 3, really they just have to correct the mistakes they made in the early game. And you know, they showed good fighting. There was glimpses of it, I would say, where they had these team fights in their favor. Remember, even despite Chibi being down in the early game and dying early on, he still locked in the turtles.
Exactly.
You know, objectively, like they were still locked in. They were able to go ahead and secure those objectives, even down to some of the lords later on. But it's mostly just cleaning that up. If they really want to go against a team like REWATCH and, you know, rally behind them and get to a Game 3, that's what they have to do. They have to fix those mistakes. And honestly, when you look at the lineup, the biggest glaring mistake or overstep that this lineup could have is honestly with a Jawhead. Like, we have actually seen this a couple times now that it's picked up, where you kind of go in with the unstoppable force, and maybe you're separated too far from your team, or you get carried to places you don't exactly want to go. And it could be very easy for Zorn to outposition himself, because of himself. You know what I mean? So I think as long as that's contained, specifically for this matchup, then Team Vamos' lineup does give them a great fighting chance against REWATCH here.
They just have to be very careful, right, in a lot of these skirmishes. And I agree with you. You know, for REWATCH, I think it's this composition. It's... Oh, okay. So I believe we're going to have a bit of a remake.
We might,
We might.
Not sure.
A bit of a remake.
Not sure of the extent of what we'll have, but
have to see. But I guess we can keep on talking about the compositions. I don't know if if it'll change. I'm not sure. We're still waiting, ladies and gentlemen, so please do be patient with us. Fair play is our #1 priority, so we will troubleshoot this issue ASAP. Wonder what the issue is, but
I wonder if maybe it's the vengeance.
Maybe.
No, you know, we don't know yet, so we are going to wait to hear word on that. But yeah, I mean, the
I do
lineup
think the
there,
vengeance is a good choice.
It is a good choice.
It's a better choice, I would say. I think this kind of composition that wants to shred you down.
It makes sense. But I think, you know, it'll be interesting to see if we do end up with obviously the same compositions for both sides. But nonetheless, I think that's still the main thing that Team Vamos has to adjust from. You know, they made some glaring issues in the beginning of the game, and even when they had some momentum in their favor, they still weren't able to have all the right, you know, moments they were looking for. And, you know, even so, like Smooth and Zorn both did still a pretty good job at adjusting when they needed to throughout that game. And I think this time around, it's, again, you don't want to just get specifically a jungle gap. Like, you don't want to fall behind too much there. And then nets, like the fact that he has a carry, should be able to shred, you know, that front line pretty well. So I did get word. I think we're going to have a quick video for you guys to go ahead and check out while we settle things out. So let's go ahead and take a look at this video.
It's been 6 years of M-Series history, and years of data have given us a few interesting findings. None of the M-Series World Champions have won MSC in the same year. This means that in 7 years, no one has ever achieved the Golden Road.
Onyx, thank you for showing us greatness in your M5 journey.
Will history be rewritten this year?
Your new champions of the mid-season, our first ever back-to-back champions in MPL Malaysia.
Did you know that only EVOS Legends had a smooth M-Series run in M1? Every other world champion has dropped to the lower bracket.
Blacklist International moving on through the lower bracket, the longest crawl an upper bracket team could ever make.
This is the journey for the M4 Echo.
As soon as AP Ben dropped down to the lower brackets, we saw possible turnarounds looking to rise up.
Will the trend of the lower bracket run continue? Speaking of legacy, this M6 will be a clash where past world champions won't be participating. What do you think this M6 will bring? Will a world champion rise from these new representatives to be greater than ever? What do you find interesting about the M series? From M1 to M5. What are the memorable moments you remember? There's the outrageous, the iconic. Then there's also the provocative, where things get a little heated. There's also the sentimental, stories of friends turned rivals. Bonds that stand through competition and victory. Then there are the heartbreaking moments, when giving it your all isn't enough. From the absurd...
So, dia je lah 5-5. Gear.
Can you explain to us why gear?
He said that Gear is such a good player and he's a real playmaker for his team. That's what he said.
I think we are very, very excited.
To the unscripted.
You better take that jacket! I swear to God! Hungry to be champion.
And I gotta say, I kind of feel like the KDA goal per minute, that game with the Granger, again, even though they lost, I kind of feel like he got a lot of stats on that game.
Yeah.
But this speaks so much to Chibi though, right? Because even when they were losing, he was getting all the turtles in game 1. He was able to pull through. And it just speaks so much to his playstyle of like objective base, looking for those neutrals.
Yeah, I mean, on the Suyo, it kind of amplifies your capabilities to really contest the objectives, right? I mean, the Soul Siver, having that, and at least a decent early game, which allows you to not be that much behind in terms of levels up against your the opponent jungler. So, honestly, Team Vamos, they've played a very similar draft for 2 games in a row, and I don't know if RRQ would want to allow that to happen once again for the 3rd game. I feel like that's one of the questions we're leaving to SQ here.
One other thing. If it's hard to go against Zorn, stop Smooth, man. Smooth had a 0-0 in 12 game on that Gatot.
But do we think the real person to stop? Because when in game 1, Chibi was the one who really got shut down.
Yep.
And I think depending on what jungler Chibi gets, RQ needs to get something that can really target down.
I feel like that's the idea because, like I said, talking to players, they say that Joy is the counter to Suyo, but that didn't happen, you know.
Well,
because
Jawhead, such a good
the Jawhead,
answer.
yeah, exactly.
Such a good answer, and because the electrifying beats is literally a I'm going to run around in circles on you, and Jawhead denies that completely, right?
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
So counter to counter.
Counter the counter.
So similar bans still for both teams.
RQ does take red side.
So half of their win condition in the draft
is red side.
is already executed. Hilda gets banned out, so Vamos wants that Suyo again.
Will they let it through? If this is the 3rd game in the row, if ever it does happen. RQ doesn't ban it out. There's a Jushin still, but if they still want to get their hands
Hey.
on that too, they can just let it.
It seems like a lot of teams are letting through the major. Like the Jushin and the Eve that was banned so much in the beginning, a lot of teams are like, no, we're not even banning
Yeah,
this
they're not.
anymore.
Vamos doesn't even pick it up. So even if you let it go, the chances of them picking up Jushin is super low.
Oh,
but they ban it anyways.
It's a throwaway, man.
What?
It's a throw.
You know the Suyo is coming.
I mean, they could have been Hylos, but they might want Hylos, right? They could have been Cho, but they might want Cho. And RQ's known for this. They'll give over a pick to get some trades back, right?
What if RQ picks up the Valentina? But then Warlord will pick up the Sicilian. Sicilian Carmilla could come back.
That's
but then you don't know who Sutsujin
junglers,
will
yeah,
be
yeah.
using.
I mean, I think they could lock in the Joy here and be okay with it, right? I mean,
Also,
You mean for RQ?
Even though,
Boy Valentina? Like,
even though they had a little trouble with the last game.
Gatot, yeah. Gatot Eve. So the Valentina is going to get locked in here. And Hylos is not a good matchup against the Eve, but some teams do brute force it.
and I'm not sure if like Smooth wants to play that. Sorn, I have a feeling he doesn't. The Cho's still available for Vamos too, but they
Has lost
to
both
play
games,
it
by the way.
into the,
Cho has lost both games, just to remind you guys.
Yeah, they could just not go Cho. I mean, honestly, RQ could look for something similar that they had in Game 1 and look for that last pick jungle again. Maybe lock in like the Granger here as their third pick, like what they did in Game 1, and keep their draft very open, very flexible. Because they had a lot of advantage in Game 1 when they had that flexible, they had something similar. I don't think it was the Hylos and the, but they go for Skylar on the Wan. So now RQ's falling into comfort.
Yeah, because they see the Hylos, and no matter what hero Zoran picks up, they're very comfortable with this kind of lineup.
So there's a could there be a chance that the blue comes up?
Banned. It has been banned, yeah.
No. It seems like they were able to set this up. Even the Irithel now taken out, although we know for a fact that Nets is really comfortable with a carry for the entire series. There's
But now Vamos can ban Susujin. Although to be fair, Susujin is kind of hard to ban against.
he is though.
Carry's a little tough against one. I know that they had a good game last game with the carry, but honestly, it's if RQ is playing well and pressuring right, it could back.
That's a good ban.
Yeah.
I respect that. Yeah, I respect that.
And that's what we've gotten to in this point. It's like just targets, like just, all right, this is giving us trouble. Does Vamos ban out the Ruby here?
Vamos.
And then go back to picking something up like the Jawhead or something like that, like something that can control mid.
Honestly, that could work well for their last ban. And for RRQ, Nets hero once again.
Something about the Akai.
I mean, Team Spirit used it against them one time, though. It wasn't like
it was one time.
It was one time.
But this is uno, dos, tres, hala vamos.
Or they go for like they could always ban out the Alpha here, ban out the Hayabusa if they really think that RQ is going to go something like a
Hayabusa
jungler.
ban.
Oh, Hayabusa is banned, yeah.
If they respect the Joy.
The Joys and it's really just the Joy, the Alpha, the Nolan.
Yeah.
Oh, but
Matilda.
They ban out the Matilda here, so the Sujin want to go for like another assassin or the Alpha. I mean, they have the Eve.
I think they're still safe. I think they saved jungle for last pick, right?
Yeah, pick up someone tankier here too. I mean, Ruby's open if they want to go that route.
Ruby and Eve, the Ruby Eve combo is also vicious. You hold everyone inside of the RWM as much as possible. Tig also open, like you said.
Oh yeah.
Option.
It's just that you don't want to give Warlord.
Yeah.
Oh, Franco?
Oh wait.
Franco 1-1.
Oh,
okay.
This is a skill pick. Yeah, it's an answer.
It's a skill pick. I mean, Franco's always an answer. It's always a possibility. It's a high risk, high reward, right?
Dude, the Valentina will get the bloody hunt for themselves too.
True.
So.
Does the Valentina want to get that close though?
That's.
I mean, it's decent like peel. It's decent like if you're coming at me, but
I mean,
Implosion's worth it.
You could.
Bloody Hunt is a little risky.
If you can get it on the 1-1.
Yeah, then you're.
Yeah, that helps a lot.
Although Gato can kind of stop that. Yeah. Like he can taunt you out of it. So Vamos, the last pick is going to be very crucial here. They pick up the carry and the Jawhead. So whatever worked, pick it up again.
What's the jungler?
Okay.
Last pick jungler.
What's the jungler?
Like, Alpha is still open. They could just round themselves out with something like that.
I want to go crazy, say Granger, but I don't know.
Don't go. Whatever you do, RQ.
I mean, additional CC would work, but the...
Time to drop the beat of the Flash!
They're picking up the beat of the Flash. They're picking up the beat of the Flash.
All right, so yeah, this time we're going to see if Susujin gets to dance to the beat of the Flash. We're going to see how T-Bless works. This is going to be very interesting tracks. Let me just say, if this happens, whatever happens in the last years of the day, I respect you. I respect you.
I respect you too.
So thank you very much, gentlemen, Brigida, as well as Trex. But now we have to give to our cousin, Mirko, as well as Naisu.
Well, today I learned we are
cousins.
Cousins.
We're cousins?
We're all one big family.
I mean, to be fair, biologically. Historically, maybe.
Historically. You know what? Well, going down to this, again, we got a preview of the draft. Here's one last look. It's game 3. This is what we wanted, especially now that we're here in the knockouts. Yeah. You know, it's down to 1 game. It's going to be Team Vamos here, of course, from Malaysia. The hometown villains, like they like to call them, or it's going to be the Kingdom. RQ Hoshi. We've just seen one of the fastest, or the fastest games in game 2 that Team Vamos got a victory off of. This time around, we'll see how this all plays apart. Interesting lineups, you know. I know we had some similar reactions going through the draft as the panel. But yeah, I'm wondering if Susujin's going to have a better time in the jungle this time, because we know how fast Chibi got going. Whoa.
It's a focusing mark on the jawhead. Zorn, an interesting choice to go for. He didn't go for this earlier, right? I think he went for Concussive Blast in the mid lane. Rin's almost just got a solo kill on Warlord. But everything else is quite normal, right? Dyron not opting for the Revitalize again for the Vengeance. But there you go, Susujin winning out the Red Tree battle for the Lethal Wanderer.
This is so interesting. Yeah, it was Concussive Blast previously, and that's usually what you see, but focusing mark, and it's funny because usually there are those iterations of the Franco where like they run the focusing mark too, but obviously most people now take the Concussive Blast. But if Zorn finds any of the targets early on with a focusing mark, it obviously will help with a burst. We already got a preview even of last time how much damage Chibi was doing, so what more if you throw in a little extra damage, you know, to go ahead and play that part. Now, pretty steady thing so far. Nothing too crazy aside from that almost first blood in the mid lane. So this will set things up really well for a first objective, the turtle take. Hooks as well from Edok. Going to play a part in this fight. Chibi's going to jump in.
Ooh, a lot of damage. Over to Rin, Susujin. Walk up as well. Ejector ready though. Electrifying beats from Susujin under the turret. Now a splash of damage from Warlord. He's going to trade back. Diamond rotating in. Oh, that's a hook. A flick around on the Purify. 2 big resources. Smooth from the top lane. Rotates into the mid lane just to get a little bit more room for Warlord to clear it out. Skylar in the bottom lane now. Inspired in the 1v1. Nets has to respect this. Nets actually wants to move forward. It becomes an even trade in the bottom lane.
I feel like this matchup between Nets and Skylar has been one of the most like action-packed, you know, laning like the 1v1s, especially early on. Like they hear, man, everybody's fighting in the mid lane. We want to fight, you know. So that's how that plays out. But this brings us now to the first turtle. RQ is going to go ahead and set things up smooth, dropping down the ultimate.
Good moves from Susujin. Red Tree battle. Chibi again. Real worm inflation. Zorn going to be caught in it. The immobility field. Dyron picks. It's an iron hook. And a bloody hunt from Edok. What a hook. All the way from downtown. That was max range.
That was on point. That's Edok. That's Edok's Franco right there. And, you know, there's not much you can do against that. Now here, Dyron should be fine. He does have the Vengeance, again, this time around with the Gatakancha. So, interesting how that first turtle played out. Of course, it went over to Team Vamos, but they lost the fight. And so for RQ, they build up. There's a Corrosive Scythe now for Skylar. Going to be the first item he locks in and prioritized. Meanwhile, Net's still working on that first one because he did also pick up those level 1 boots. So this goes back to the thing where Edok just plays around the hook. If they can get it set up, then that's great. If not, then you wait for Team Vamos to try to do the same thing, because once that flicker is available from Zorn, he might try to set it up.
You want to know a fun fact, Naisu?
Fun fact.
Throughout the ages of RQ Hoshi rosters, we always have a Franco god in the lineup.
Yeah.
Vin. Obviously Naomi. Nice. And then now we have Edok. Again, I mean, was that a hook? Was that a solo kill? I have no idea. Edok still has the bloody hunt. Skylar still has the crossbow of Tang. So it definitely seems to be a hook, right? There's no way
Yeah,
that would just be picked off randomly.
Yeah,
or maybe over. I don't know.
I mean, he didn't have flicker, but yeah, it had to be a hook. Locked in, man. That was, when you look at it, but that's going to give Skylar this advantage that he was already fighting for and going to get a lot of extra gold now off that gold plating. So, interesting thing for Team Vamos is how do they kind of respond to this because, Prodigy or not with this. Oh, hold on. Bottom lane.
The ejector to bring him back. Wow. Finally, he gets a taste of his own medicine. There you go. That's the pickoff game. And Team Vamos will be able to get a kill over. Rins dodging here for the stun. The real-world manipulation will lock him down, though. But he will still be able to walk away. Chibi, a bit more damage with the arrow there. As Rins pops in the regeneration. And now Vamos with the control over the turtle.
All right, they're going to start it up. Again, they have an advantage with this one. They want to go 2 for 2. Holding it together. Zorn zoning out. They might force something out here.
RWM coming down. Retreat. No, it's Zorn. This time who wins it out. Sutsujin with Jason AOG from Tyrant to take the kill. He tanks up a bit of the shot. Sutsujin's able to escape. Smooth. Running him down. Tyrant with a vengeance. Chasing Zorn down. Ejector ready. Zorn just walks away. And Smooth gets the double. RQ Hoshi just cannot get a turtle.
They can't get a turtle, but they will get some kills. But now Nets finally picking up the turret. Here comes Edok.
That's a bloody hunt. He's all alone for now, but he knows that Nets doesn't have... Oh, point blank iron hook. That's the one you don't expect to miss, but that's the one that Edok misses. Nets gets away.
It's kind of amazing how it works, right? I know all the Franco players know. The point blank ones you don't hit, the far ones you do.
Electrifying beat. Smooth is healing through all the damage. Sutsujin will have to just back away, and Vamos take back the control of the game with this momentum.
Just like that, too. Team Vamos able to go ahead and diminish the gold lead that RQ built up in the early portion of the game. And now it's pretty much even Stevens. They are going to be able to continue to test for the objective, the third turtle that does come up. RWM held on here from Warlord. Will have to go ahead and back off a little bit. Dyran tanky enough, but this is going to be a crucial part why I feel like RQ Hoshi definitely wants to go ahead and contest for that turtle and make it work. Lock it in if they can. But if they decide not to, it's not the end of the world. Team Vamos can go for 3 for 3 for the turtles, and then RQ Hoshi looks elsewhere. This is also where we start to see where that transition for Skylar, now that he's got 2 items, he's got the Golden Staff now, alongside that Corrosive Scythe. He's going to be a big part of some of these skirmishes and team fights that do break out if he can get the airtime with the Crossbow of Tang. And meanwhile, Rins 2, where he sets up the real-world manipulation, is going to be crucial. We're 10 seconds away from that turtle. Positions already happening here, but Chibi will stay topside, pushed into that tier 1. There's a hook.
Iron hook over to Zorn of Bloody Hunt as well. Skylar will be able to get all the tanks, all the weakness points. Crossbow attack ready with the real revelation. Oh, Warlord gets stuck with the AOG. Sutsujin electrifying beats. Now it's Skylar dishing out damage. Oh, Sutsujin to fade away. Last hit doesn't get it. Skylar with a double. Chibi. That's very low. Able to run away from that, but gets slowed down. Chibi needs one more hit, but he gets taunted by Tyron. Rins a few more shots of the Void Blast, but Chibi is able to walk away. 4 for 1 trade. Chibi. That's a dangerous game. This Rins with a flicker forward to take Chibi down. And Skylar gets the turret. Finally, Sutsujin will get a turtle.
It's one of those things where you're like, is this the right choice? No, it's not Chibi. Not only did he go for the wrong target or couldn't capitalize on the kill, but then gets punished for overstaying on his side of the jungle. So they lose a whole lot in that fight. Now RQ Hoshi, when I said it was even Stevens, they heard that and said, no, not anymore. 3K ahead now, plus that last turtle of the game. Holy Crystal picked up by Sutsujin, so now he's going to hurt even more on this Joy. And so advantages for RQ Hoshi. Massive right now. Skylar sees 4 from Team Vamos. They'll go ahead and back off here.
Wow, Skylar has actually opted to go for the Golden Staff. So that's 3-item power spike. Edok almost gets that hook in the bush. Zorn, good read to space out just a bit more. This is actually not the most common build, but it is the build that Skylar has gone for most of the time in the M6 World Championship. He always likes to go for the Golden Staff. Usually we see Windtalker or even Malefic Gun here. Zorn. Okay, horse used up. Dyran just walks up and dashes away. Sutsujin? No, all right, they're chilling.
At this point, I feel like Team Vamos needs to bring it down a little bit. Because of that whole last team fight, it feels like things got a little too chaotic for them. they need to kind of, chill down a little bit. Hook's not going to land there. You always got to catch your breath when that hook is going out, you know? And
nail biter.
Yeah, it is. And for Team Vamos, they're feeling it. You know, they're biting the nails right now because of just how much of the scaling is happening for RQ Hoshi, and it's not happening for them. They definitely need to buy some more time, and I feel like this is also where it gets a little bit difficult for Zorn because we just saw it. You know, if he can go in with the Unstoppable Force and get the ejector off, that's great, but then honestly, with this kind of lead, he gets blown up so quickly, too, that he's just kind of out of the picture. There he is. So he does show himself, but that tier 2 does go down.
Yeah, and there's no trade on the board right now. RQ just cruising through some of these turrets up top, getting the far lane control. That's the Melfic gun we were expecting as third item, but he picks it up as fourth. So, yeah, that's a Fed 1-1 right now, man. Great moves from Zorn, though, to actually just space away from these hooks.
He's going to have to right now. He's also going to be the one front side alongside with Smooth. We'll see if they actually contest this. Susujin getting in position. It's being held here by Skylar. They could force the fight. A couple flickers available. That hook won't land, but they go in.
RWM already. Sony Warlord in the back. Dyron popping a vengeance, but Nets will be able to deal with him. Zorn caught in the midst of it all. Skylar will be able to jump in. That's a bloody hook. Chibi again with a retribution. But Sutsujin takes the killing spree over. Skylar's on the chase under the turret. Needs one more. It's a double for Sutsujin. But for some... Enoch tries to go for the flicker play. Doesn't get it. It was together with Rins. It was a flicker slow, but it was not enough to take anyone down.
Man, he landed them earlier in the game, but these ones he won't be on point with unless he gets one here. They do hold the Lord. They take care of it quickly. RQ Hoshi, they lost the objective, but they'll win that fight on exchange and really just kind of negate the push that was coming through with that Lord. But Chibi, you know, against it, able to secure that at least for now, but they are going to lose the tier 2 now in mid lane, and they're back to the drawing board to try to find a way to turn the tide in this game, because right now RQ Hoshi pulling very far ahead, 6K up now.
All right, nice. So this is the part of the game where we actually get to talk about the pattern. I don't think it's a pattern anymore. You know, game 1, you could be like, all right, you know, might be lucky. That retry win. Game 2 happens all over again. He got stopped 10 minutes.
Yep.
Game 3, they're winning, and it's still only one turtle. And that was the one that was for free. So Sutsujin hasn't gotten a single retry win, this at least on neutral objective, right? He got a Lethal Wanderer win.
Can we count that?
If we do, that's 2.
All right.
Yeah.
We can count that because, yeah, you got to give it up. Even when Chibi is down, he's still able to actually go for that retry. You got to be able to respect that. And that's also why they've been prioritizing the Suyo. This is one of the heroes. You know, before it was, you know, the Lings or the Hayabusas that really helped you do that. Well, now Suyo's the flavor of the year, I would say year, month, whatever it is, the patch. And that's the thing. So even if he's down, he's still able to go ahead and contest. And if he continues to do that, it might buy Team Vamos enough time in this game number 3 where they possibly turn the tide. And honestly, for Nets has been able to farm up pretty well. He's still quite a bit down in terms of against Skylar, but as long as he gets the spacing to work with and doesn't get caught out, he's only got a flicker, then they might be able to shred down some of that front line in a couple minutes. You know, they still got to buy some time. They're not really in the fighting form yet. And even with this Lord coming up here in less than a minute, it is still a decision that they have to make. Is it worth us putting the team in danger and an opportunity for us to get crashed down on, especially that there's a Gatakacha across from you? That's, I think, the question that Team Vamos has to ask themselves, because that could change the course, obviously, of the series, where maybe they decide to let it go and then they'd have to defend, or do they want to actually go and fight it out? 2 big items being picked up here for Team Vamos. Divine Glaive now for Warlord. Chibi with that Malefic Roar. Still, Enoch is going to do this all the time.
Yeah.
You know, you miss all the hooks you don't take, pretty much at this point.
Yep, that's true, you know. So he's just going to continuously shoot it out. This is a retry bait, right? But Suyo was actually not there. Skylar just picks up the purple buff. They were trying to go for the retry bait. No one was actually there, so I think they should be aware that the Suyo hasn't revealed himself in a while now. That's an iron hook over to Smooth, the Bloody Hunt as well. Oh, instant crossbow of Tang! He bought the winner crowd a bit too late. Sutsujin runs him down. A great angle to get the real world manipulation, and Skylar gets a double. RQ Hoshi They take control of the game. He hasn't been landing the shots, but once he does, it looks like it might be game over.
Might be game over here. They're going to work on the base turn to the bottom side, and they post up ready to end the game.
Warlord trying to divert the minion waves into the top lane. Throw the flicker backwards. The minion waves will be dealt with, but that's just one. There's another wave in the bottom lane. RQ looking for it. Warlord with a splash of damage. In the mid lane they go. Base turret going to be taken down. Slowly but surely. Warlord really low. Subsidiary looking for the angle. The Iron Hook will go and whip again. The glorious pathway from Smooth as he respawns back in the game. And RQ Hoshi will say, we are happy with turret number 3 in the mid lane. We will go to the Lord.
They'll go to the Lord. They'll secure themselves to the objective. And Team Vamos, I asked the question earlier, do they want to go and actually try to contest things out? They got a nice wave pushing up top, but it's that hook that still set things up, started the fight. And you mentioned it, Chibi was in position, but then he got spotted out too and had to respond.
For a second there, Naisu, yeah, I got deja vu to the CFU game.
Did you?
It was a 1-1. It was 2 members. Hey, I would be lying if I said I wasn't shaking.
You know what? I think a lot of people can't count out any Malaysian team at this point, but here we are. Lord pushing into the mid lane. We'll see if they're able to defend against this.
He gets a taunt over to Chibi. Baits up the skill 1. That's an Iron Hook and the crossbow tang ready. Skyler can wait out the winter crown. Eat up with a flicker out. Now crossbow tang to Smooth. Now to Warlord. Skyler's going crazy with a crossbow and tang. The immortality buy from Edok. Sutsujin buys the immortality as well. Now Nets free hitting. It's going to be Sutsujin to take the kill. That's a monster kill. Even with the shutdown. RRQ Hoshi will prevail 2-1.
And the kingdom rises, cutting down the hometown villains with a decisive strike. RQ sends Vamos to the lower bracket, proving their dominance once more.
A phenomenal performance from both these teams. RQ Hoshi came in swinging in game number 1. Game number 2, Vamos. It's the high highs and the low lows of Vamos. When they get rolling, when they have the momentum, you see a 10-minute game.
Yep.
But when they don't, you see game number 1 and 3.
Definitely a great performance, great series. Let's throw it over to the panel to break down the game.
GG's for both teams, but it's high highs, low lows. Chibi's either the MVP or, you know, he just gets shut down over and over again.
To be fair, he still was able to secure the objectives a bunch of times, but that didn't make much of a difference when it came to Skylar being online and just looking for all the targets and constantly being able to stack the crossbow of Tang.
Yeah, also Kez Cutie being so strong on that red side draft with relying on the Wan, knowing that the Franco was probably going to come in later, just having, which supplies a very similar thing to what the Cho supplies for them. Same thing that the Ruby Nuke gets a shutdown, it can pull people in, and Edok, man, just showing continuously that he's got something else up his sleeves and is able to make plays for his team.
I mean, just Edok's mere presence on the map, it felt like Sorn wasn't able to do Sorn things. He felt afraid of actually going out. We saw the emotes, yeah, but like in terms of being able to get in the head of the brushes and the positions, it didn't feel the same. They were so restricted in terms of movement, and I think that's one thing. Like there was a lack of face check in terms of the Team Vamos and their previous lineup.
Vamos definitely has a lot to figure out, and they potentially have a lot of time because they're dropping to the lower bracket, so that's quite a lot of games. But before we even talk about that, before we even go and have a discussion about the game just now, after this we will be having an interview with Rose as well as RQ, where again they did phenomenally well, and Skylar's won that game. Probably has the fastest Trinity build that I've seen in a while. Like usually we see it in 8-9 minutes. I feel like he just finished it around 7. But with that being said, looking at the stage, looks like everything is all well and ready. So we're throwing it over to the stage with Rose as well as 2 members of RQ.
The Kings of the Kings have just dropped the anti-heroes to the lower bracket. And with me here from RQ Hoshi, we have Sutsujin and Dairen. Hi guys, how are you? Are you guys tired?
Very tired.
Very tired. Dairen, how are you?
I'm fine.
You're fine. Are you tired?
No lah.
No, not tired.
Because win.
Because you guys won. You know what? I agree. If you win, you are not tired. Okay, maybe you guys can take me back to game 2. Sutsujin, what happened in game 2? Did you guys actually expect to lose against Vamos?
Actually, game 2 just a lot of misplay, I think.
A lot of misplay.
Yes.
Game 3, how did you guys discuss backstage to bounce back for game 3?
Our coach just tell us to reset. Don't need to think about the pause and just go on.
Just go on. Okay, I like that. I like that. Now, Dairen, I have a question for you. We all know that RRQ Hoshi was the first team to qualify for knockout. So you guys actually had a long break, right? What did you guys do during your break?
Kita latihan aja sih di hotel, kayak nonton gameplay semua tim.
So you guys just studied and watched all the gameplay. You guys didn't go out and enjoy like other teams? Because I see other teams, they went out, go Bukit Bintang, go eat, go KLCC. You guys didn't do that?
Kita pergi makan.
Makan aja.
Kita makan di Alor next street food.
Oh, okay. They went to a pretty touristy spot to eat. Was it good?
Ya.
It was good. You ate a lot?
Sangat good.
Makan banyak?
Banyak kali.
Okay. Now, Sutsujin, another question of mine is, why did you guys decide to pick Ling? I feel like now in this patch, we don't really see Ling much. And if we do see it, it's a 50-50% chance of winning and losing, right?
Yeah.
So, what made you guys pick Ling?
We already training Ling so many times, so that's why we confident to play Ling.
Oh, that's why you're confident to play Ling.
Yeah.
Will we see any other like good or unorthodox pick from you in the jungle?
Yeah.
Confirm.
Okay,
Dairen. Later's match, TLID versus Team Spirit, will determine who you guys will meet in the upper bracket. Who do you want to meet, Dairen? Do you want to meet Team Liquid Indonesia or Team Spirit? Upper bracket.
I choose Team Liquid.
You choose Team Liquid. Why?
Ya, Tim Liquid harus apa? Tim Liquid harus win karena nggak boleh kalah kalau dari Indo.
Oh, okay. Team Liquid has to win because they cannot lose since they're from Indo. Okay, I like that. So, but what will happen if you guys meet them? Will you win or will they win? Bila jumpa di upper bracket, siapa mau menang?
Ya, I confident.
You're confident?
Ya.
Berapa persen confident?
95%.
95% confident that he will win up against TLID. Okay, Sutsujin, before we started the game, right, we saw a quote from you that the only person you miss in Malaysia is actually Smooth. Why do you miss Smooth?
Because Smooth was very nice to me back then at KGE.
Oh, he was nice to you?
Yeah, he was very nice.
He takes care of you well.
Yeah.
So, now that you just met Smooth in the international scene, how was it like?
I'm very proud of him.
You're very proud of him. Do you have anything to say to him? Because now he's in the lower bracket. He only has one life left. Any words of motivation for your old friend?
I think just good luck on lower.
Good luck and just, keep going, right?
Yeah.
Okay, one last thing. Sutsujin, the reason why you're playing extra well today, I heard is because you have a special buff. Guys, Sutsujin's mother flew in from Indonesia. So, Sutsujin, what do you want to say to your mom?
For my dad and mom, thank you for coming here, supporting me. Don't forget to come again tomorrow.
Oh, that's so cute. I'm sure your mom and dad is very, very proud of you, Sutsujin. Thank you very much to Sutsujin and Dairen.
Thank you.
Congratulations as well. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to talk about what happened in this amazing Best of 3 series.
A lot to dive in for sure, but maybe we should talk more about Sutsujin. Just for a little bit. He was so good.
Sutsujin was
so
amazing.
good.
He was good.
One of the best junglers I've ever seen.
Yeah.
That Joy performance.
Dude, that was insane.
And I think the best part was in game 2, he had a rougher performance.
Yeah.
And then was able to brush himself off and come back game 3 and just played phenomenally. From even securing a few more objectives, to getting those kills, to always being in the back line, to being an aggressive but also supportive jungler.
I mean, Suya was deleted. He just came in and dropped the beat of the Flash.
He dropped the beat of Flash.
It seemed like he wasn't even afraid to go up against Sword or get past Sword even in that entire game of the Joy. Also accompanied by, of course, that Franco 1-1 duo that I feel...
I hit Franco, man.
I don't know. I was thinking even if Team Vamos did want or try to focus on the gold lane, it felt like Airok was always there too.
I mean, like, again, they're playing gold lane weak side, so they're not gonna be traveling towards the gold lane that often. Like, if they do, it severely slows down their rotation. And we saw that they do visit the gold lane every once in a while, and that did, in fact, slow down their rotation.
You know, I think where the Franco really shined so much, the Valentina's weak against it because there's no way to really poke and check bushes. They had no way to bush check at all. I mean, there was no long-range poke on their team at all. So pretty much you're either going into a bush and risking your life, or you're just not checking them. And once the fear of Franco gets put in you, once a couple hooks land, then you could already see Vamos was even getting more and more nervous and just constantly giving up space.
Can I talk about the timings here? Because Skyler completed his 3 items in 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Now that's fast. And to put it into perspective, Nats finished his 3 items in 10 minutes and 57 seconds. Over 3 minutes worth of difference there.
Yeah, and I think at less than 5 minutes into the game, or at 6 minutes, we've seen the 2K gold lead between our gold laners just keep on growing. And I really agree with what Trix has mentioned earlier about range. There was little to no range for Vamos, and it felt like they always had to fight against RRQ head on. They always had to put themselves out there. But RRQ were okay with that because 1-1 likes melee targets.
I mean, let's talk about the real manipulation as well. Once Vamos feels like they're in an okay positioning, all of a sudden Eve is there and it's like, you think you have good positioning? Right?
There's no such thing of good positioning here.
Yeah.
When you're up against these heroes. And I think that was definitely, like I said, RQ, their draft right now feels very comfortable, and they're not willing to, I mean, they're very willing, Kescuti is very willing to kind of break the rules a little bit, throw in something like a Franco, and that's where we're seeing so many teams shine, where they're able to throw in that one hero here and there that shakes things up, as long as it works, and RQ knows how to make it work.
Yeah, it's honestly like a very pick-off-oriented composition, or at least for their win conditions in the early for Team Vamos, against RRQ Hoshi, whose lineup really thrives in like all those AoEs, all those means to just zone out and provide the box for their other members. And so they were really able to play around that, just that. So Team Vamos, it felt like their most crucial condition in the early was denied completely by RRQ, simply because they couldn't set things up. If they did go and try to attempt for at least an ejector play, there could be immediate answers. There could be Avatar of the Guardians, real world manipulations, as you've mentioned, just coming in
all
from
types
RQ.
of things. You know, we saw it happen at GB very early on when a fight could have gone to them. But before we get to that, MVP is going to be Skyler once again, 5-0-6 on this 1-1. And this has become, I mean, right now I feel like he's one of the only marksmen right now, gold lane players, that can just play this hero free will, like over other things that would be considered meta, instead of the Granger or something like this. And the team has faith in it, and he looks good on it. He doesn't exactly need to play the Bruno or the Granger, this or that. He can pick up the 1-1, and it's still something you have to deal with.
I couldn't count the number of crossbow tanks I've seen during the entire series. You know, and I think against a lineup whose heroes are very high in terms of mobility, it wouldn't be as easy of a task, especially if there's this hero assigned to always hunt you down. But that's another thing, I feel. Like, from Team Vamos' side, you couldn't expect anyone to just penetrate the backlines of RRQ Hoshi and hunt Skylar down, because there are other heroes from RRQ Hoshi who would anticipate that from you and go ahead, just throw out all of their AoE skills to make sure that you gain no access.
Some interesting interaction here. So when Eve uses the real manipulation and then you stun her, she doesn't get stunned. She just can't tap the screen.
Yes.
However, it looks like when Valentina gets hit, she gets stunned.
Oh, she has the real world manipulation up, then she gets stunned.
Because I saw the Gato Kacha land the Avatar of the Guardian. I don't know if Warlord just canceled it early, or that attribute of being CC immune is not registered.
It's exclusive to
Eve.
It's very possible.
I could be wrong. Like, Warlord could have canceled it. I haven't played a lot of Valentina into Eves, but I just saw the interaction. I'm just wondering, if that is it, then that might also be the weakness of a Valentina, where just because you're going up against Eve, doesn't mean your real manipulation is free. Again, speculation I need to test out for myself.
You know, and what's big about that fight right there, that fight was a moment where I thought, okay, as long as Warlord can have the real-world manipulation, they have a chance of winning these fights. Because when Franco hooks, everyone wants to close in on whoever he hooks. Warlord drops the real-world manipulation, and now we have a good, clean fight where we can actually, you know, go back and forth. But from that fight on, I don't think Warlord was ever able to get it again.
Yeah.
He was never able to steal it. He was never able to really get any big power ults.
Yep.
And that was all due to Franco. Warlord couldn't get close. Warlord couldn't do anything. But yeah, I think that was going to be a big win con for them. And RQ saw right through it. You know, they found an answer. They found a way to deal with it. Kez Cutie, I mean, truly right now, they just, in terms of drafting, at least on red side, they look very good.
And for you guys here, we just want to say thank you very much for supporting M6. We understand that we had a little bit of issues just now, but you guys can scan the QR code and let us know how we can further improve so that your experience watching the M series is further enhanced. Because I believe in M6, the games have been great. We have much more games compared to every other M series. If there's anything more that we can do, we will definitely do it. And I gotta say, even throughout all of that, I'm glad. Because I feel like sitting down on the Secret Lab chair, it makes it so that we don't even feel like working.
Nope.
Wow.
Like this feels just like hanging out, watching games. Secret Lab makes this job feel amazing.
Yeah, it's just like we're just talking to each other, right? The Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
All that.
So make sure for you guys play better for longer with ergonomic chair design to keep you at the top of your game. The Secret Lab Titan Evo is designed to adapt to different postures across various activities. When you're playing games, when you're watching MPLs, when you're watching the M series, when you're watching Brigitte going up and down on her chair.
We could be the same height.
Yeah, he can adjust his chair. See?
That's uncomfortable for me.
It's a little strange looking at it.
It's very strange looking at it. Like, I don't know what's stranger, Trex being short or Brigitte being tall. But again, shout outs to Secret Lab. Make sure you guys grab one for yourself. And don't miss the M6 Battle Night happening from December 28 up until 29. That's going to be after the M6. So we're just going to keep reminding you guys, enjoy exclusive bonuses, including a limited time 25 epic skin trial and all heroes free trials. Again, it's 28 up until 29. So it's going to be quite after M6. So we'll just keep reminding you guys.
Yep.
That was an amazing series, but we have one more after this. It's going to be TLID going up against Team Spirit. So another Indonesian team. And you know what? Both Malaysian teams are in the lower bracket.
Yeah. Gotta watch out
At least they
for
made it
that.
to bracket.
What?
At least they made it to bracket.
And at least we were double eliminations.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a chance they won't get into Axiata. And that's...
I don't think there's a world where both of them can.
No,
not anymore.
There's
Oh no, they're on opposite sides.
they're opposite sides. They're opposite sides.
Actually,
They could both make it
To the
Axiata and
to the
then
lower bracket
send
final.
somebody home.
to the lower through the lower bracket.
Quarterfinals or semifinals.
After this, TLID going up against Team Spirit. That's going to be very, very interesting. And we heard from the interview where RQ, they want TLID to actually go defeat Team Spirit to stay in the upper bracket. But now we got to look at a bit of the brackets here just to rub salt in the wound, just to see where the Malaysian teams are at. And yes, folks, both Malaysian teams are at the bottom here.
I just want to point out that I don't think I think Brigitte knew that they could both make it to quarterfinals and be there. I just don't think she thought that was possible.
Yeah, she feel like they will lose before
there's
that.
no way they could make it to Axiata. That's what I heard from Brigitte.
No way Vamos can beat TLID or Team Spirit.
You don't make me the common enemy here.
No, we don't have to. You just do it by yourself.
I did not say that. Just for the record.
So tomorrow's gonna be a banger as well.
Tomorrow's going to be upper bracket. So we know that Fnatic on the Philippines will be going up against Falcon, and RQ will be going up against TLID or Team Spirit. At least the low bracket gets some rest.
Yeah, it's important that they get a lot of rest though, and preparations equally. Yeah. It's unlike today, they no longer have another chance if they do lose. So it's
stop rubbing it in.
They'd have to crawl all the way.
Stop rubbing in
from
it.
the lower bracket. Up until the lower bracket.
Looking pretty strong here, Trex.
Yeah.
It has. Red side has been the power play, and I think a lot of it, what it comes down to is those bans, right? So many teams are letting so many things through, and it all kind of comes down to the team. Is there a hill that we really don't want to go against? And as we're already seeing, Team Spirit decides to ban out this Angela, and that is our first, taking up space and letting something else through, which at this point almost can feel dangerous on the blue side, whereas it used to not, right?
Yeah.
Used to be blue side was the side to target, but now it almost feels chancy to because you're giving two really strong picks over to TLI.
Yeah, and honestly, Team Spirit, they can choose either from the Fanny and the Suyo, who's both still open right now, but I'm pretty sure they'd be careful with that, I mean, this is TLID we're talking about. TLID, they have a lot of possible roamers to counter the Fanny if ever it does show up, but they banned
Time to drop the meter flash.
They drop it
Even
out.
the joy.
They ban it out. Suyo open right now. It's been one of the most popular pick ones of today, at least. And I think that could just be the lock on.
Bruno is open too.
One Shot's had a great job on it, so.
Bruno is open too.
Do we see Hiko?
Finally?
What's more important though? Because I feel like Bruno has been getting dealt with.
Yeah,
with
I
the
agree.
Suyo.
Yeah.
You can build around the Suyo. The Bruno's a bit more like if you don't have a decent jungler, your Bruno doesn't matter.
So is it going to be the Suyo here for Team Spirit?
They're taking the time.
Yeah.
High loss.
They're thinking about it, definitely thinking about it, but they go for the Suyo, alright, so...
Then Bruno to TLID.
And then
Cheeky Bruno.
And then Team Spirit just picks up the Granger.
Yeah, they have the Cho, they have the high loss too.
I think Team Spirit is really confident in the counterplay against the Bruno.
So will they... This is Aaron we're talking about though. I think he has a lot to bring out.
Aaron.
Oh my! It's not the high loss. It's not the Cho. It's the glue immediately.
And it's a nice steal from. It is a very good steal from Kid Bomba because that's been his go-to throughout all of Wildcard. So I think it's literally one of the only heroes he played during Wildcard. So now we get to see him forced into something else. So I think really good drafting from St. Dela Cruz there. Bruno also in. Team Spirit, do they lock in the Granger immediately?
St. Lucas, by the way.
Sorry, I went full there.
It's all right.
My mind saw St. Del.
Yeah. I should not have called you out, but
it's okay.
I just heard it. It's like, that doesn't sound right. I should not have called. It's been a long day. We've been here since 1 p.m.
1 p.m. Right.
We've been here since 1 p.m.
And we got 3 more games to go. Possibly.
Oh my goodness. Okay, do we go for the mage here?
There's the Granger,
Oh no. So... Does Yehez... it's okay. So if it's Yehezkiel, I'm not sure anymore. Like honestly, Yehezkiel can just pull off a surprise hit anytime he wants. But yeah, actually,
Or they go jungle right
Eve
here.
is still open. Yeah. Alpha straight away.
Alpha straight away, or
Because-
they try to pull a
but the Eve's
RQ and
still
like
there.
last pick and assassin.
yeah,
right?
the Eve's still available too for Team Spirit. So would they want to go for a
Alpha.
Oh, so they still go for the Alpha.
I feel like Yeve's not even prio anymore. Like it's good,
but
it's not always prio anymore.
Yeah, but we saw that Eve is still good.
Yeah, still good, very
Still
good
strong.
today.
Yeah.
but a lot of teams are willing to like.
Okay, Eve is the guy or girl, probably genderless.
It's an alien, I think.
Right, it's an alien. So, okay, Eve is the type of alien that plays Magic Chess Go-Go.
Oh!
And you know the macro of those players.
Yeah. Big macros. just like
We're
the player.
It's a
we're just
long
going
thing.
everywhere. Yeah, you gotta understand. We've been here since. Well, anyway.
Sicilian band.
Okay.
Sicilian band.
So now, honestly, if they do consider the Eve though that we were talking about, the Valentina is also still available. So like, Team Spirit could also have it for themselves.
Wait, let's consider this. This is actually quite a good Sicilian band here because just in case if the Granger doesn't work out well, which it's it should.
You have late game possibility, right?
So I wonder if, because it's TLID, I always consider, what if they want to go crazy something like
Yeah.
Xavier again, right?
Yeah.
Just outrange the Granger.
Which is why.
Right? They ban out the Sicilian. And they themselves need some kind of long range.
What do they? Yeah, what do they pick for long range? Who was the team? Who picked up the Xavier?
It was
TLID,
TLID,
right?
yeah, it was
They went
TLID.
Yeah.
Xavier, right?
It was them.
Like, dude, the
And they
far
won
side's
with
on
it.
the
That
table.
was against Aurora.
Yeah.
Yeah, they beat Aurora
Why did
with
you have?
the Xavier.
Why did you look at me?
I'm just pointing out facts.
He pointed out facts while looking at you. That was a bit sus, I gotta say.
You're my
Right?
co-caster.
Right? Oh, but they're yeah. I think those mages who would do well in the early stages too are kind of out of the picture right now. At least for Sunset Lover. So Team Spirit, what do they want to take out here? If they're focusing on like the possible roamers, there's a
Katat's still open. They can ban out the Katat.
Tigreal.
They can ban out the Tig.
Katat, Tigreal.
Yeah, I feel like the Tigreal will not be fun for the Suyo. Like everyone else might be okay, but the Suyo won't have a good time. I mean, the Cho, we've seen Cho can handle the Suyo quite well.
I think the Tig's a wonderful.
Tig's or Gatot would be fine.
Tig or Gatot. Okay.
Then TLID's on the gun. They get first pick after all of this. They still need a roamer. They still need a mage. You mentioned the Xavier could definitely be a pickup here.
But now, they go for the Eve. But then that's the Valentina.
I was made for.
I mean, we saw the matchup just now. Eve just outranges the Valentina.
That's true. That's true. So it depends if they want to like play it very aggressively in the early two or just.
If they're loco, they could go Faramis.
Oh, that's.
Against the glue.
Oh, but
yeah,
that's
because Marksman's already picked. Mages, like, there's definitely
It's
a
just
lot
that
of possibilities.
Paramis is not good against the Eve, but still, you know, like
just play around it.
Yeah, take your pick.
Honestly, that sounds good.
I think so. I
does
think
sound
so.
good. I don't know if we'll see him pick it, but it does sound good. Blue Yi's also still open. Blue Yi's here would be clean.
Blue Yi, yeah, and what else is available for Sao?
Where there is light, there are also
so they go
Blue Yi.
Blue Yi.
Your team is picking.
Blue Yi.
Arlet. Haven't seen
the
Arlet.
OG.
Yeah.
The OG duo.
Do we think it's going to
So
be
this is Kid
EXP
Bamba.
Arlot? Yeah, Kid Bamba Arlot.
Kid Bamba Arlot.
Which fits his playstyle, honestly, because even I think him and Chicken kind of have a similar playstyle, like an aggressive, putting them on someone that can be get into the back line. I think this fits Bamba very much right here.
That's a nice way to put it. Like how aggressively Chicken played.
Yeah.
If they are able to do
M5
that.
flap TZ, you know, like players who want to try to make plays for the team and not just be a walking Hylos, you know?
Yeah, replicating that up against this lineup of TLID.
Nobody likes Hylos.
I do.
LaFell does.
I do.
I mean, it's powerful, but it's like...
Yeah, I know. I like it. It's annoying. I get it. I like it. And now it looks like the Khalid has been picked up by TLID. So a pretty aggressive lineup here coming in from TLID. And Team Spirit, honestly, their draft can be a little bit more reactive. So definitely can see a difference of play style here. Thank you, bros. Thank you, Bro Gita. Thank you very much, T-Bro.
Thank you, Bro.
Now we're giving Mer Bro as well as Night Bro.
Thank you so much, panel, for breaking it down. I'll say this. I like Hylos. Do you like Hylos?
I like Hylos. I don't know what Trex has against the Hylos.
I don't know what he has against it either. What is up, guys?
He's a centaur? He's a centaur?
He's a centaur. I'm Nicio Mirko. We're bringing you the action here. Last match of the day. It's taken us a little bit of a trip to get here, but hey, it's Team Spirit versus TLID. One last look at the lineups, of course, to bring us into this best of three. It's game number one. And I don't know, man, looking at this, we've seen a lot of these compositions utilizing some of these big picks, but also the R-Lot. I love that it's coming into play. And we're going to be jumping into the land of Dawn here. Once again, the Dragons versus the Cavalries. And this is where it all starts to see who moves forward and who's going to be going down to that lower bracket.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, there's a possible RQ versus Liquid rewind of the MPL Indonesia Grand Finals for Season 14, or a possible rematch for Spirit up against RQ Hoshi. And this in itself is already a rematch, Naisu. We saw this matchup in the Swiss stage. It was a best of one, and it was TS who got the dub against Team Liquid ID. Now, if you guys want to get the dub in-game, go ahead and check out the M6 pass that is still available from the 18th of November all the way to a flicker from Bamba. That's 29th of December.
Yeah, he's probably got his pass filled at this point, you know, and right now with the aggression, another flicker, a whole lot of battle spells.
Great stun from one shot to cancel out what possibly could be a kill angle from Witty. Sao 2 pop and revitalize just in case Witty flickered out.
This is interesting. I mean, nearly in every lane, the health bars are low. You know, the battle spells are popping. They want to fight. They've waited for this matchup now and finally able to break it out too. We get a little glimpse here of the emblems coming into play. Anything standing out here?
Yeah, the Master Assassin for the Bruno. It's interesting to see this. I would definitely think that, you know, he would try to go for a little bit more mid-game or even more defensive. Fabian goes over the Spear of Alpha over to Kid Bomba. He's going to be able to get some resets here. A bit of sustain under that turret. They're hovering over. Is this a possible dive? Witty's rotating too. There's an angle. Bomba's walking up. Fabian shoots the swing on the other side, and the run just flickers out.
Here's one shot. He might be looking for that moment. They know that they committed a lot on that play to Kid Bomba. Of course, with Quicksand Guard, Witty's going to be fine. Heals back up. But now, this is the interesting part. Turtle's up. Kid Bomba.
Just taking a lot of damage. Nice flicker out. Kid Bomba taps into Vengeance. It was a mistap, and now he gets slain. First blood over to Aran. Now with a split, Sunset Lover won't be able to take him down, and TLID will get the first neutral objective of the game.
So unfortunate there that Kid Bomba, you know, ended up getting a little bit out of position with that Vengeance, but that is objective secured for Team Liquid ID. On top of that, a kill. And that going to the hands of Aran is also going to help him, you know, win the matchup against Kid Bomba there in the XP lane. So we'll see how that adjustment goes. Again, a lot was thrown up there to go ahead and take care of him, but you can see this again. Hiko, man, Hiko mania. After everybody got to see that first Savage, of course, for M6. We'll see how he continues to play against another player, Aaron Shiki, who has, I feel like, gotten a lot of eyes towards him so far. Just in the Swiss stages alone, his performance was phenomenal.
Yeah, he got a Savage in M6, Hiko. Really phenomenal performance on the Beatrix, you know. Changing to weapons that we would, well, normal players would never think of swapping into.
Hiko's not normal.
He's not normal. He's Hiko. So I got his jersey. I just got to flex that real quick. But yeah, Spirit are just going to take it slow right now. They know that they can actually scale into the mid-game quite well too, and there's really no crazy pressure on them to actually get a snowball. Obviously, it would be great to have, but only the first neutral objective so far. Both of them will still just be waiting for turtle number 2.
Yeah, with this again, it's kind of the, early pickup too. See, Halbert already locked in. Whoa, Sao.
Raging Sandstorm and the real-world manipulation from Yehezkiel. Team Liquid, second kill in the game.
Okay. Again, interesting enough. Diversion going to be used too. Hiko obviously going to be fine. Little usage of the diversion just to see what's going to happen down there. But I think that's the point. You know, he does pick up an early Sea Halbert just because there's so much, obviously, healing that can be done here for Team Liquid ID. Even if they don't have a Revitalize, just the heroes that they brought to this game, you want to be able to go. Hiko.
Great slide tackle from Aaron Shiki. Good usage of the aggression, but Hiko, Detonata. Just kites away, pops in regen, and wins out the trade in the end. Aaron's going to have to try to out-sustain him with the Haas Claws. I think that's the only way you win in this matchup against the Granger.
You can see this now, the Turtle's up. Again in mid lane.
Great Sandstorm from Witty. I think that should actually stop TS in their approach towards the neutral objective. Arando trying to cut off one shot from the fight. That's a glorious pathway already used up by Sawa. Witty is chugging it low. The final slash only connecting onto Aran. Fabian with the Spear of Alpha. Now the real world manipulation. Oh, Sunset Lover gets deleted before he can take it. Aran with a flicker forward and the slam. Almost taking him down. That is the split to mount him down. Witty with the sword. Bomba still able to survive right now as Fabian dives in deep. Sawa very low. Gets taken out by the Void Blast of Yehezkiel. That's not from Hiko. He tried to go for the snipe, but he's unable to find it.
He went in with a flicker, but he couldn't get the kill. Wow. Unfortunate for Team Spirit. A whole lot there just going to the hands of Team Liquid ID. And now down to Battle Spell, he's actually going to be just kind of zoned out from the turret. The information's already there. And Witty will just hold that front line. Turret goes down. Aaron Shiki secures it. So now Team Spirit in a position, you know, just in that last, minute and a half or so, they find themselves now down 3,500 gold. They'll have to go ahead and play around the fact that, yes, they have a Louis Yeep. They can actually use the diversion to their advantage, but it's been really difficult team fights for them, especially when it's just kind of a situation in the mid lane that was forced by Witty. If he goes in with a Raging Sandstorm, now the top side is where they go. But I don't think they're going to really find anything here from Team Liquid ID, as they're very disciplined on how they decide on what turrets to be able to focus on or just get the objectives. But these little things are really starting to stack up now for Team Liquid ID.
I don't think we expected a shutout like this at the start of this series, man.
Yeah.
For Team Spirit, especially considering they have low Yi, they have so many ways to walk up. This is a 2-level lead from Fabian. This is MPL Indonesia's usurper. It's Flava Fave.
It's Flava Flav at this point. Really just on point. And he's not even the one, you know, just getting all the kills, but he's enough to put pressure, and then the rest of the team is the ones capitalizing on it. And Witty is deep into enemy territory here, just providing the information. as the 4 members of Team Spirit have no choice but really just to clump up actually the entire team at this point. Down in the mid lane now. They look like they want to contest even down a couple thousand gold. They might still get in position for this, but around enough too. Also holding them. There's diversion. Turtle's already gone though. So at this point, Team Spirit just sends up top and they're like, you know what, let's try to get something because it's not going to be the objectives. Here's Witty once again.
Wants to go in. I think this is just a bit of a zoning conceal from Witty. Doesn't really want to, you know, force anything here. Again, they got the neutral objective. They are on track to get Aaron Shiki to the power spike way quicker than Hiko. I believe. Oh, Bomba! Again, that's a final slash flicker that doesn't land. This is now the 3rd time that, you know, there's a misinput.
There's something, I mean, the R-Lot, when it was locked in the draft, you think, oh no.
Taking Sandstorm, Witty. Witty the Wise on Sunset Lover, the glorious pathway around with a slam, pass, gets stunned up and won't be able to use the split, but they're all going to be caught in the skills, real world manipulation. They're all zoned away. Aaron Shaky is just smashing Bomba, gets the double. One shot can't even react. Hiko is low. 3 members down. Only traded for Aran and there's no response.
Oh yeah, Hezkiel, he's still hunting. Okay, not going to get there in time. Hiko gets out of safety, but talk about just the sandwich play under the turret. I mean, think about it. Real world manipulation, and then of course you had the worldly come out from Aaron Shiki. They have nowhere to go if you're Team Spirit, so it's looking a little dire at this point. Actually, even more so than that. Not in a position to really contest any of the objectives right now, so you still have to start to think, all right, Team Spirit, how do you get yourself back into this game? You already lost so much 8 minutes in, and you're probably not going to be in a position to actually contest the first Lord. So what do you do from this point? And honestly, One Shot, you know, he's got to keep doing it. He's got to keep farming. Maybe he pulls some miracles off that we saw even previously where, you know, if you still have the Suyo like Chibi had, he was still able to go in and somehow get the retribution off. That might be able to buy them enough time where then they can scale up. But so far, they're in this position where they're forced to stay together here. Fabian, look how, there's a final slap.
That's a 1v5. Fabian just, he wants all the smoke. Spirit power defensively, and now the rest of the team comes in. Fabian's still alive. One Shot takes him down. Kid Bomba taken out by Witty. Yeah, Hezkiel still alive. Somehow One Shot dives in deep, and finally One Shot gets the shutdown, but he falls as well. That's a 2 for 2 as Zeron goes for the killing spree. Yeah, Hezkiel has fallen.
Both junglers down, so no committing here on this Lord, but that might have been a little bit of help to Team Spirit on turning this in their favor if they can. Again, Hiko almost landing that Death Sonata was nearly there, but better to stay alive instead of taking those risks at this point because they need everything they can. He does pick up a Lift Garor now, so he's getting the items that he needs, but they still have some ground to cover. Basically, at this point, they're just back to this reset here, getting space around the Lord. The Team Liquid ID, knowing the advantage they have, they're going to go ahead and start this up. They can just keep that front line trying to zone out. So this is up to Kid Bomba again. You know, he's got Flicker. He's got the final slash available. He could be the one to help start this up. Sawo might want to wait for that Revitalize to come up. They're trying to stall this out the best they can. Lord will go and reset back and forth until both teams are ready. But look at the back line. Look where Witty might be going. And he tries to put pressure on the backside, gets spotted out. And they might just be getting in formation to go ahead and secure this Lord. But right now, Hiko taking a couple shots with the Rhapsody, keeping Team Liquid from actually fully starting up the Lord.
This is great from Liquid. They're playing the Lord dance. At least a new version. Oh, Raging Sandstorm from Witty. Catching Sunset Lover's Aaron Shiki. Goes in deep. Gets caught by the in-air reaction. Now the real world manipulation will lock Sawo down just a bit. One shot. Goes to the arrow. Retribution needs to be on point. Fabian, resets it. One shot caught in the midst of it all. The Spear of Alpha catches 3. Sawo dismantled. Hiko, the crit. Almost fade away. Aaron might be diving in. He's going to go for the lifesteal. Oh, needs to slide tackle away. The Death Sonata almost caught him. TLID got all the dubs in that skirmish.
The idea was correct. You know, One Shot was waiting on the side, maybe for that opening to go in and take the Lord, but then Team Liquid ID, showing their experience and veterancy, were like, you know what? Let's bait One Shot in, and then they punish and collapse down.
Oh, man.
So at this point, they get the tier 2. Lord making its way to the top side. It's up to Team Spirit to defend. It's only that first one, so they should stay in the game, but they are going to lose a lot of these turrets now outside of the base.
And you can see Aaron Shiki. He can already hit the turrets from outside of the range.
Yeah.
This is the Melfic Gun power spike in the 11th minute. Oh, Yin Yang reaction. Still does plenty of damage, so they still have to respect the damage at least.
Reaction is still damaging. Hiko as well has good damage on the Granger, but right now they got to defend against this. The shields, whoa! Yes, oh, the last shot didn't go and clean it up, but they hold on to the base turrets. Shields are down, but Team Spirit buying themselves some more time at this point. All shields exposed, but you can see it. The damage is there, even from Sunset Lover. It could just come down to that one diversion play. Oh, they're actually going to go for it. Uh-oh.
Members in the back.
They're going.
Give it to Ovan. Side tackle into the Purified Kid Bomba. Still going for it. Aeronchi. Hiko left all alone. The glorious pathway can't be taken. 2 members have fallen from Team Spirit. Seems like Liquid ID are the ones running in.
They're going to go for it. Aaron jumping in. Sunset Lover's in trouble.
Raging Sandstorm from Winnie the Wise. Sunset Lover is down. So is Sawo. The Cavalry just keep on charging, and Team Spirit's formation cannot hold.
They can't hold. No minions pushing in just yet. They got to wait for that mid lane. Aaron Shiki.
Wow.
We'll just go ahead and work on it slowly but surely. Slides on through, and they'll get the turret off the exchange. Team Spirit, oh, they might be looking for more.
Mama's gonna be caught by the Spirit of Alpha, and Yehezkiel will just gun them down or drop down that damage from afar. Aaron Shiki is godlike. Hiko tries to go in with a crown from Fabian. Oh, he's ticking down earlier. Hiko still able to escape with just a little bit of HP, and they will be able to keep some of the turrets alive. But in 12 minutes, it's a 10,000 gold lead for the Cavalry.
Massive, massive lead right now, and it's Team Spirit holding on to their spirit, trying to stay in the game. But it's looking really tough for them to actually turn this one around. Even earlier, that started that whole chain reaction. I'm surprised, you know, Hiko went in with that diversion. They tried to make a play, and even when they had that, I don't think he had the flicker. It was still on cooldown after he was taken out. He just burned it again recently, so interesting how they're going to use that diversion. And I was saying, you know, that might be the move that they have to make. But in that case, that wasn't it. So now they find themselves massively behind. They're going to go it again. Witty.
Okay, they're going to go all in onto Witty, but I don't... Oh, Raging Sandstorm, no way! Witty the Wise to survive a 4-man gank! And that was a very, very costly Gambaran. Split in the back with the Mount. Aaron Shiki just going to be able to ball him down. Fabian comes from the side as they all get caught by the RWM. Aaron's just going and taking everyone down. It's a double already. Sunset's going to be taken with 3 hits almost. The fadeaway, Sunset gets out.
Here's the waves pushing in. They're looking to cap out the game.
Mid lane, Fabian goes in with the Spear of Alpha. And that's the nail in the coffin for game number 1.
A decisive victory in game number 1 for the Cavalry. Coming out swinging fast and strong. 14:08 on the clock. A lot here that Team Spirit has to adjust from if they're looking to go game 3.
What happened?
Very tough. I don't know, man. You know, things just weren't in their favor from start. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to break down a game number 1. Is that new music?
There was definitely a nice...
that was different.
There was a beat of the Flash.
That was, right?
There was
time to drop the beat of the Flash. But yeah, we got to talk about that game right away. Relax, chill. So I feel like, okay, number 1 is one-sided, but we have to address that Team Spirit, their initiators, the one that starts the fight, has been heavily punished in this game. Notably, Kid Bomba as well as Sao. It does look like TLID just engages on them and uses everything that they can to make sure that front lines doesn't get to do work. And then that makes it that the backline, Hiko, as well as Sunset Lover, really couldn't do much in that game.
Yeah, and Hiko, I think he had a great time if it was just based on his laning up against Aaron Shiki in the first few minutes. It was more of like TLID even focusing their rotations towards Kid Bomba. I think we've seen a number of rotations towards the XP lane, forcing out battle spells here and there. But it didn't really matter because even despite all that, Aaron, for the first few minutes, it's like, no, I'm okay here. I can handle it. I'll just have to sustain and play a bit safe, then focus on the turrets. Because TS, they weren't really fighting aggressively.
You know, I want to point something out here because we saw it at minute 9. Aaron Shiki locked in his 3rd item, which wasn't too crazy. But then from then until 14, he finished out everything else.
Yep.
I mean, and from then on, he was completely online. He was already online before that, but always the thing to point out, 9-0-4 for Aaron Shiki.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like, Bruno has already been proven to be quite busted, and you give it to one of the best in the business.
Aaron
Shiki. Yeah, I feel like giving Aaron Shiki one of the best heroes that you can use in this patch. Team Spirit has used the Beatrix to handle the Bruno as well, but I kind of feel like the Bruno itself isn't the problem. It's just that the Bruno in the right hands, in the right team, is allowed to do whatever he wants. And you kind of don't want a good player like Aaron Shiki to do whatever he wants.
Unless you can like heavily focus that lane and find some sort of answer. But even here, we see Aaron Shiki go complete damage build, no defense at all. Hiko also goes for a big damage build, which maybe was the overconfident thing to do. Maybe should have picked up the tenacity or something of that nature for at least some of that mid game.
I feel like he should.
Kid Bomba as well picks up the concussive blast, goes for Wilderness Blessing, Thrill, so kind of a hybrid between the damage. But Kid Bomba fell a little short that game. We've seen him do so great on the glue, but other than that, you know, a lot of big misses that game.
Yeah, and I think TLID had relatively tanky heroes, so even up against the R-Lot, who can serve as a hybrid XP lane that has a little bit of damage. We know that for a fact, especially up against squishy heroes. TLID, they didn't really feel that there was such a threat that could come in from Kid Bomba. Aside from the fact that all the final slashes almost did not connect every time Kid Bomba tried to go for an attempt, Aaron Shiki was just able to move away from all those chaos, all those skirmishes in the early stages. And by the time that he was able to join in, just expect Aran to find the right targets already. Just expect the real world manipulation to already set the space where they're able to fight, and then all the other members could just handle things pretty much by themselves.
Okay, like a lot to talk about, but first we gotta jump into our MVP of the game. It's Aaron Shiki, 906 GPM and 65,000 total damage dealt, 9-0-4. And I kind of feel like TLID, they understood how Team Spirit plays. I feel like Hiko doesn't have a choice. He has to go full damage because that's how Team Spirit plays. They all play for Hiko, where everyone else is utility. They're the protection and the enabler. And then if we see what TLID did, they shut down the protection and the enabler. Right? So we're starting to see a pattern of how Team Spirit plays. And TLID just like, okay, we don't have to deal with Hiko. He's good. But he can't be all that great when everything around him starts to crumble.
Yeah, if there's no bodyguards, the president goes down, right? And that's exactly what happened. And Aaron Shiki was able to just have free realm over things completely. Overall, build nothing too crazy. Has a Purify, win straight damage. Taking a look at some of these highlights. I mean, we're 7 minutes in right here, and Team Liquid ID is already 4,000 ahead. And at this point of the game, it just felt like they were completely in control. I love what you said, Lavelle. They took down Kid Bomba, they take down Sawo, so the main tanks have already had a very rough start. So once Aaron Shiki actually gets involved in these fights, they're just getting, I mean, even the tanks are getting 3-shot.
Yeah, I just really think Team Spirit and their lineup, it would have worked if they did not entirely let go of that aggression that they tried to establish in the early stages. I think it would have worked really well if they were able to just force the fights against Team Liquid ID, but they let TLID breathe and regroup themselves enough to buy time for them to set things up whenever they wanted to. And as we're seeing in the highlights right now, each and every time they just find the target, they just can't take them out every single time. There was just too much pressure here for TLID and almost no reach. Almost no reach for Aaron Shiki.
Something that we have to start discussing, and it's Kid Bomba. One of the things that I want to talk about is his hero style, because this is Team Spirit style. Look at every single hero that he has used so far. He used the glue. We just saw him use the Arlet. He's used the Akai before. He uses the hero that can start the fight, that can initiate the fight. And maybe TLID is seeing through that. And usually if those kind of heroes cannot do anything, then the entire composition crumbles. It's kind of like going in with a draft that has an Estes, and if the Estes is not there, the entire draft loses its core component.
It's Team Bomba, Kid Bomba. He felt heavily punished. No, it's because
It's a long day, it's a long day.
It's because he mentioned something along the lines of, oh yeah, Kid Bamba, he really has to get the setup heroes. But yeah, he feels really heavily punished in that game, so they might want to find a workaround for that.
Before that, I have to let the audience know we have encountered some technical challenges today, and as a precautionary measure, we will proceed with the current series without any skins enabled. Thank you for your understanding and support as we prioritize a smooth and uninterrupted experience for all players. And just an explanation for you guys. If you guys feel like it's weird, that's the reason why. We're making sure no skins so that everything runs smoothly. But then, what are your thoughts, Trax, on the composition of Team Spirit?
I think the major pick there was the R-Lot, right? That seemed to be the one that kind of messed everything up. I think that whenever we were watching the draft and we saw the glue get picked up first phase, I was like, oh, that's such a good steal right now. And I think we're seeing why the R-Lot isn't as meta. A while back, it got that nerf, which first kind of hurt it, where the ult, you know it's coming.
Yep.
And we've seen so many teams dodge that final slash with the simple flicker. And I think that is probably the sole reason of why so maybe it's not exactly Kid Bomba's fault, because at this point, it's a hard ult to land.
It is.
It's very easy to see it coming. You have to, almost be in mid-fight and then run it. Have the rest of your team fighting and then hit the final slash so that they don't have the reaction time to hit the flicker. So he tried a few times, and then once he missed that first time in mid lane, takes a shot for it. I felt like from that point it just went downhill. So I think they need to prioritize getting Bomba on something maybe a bit bulkier. Maybe he needs to play a slower.
Maybe with something like a Terizla. Terizla can initiate a fight, yeah.
I think so too. The Terizla, Edith.
Yeah. And right now, looks like we're preparing on Team Spirit's side. So we're going for a side interview. Looks like with Poji. So, Poji, the floor is yours.
We have Destroyer and as well J Little. How are you right now? Привет.
Привет, by the way. Hello, everyone. Malaysia, we love you, bro. Guys, everyone, you are amazing. First of all, Kuala Lumpur, really appreciate to be here. And как ты ощущаешь себя здесь, в Малайзии?
Волнительно, тут так много энергии, так заряжает зал, и это мега круто.
It's so exciting to be here. It's so charging, like a lot of energy at the venue. Guys, it's all because of you.
Thank you, Brish. But as for those who don't know, Destroyer is also a caster from the MCC and
Team fights. Indonesian teams should keep an eye on Team Spirit and Falcon. Their team fights are really solid. When it comes to putting pressure in the jungle, FNOP is the team to watch out for with their aggressive play. Oh, now that's an interesting insight.
Yeah, I think we saw it in action earlier.
Don't remind me.
Sekai's was denied during their series against SRG. That was a struggle for the junglers. But I like how he pointed out the Team Spirit's team fighting capability, because I think Team Liquid ID, they knew how to play around that. Even when during times where Kid Bomba felt like he wanted to go for a setup on the R-Lot, you wouldn't necessarily see them grouped up together. So let's see how it goes for this time around, because this is crucial for Team Spirit, definitely. They wouldn't want to give the 2-0 away to TLID.
Yeah, I think it's really important for Team Spirit to at least take a game here, right? To at least pull something off and show that they're really here to compete. Team Spirit will be on blue side once again, right? That's back-to-back blue sides right there. They decided to take this where so many teams have been favoring the red side. Maybe they do ban out the Bruno this time, so there's a change-up. They don't want to play for it. My guess is they really want that Suyo, but they don't want to have to sacrifice something in exchange.
It's back to the same bans that we've seen earlier, actually. So,
butterflies born by
oh, wait, I think this is one of the differences. So let's see if the Suyo will remain as a priority here
for
Team Spirit, because it's kind of like exactly the same.
No, this looks like a bait, because TLID, they ban out the Joy, and the Joy is good against the Suyo. So it's essentially saying, if you guys don't get it, we're going to get it. But the thing is, now that they take the Suyo, what is the other counter? I'm looking at the likes of Cho. Is that going to be the other priority here for TLID?
I mean, they just played the alpha, right? They just played the alpha, did well with it for
They
TLID.
didn't, yeah.
They go for the Eve and the glue once again. I mean, there's no point in changing anything. They still get the steal away from Kid Bomba. It's going to be TS that has to find the answer here, right?
I mean, they've been reserving Kid Bomba's picks always for second base, for last even, for like how many games now in a row, but we've seen how it could go wrong for them in game number 1, when they were just forced to pick up the R-Lot, and I mean, at the time there was the Khalid still available, I think, but they really went or chose to go for the R-Lot. So let's see this time around. For Team Spirit, there's the gold laner still available, but do they still want to go for like...
I think the Granger's still good. I think the Granger's still really good. They just need to have the right EXP laner in to hold down the front line. And they get the Hilda. We didn't even notice it.
Oh,
that's huge. Paired up with the Gatot. And now they have... Hiko can play wherever he wants now at this point.
Yeah, now it's like it's harder for you to take down the bodies in the front. Though, just saying, Hilda should be in the EXP, but that kind of just changed it a little bit, where Sao is usually the front line and Kid Bomba is the setup for the team.
Yeah.
So I do see the Hilda going to the EXP, but that's going to be a little bit different. And now the counter, true damage, the alpha coming in is a good answer towards Team Spirit's lineup.
This is so similar to what we've seen earlier. So if they do wanna deny that, even if you, I think actually if you give Hiko any of the gold laners, he'd be pretty much fine. Like in terms of how they just played the earlier rotations for Team Spirit, I think they'll be more capable to give that space and to prioritize the lane here for Hiko at least. But they take out the Sicilian.
Which I think is clean. I think TLID just continues. They know, they feel comfortable. It's like, whatever, if Hiko gets a different gold laner, we can still try to counterplay. We get last pick here. Let's focus in on to Sunset Lover, because like it or not, Sunset Lover can definitely be a game-changing player. And once again, just like last time, you get rid of some of those late game possibilities. You completely cut off the head of like, oh, if this gets to 20 minutes, it's a guaranteed loss with Sicilian on the field, you know?
I feel like if they want to maintain tempo, they should try to consider something with a little bit more damage coming in mid. Like if you want to fight range for range, you can start considering something like the Farsa as well. Because I feel like between the Farsa and the Xavier has a lot of control, but it takes a lot of time. Where Farsa, you get level 4, and then that's most of your damage there.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if they'd still consider the Louis if we were to look at that. Since compared to earlier, I think they have a lot of decent front. Like they can be a lot more aggressive when they go in with the diversion plays, but they have to make it work this time around. So they take out the 1-1-2.
My mission.
Take out the 1-1 for Hiko.
Well, because the thing is, this TLID is gonna. My thought is maybe carry, so you just get rid of some of that range. They can still go Granger. They do pick up the Granger, so there's the Granger, and then pretty much the 1-1's the next, like, the only other poke marksman other than the Beatrix, of course, but.
They definitely want to go into, but Hiko will get his hands on the Beatrix once again. So what will be the hero for Sunset Lover?
Could go to Luyi again.
I mean,
I don't think it's bad. The problem is you get so outranged from this Eve.
Yeah,
I almost want to
like
veil.
The Fars, the what?
I almost want to veil.
A veil? Oh,
yeah.
We saw a veil before.
Yeah, like a little bit longer range. Yeah.
I mean, it's not completely out of the question, and it has been working for teams.
It's just that whether he uses it or not. The Vexana is open if he wants to pick up the Vexana. Yeah. But I want a little bit more control, a little bit more damage.
Even when all is forlorn.
Yeah, Vexana, yeah. Go for the safer pick.
And then last pick for the side of TLID.
Aaron.
Still need a roamer.
Is the Khalid still good here?
Tig. Khalid, you could go what? Khalid roam?
I mean, they did in game number 1. It was clearly effective, yeah.
Surprisingly,
it just might not be as good against the taunt and the Hilda. The Khalid might have trouble against the Hilda and the taunt from the Gatot and everything, but...
What else is there? The Tigreal?
Edith?
Tigreal, Edith...
I mean, again, there's a lot of options.
Yeah, there's a lot of options.
A lot of options.
Name them all. I'm just kidding. We just go on a list and name every...
Like blood.
Oh, all right. The one that
we wouldn't have named.
Carmilla. Without the Sicilian. Without the Sicilian. well, it's going to be very dangerous if the Curse of Blood hits, and then you get hit by the Rhapsody. There's a lot here. Thank you very much to the bros, and now we're sending over to the other bros.
Yeah, that would have been on my list. That wouldn't have been. The Carmilla locked in here. Thank you for breaking it down, panel. Once again, this is the last look at the lineups here. Mirko, what do we think?
It will be on my list, actually.
The Carmilla?
Because this is a Witty special in MPL Indonesia. When all the other picks are banned out, or if it's not viable up against these opponents, go for the Carmilla. The good old for Witty man. And hey, Witty the Wise has the Revitalize.
He's got the Revitalize too. We'll see if this lineup that Team Spirit is bringing to Game 2 will fare better, because they've got to make it work to get to Game 3. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game number 2, Team Spirit versus TLID, the fight to stay in the upper bracket, of course. Again, no teams exactly getting knocked out today just yet, but it's match point right now for TLID. And this time, like I said, you know, Team Spirit, they had a rough start in the previous game, and things just kind of got out of control from there. This time around, we'll see how it plays. Look at how this rotation is happening, by the way. Kid Bomba and Sawo staying together. They put the Sunset Lover down to handle and get that XP on the bottom side.
Yeah, good damage down here. Back to Kid Bomba. Yeah, you're right. There's going to be a lane swap here, actually. Tenacity is the choice for Aaron Shiki in the gold lane on the Granger. It is the Master Assassin for Hiko on the Beatrix. One shot with a stun. A lot of damage onto Witty. Revitalize already. Aran will just respect the damage here that TS can provide, and it will be the lethal take for one shot.
Yeah, one shot gonna rotate too. Gets the shot off from Fabian. Fabian almost level 4, so once that's online, they actually might go ahead and try to start something. But yeah, interestingly enough, the choice of laning right now from Team Spirit, we'll see if that actually ends up giving them somewhat of an advantage and how long they actually maintain this. They already got that Revitalize out early on, so maybe they actually go ahead and try to make a play off of the fact that Witty doesn't have it, but still, it's going to be Team Liquid idea. It just kind of plays defensively. They know that they're better off just waiting for that first turtle to come up and then go from there.
This lane, though, a flicker out from Sunset Lover. The respect instantly to a possible pickoff from Witty and Aran, knowing that Aran could have possibly just slam flickered into him.
So turtle coming up. Sunset Lover not level 4 just yet, but you can already see the damage coming out from one shot. Sawa 2, Kid Bumba, almost a level 4 himself, the Unbreakable. Tempting, goes in.
Whoa, Vengeance is going to be caught. Bomba, Sawo, and one shot. Oh, Eternal Guard from Sunset Lover. TS are finally awake.
They're awake right now. That's also going to be an objective for them. So interesting. The way that how they're playing this early game might have been enough to go ahead and switch things in their favor based off how things are going. And great start for Team Spirit. Even with the fact that you already saw, you know, I was wondering if Saul would actually go in with the Unbreakable. He charges it up, gets the taunt off right on Fabian. And then we already know how the damage is with a Suyo early on. So great start for them. Also the kill going over to Sawo allows them to go ahead and build up. Kid Bulma just going to go ahead and just be a nuisance. His whole job is really to just be a nuisance around the jungle. If you can, put pressure where you can. And one shot will just follow the rest of the team. Even Hiko now on this side. We'll see how Team Liquid responds. They want to go ahead and secure the buffs the best they can. Kid Bomba, once again, just kind of given that vision. He's quite tanky, but he's going to be able to withstand this. 4 members.
With Fabian coming in, I don't really think he will be able to survive. Pops in a sprint, actually able to survive for a bit. Fabian finally goes in for the Spear of Alpha, and they will be able to catch him there. So, 1 kill on the board. Liquid have equalized the kill lead. It'll just be the gold lead next.
And with that, still a minute away on the objective, Sawa's going to go ahead. Spots Fabian out. They want to go ahead and put pressure. This is now, you know, now that Sunset Lover, he'll go ahead and park himself in the mid lane. Just wanted to get that level 4 earlier on. Kid Bomba, too, the fact that he is just continuing. Hold on. Whoa.
Flicker out from Yehezkiel. Great usage of the AOG right after spotting Yehezkiel. And now that's a big resource as they will just wait for the next neutral objective.
Yeah, looking at this, too. Oh, Aram might get caught.
Slam, pass, now the Terrifying. And Eternal Guard, Aran with a flicker around the Power Wilderness. Aran pops in the split just in time. Meanwhile, on the back line, Fabian catches Sunset Lover. There's a flicker around. Fabian will continue the chase. Sunset has baited Fabian in towards one shot and Sawo, and it will be a kill back from TS.
Kid Bomba now Focusing on Witty, gonna force him out. Sawo, I'm not sure if he's gonna go for a taunt, so they back off. Turtle being up. TS will go ahead and start this up. Again, a great usage of the flicker earlier on from Sunset Lover. So things definitely going in their favor this time around. A lot of different things happening here where it's almost looking like, Team Spirit, they might get caught out, but then it ends up playing in their favor. Even the amount of time that Kid Bumble bought earlier on, it was enough time to go ahead and make all that happen. So they find themselves with a minor lead now at this point. Some key items being picked up here too. Hiko just got the BOD, Hunter Strike now for one shot. And they'll continue to play around the fact that they've got the momentum. They can put pressure on the jungle. And it's up to TLID to kind of rise to the occasion and adjust now to this point. It could be here.
Nope, great stun over. Aaron's looking for the Rhapsody. Doesn't find the last Rhapsody down. Eternal Guard now over to Witty. Hiko going in AOG. Just the last shot. Hiko, the Hero's Passion to take him away. Aaron shaking in the corner down. Aaron getting the last hit. Sonata over to Hiko. Now the RWM to lock Sunset Lover down as Aaron walks over as well. But Sunset is able to get away from the real world manipulation.
I can't believe Aaron Shiki survived that. I mean,
me neither. Without a flicker.
Without a flicker, and gets the shot right in between the marks and then finds Hiko. Great response. Meanwhile, now in the bottom lane, Team Spirit will go ahead and work on this bottom turret. Aaron Shiki's going to get sent there. Kid Bumble will block those shots, trying to get the turret. Won't get it, though. Woody might go for this stun, but Kid Bumble going to be fine on this Hilda, so that turret eventually will go down. It's one hit away. But still, Team Liquid ID showing some fight in them throughout this portion of the game. And adjusting, again, 30 seconds away from the turtle. Kid Bumble will have to hold his own against two there. AOG.
Whoa! Puts the Spear of Valor forward. And now he's going to be caught in the bad spot. Sawo. There you go. The chain CC. Fabian taken down to give that kill over to Hiko.
Trading right now, 10 seconds on this. TLID in position. That turret down to the bottom did go down, so it was worked on, and now it looks like Kid Bumba is going to go ahead and get that last hit as that turret falls, and now they'll fight for the turtle.
RWM over to Sawo. Oh, forward Eternal Guard from Sunset Lover. That was massive. It stopped any way from Liquid actually go in. Fabian's back up, but Yehezkiel has to recall. TS have full control over the neutral objective thanks to Sunset Lover.
Literally, that Eternal Guard changed the course of that fight breaking out. Able to just keep them zoned out from committing to that. So right now, I gotta say, Team Spirit's pretty much locked in across the board. We'll see if they can continue to maintain it. Just barely holding on to that gold lead, but everything in their favor is working out. I mean, even Sawo able to just zone out members of Team Liquid ID with an AOG alone. Avatar of the Guardian. They're going to break out possibly here in the jungle. Kid Bomba, tanky enough, does back off. You know, he's nearly, I mean, his only completed item, at least for right now, is the Athena Shield, but that's enough, you know, to keep him tanky enough, to keep him healthy enough, and he can rely on Sawa to do the rest. He has the antique Karas, so they're working together here. And now Lorax and Hunter Strike now for a one-shot. Turret finally going down there. Mid lane might be the next focus for both teams as they try to get in position once again. But I got to say, Team Spirit is in a comfortable position to lead themselves into that first Lord about a minute away.
It'll just be a waiting game now as Team Spirit are actually positioned to go for the ambush. Bomba walks up forward, beating up Slam here. Taking a bit of poke. That's an out of two. Witty with the stun. Real world manipulation. The Eternal Guard whiffs, and that's going to be Oran. Takes the kill over onto Kid Bomba. Snipe last shot. Oh, Witty jiggling back and forth, getting away from the Renner's apathy of Hiko.
Not landing those shots. Would have been great if he could have, because then they could go ahead and try to focus down on the tier 1. But right now, TLID, that's playing around the strength of the real world manipulation. You know, you can go ahead and get that slow in, get the damage off. No extra slow just yet. Only the glowing wand right now for Yehezkiel. And then even this, you know, Aaron Shiki building in, already hit BOD, Hunter Strike, working on the next. Defensively, you can already see it. The glue alone, I mean, Aran is actually able to do quite a bit just by being a glue. But now this Lord is up. And with the lead that Team Spirit has, they should be able to go for it. Malefic Gun there too for Hiko. So we'll see if the spacing is right. He's only got that flicker really to rely on, so. But they got a double revitalize. That's always something that Team Liquid ID has to worry about. The amount of sustainability and healing that Team Spirit has on their side. So they'll take their time going and starting this up. Hiko will clear out that top side, and this will be a full-on 5 versus 5. They look for the right positioning, they jump in, Witty.
We'll take the Terrify, the Eternal Guard will connect it around the Bennett's Rage too. It actually clipped Yeheskiel. Half HP taken away, Team Spirit with the resource advantage now. And they will just look to get the prio in the mid lane. Sunset Lover, that's a Wishing Lantern, a Sea Halberd for Hiko.
They know a lot is down already. A lot committed to that, and then still it's Sawo kind of checking things out. He could jump in if he wants to. The Avatar, the Guardian, Kid Bomba will play that front side too. It's up to them how they want to play around this. But it's more so just a standoff. Either team has multiple options to go with, and it might be better if they focus on the tier 1 turret. Looks like Team Spirit will go ahead and do that, put pressure, open up the map a little bit, but here's the clap back.
Good Terrify down, around with a Slam. That's AOG defensively from Sawo. And TLID go back towards the neutral objective after clearing the wave in the mid lane. Sawo stunned again. No one wants to go in. It's just a battle of poke, and Hiko's winning it. Curse of Blood. No enters apathy from Hiko. Now he finds his mark. Fabian forced to go with the Spear of Alpha Sun over the skill, and one shot almost takes him down. But Fabian goes in. Aaron Shiggy does the same to Sawo. 2 for 1 in favor of the Cavalry.
Man, both gold laners just playing a part in these team fights. You know, what is a standoff and just a range check from both. Able to capitalize out, but TLID comes out top, sends a Lover in trouble, has to get away, Aaron!
Hiko! Now that was a mistake, the dash forward into Fabian's Spear. Liquid have taken down Hiko. That should be the green light to actually go onto the Lord, and that they do. Aaron in the mid lane just shoving it back in again. One shot getting poked down by Yeheskiel, and Aaron has gone the Sky Piercer. Witty, look at the screen, one shot, look at his zone him away from this neutral objective, forcing him to use that skill 1, and it will be a free Lord towards Team Liquid ID.
A mistake punished. And TLID will go ahead and swing it in their favor now. Even then, Team Spirit still in a position to go ahead and defend this. It is that first Lord, of course. But they'll lose some turrets, lose some space to work around with, and that's what they really needed. Leading into that fight was to be able to move around the map a little bit more. Hiko not even burning that flicker earlier on. Just out of position. So now TLID, they'll go and take whatever they can. I'm not sure if they have enough to actually knock on the base turrets yet. Like, to get the shields down, they might at least get a tier 2 down if they can continue on in the mid lane once those waves match up here as Lord makes its way down the bottom. But Hiko will be sent there, one shot just around the corner. And the rest of the team will try to hold on to the mid turret. As you can see, Hiko's just going to clear this out. Fabian making his way, though.
Wow, with the Spear of Alpha, Retribution to slow him down. Aran cutting him off, flicker from Hiko. Trying to run away, gets caught by the real world manipulation! And Yeheskiel just drops him together with Aran. Aran from the side, one shot taken down! That's a Spear of Alpha over to Sawo. And now the Rhapsody, the full dive onto Sawo as Aaron gets the double.
They'll clean up the kills under the turrets. The Cavalry is out, and right now, looking now at the base turrets. Even after that Lord was taken out, it's up to Sunset Lover and Kid Bomba to try to defend against this.
Spear of Alpha over to Bomba, unstoppable, Aaron Shiki! Just Sunset Lover left to defend, Team Liquid ID! That's Flavor Flav! That's Aran, who is running towards the side of Team Spirit!
The Cavalry charges forward, trampling the Dragon of the North with the unstoppable force. On Team Spirit falls as Liquid marches on towards their next opponents. It's a sweep for Team Liquid.
It's getting hot in here. Whew. This reminds me of M5 Geek Fan Deus Volt. Only a different generation of Indonesian stars. It's Fabian, not Nael. And man, it's Aran, not Luke.
It's got to be heated, man. It is day 1 of the knockouts. Still fighting for their lives. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to break it down.
It started off honestly pretty good for Team Spirit, but King Aaron Shiki, man, like, how do you take him down? Like, the spacing this guy has for himself, it's insane.
I don't know. They got all 3 turtles. They were able to rotate a lot more, and they were able to look for targets a lot more compared to like the past game. But Aaron Shiki, he seemed to not care again. It's similar to game number 1. I don't care. I'm just gonna play my early game, and then later on I'm joining you and I'm bursting everyone down.
King Aaron and Yeheskiel the Ghost. Both of them completely unkillable right there. 0 deaths. And I think it's... TLID is just... They have such a they do such a good job at biding that time until that power spike hits and then snapping back. And that's something we see in almost every year in M Series. The teams that always make it to the grand finals, it's something we normally see. They can wait till that first lord. They can be behind in 2,000 gold. We saw it from FCAP all the time last year. They would let that lead escape a little bit, and then first, second lord, boom, it's their game all of a sudden.
Yeah, honestly, that's something that we do have to look into. But after this, we do have an interview with Rose on stage on how they're feeling after the game, which visually, they look like they're feeling good. They're in high spirits.
Yeah.
Oh. Pun unintended. Get it? High spirits.
Team spirit.
Pun not intended.
Yeah. Oh!
That was not on purpose.
Oh, but it was good.
Thank you. While we're waiting for them to set up for the interview, Aaron Shiki did amazingly well. But again, Team Spirit, I kind of feel like there was just a small mistakes here and there where I feel like Hiko, he wanted to make a play, but the timing wasn't really correct where he got caught.
Yeah, and I feel like we felt the effect of like all the power picks that went into their hands, right? They're
the Hilda?
being more aggressive with the Hilda on the XP lane, the Gatot Kacha setting things up, and them having a clearer response to the real-world manipulations here and there, to all the team fights that were happening here and there. But when it mattered the most, why is it so that Aran finds his way to Hiko and then Aaron Shiki remains untouched by every single member of Team Spirit?
Well, I think, a lot of teams, when you get 2,000-3,000 ahead, it's like, all right, let's try to close this out before it's too late. But the problem is up against a Granger, up against a Yve with so much range and so much poke, it's hard to try to close it out. And I think that's where some of those mistakes, it would have been better for them to just continue the slow roll, turn that 2,000 into 3, 4, translate it into towers, instead of trying to force an end or force these big fights and Hiko trying to make these big plays. They could have just kind of slow played it because it's so hard to close the distance against a Granger and a Yve.
Essentially, they know how to force out mistakes. With that being said, looking at the stage, looks like Rose is all ready. So now we're going over to the stage with an interview with TLID to see how they feel with their win.
Team Liquid Indonesia has just dropped Team Spirit to the lower bracket with a clean sweep. And right now with me, we have Fabian and Aran from TLID. Hello guys, how are you guys doing?
Good.
You're good?
I'm fine, thank you.
You're fine. Well, you're fine, thank you. You're very welcome. Are you tired?
A bit because the taunting.
A little bit. Okay, now Fabian, we know that the reason why you guys played a lot of games in the Swiss stage was because Team Spirit beat you guys, right? What did you guys learn from the match with Team Spirit in the Swiss stage that you guys applied today to get a clean sweep?
Maybe dia Kak Swissan tuh lucky je.
Whoa! You're saying that Team Spirit was just lucky in the Swiss round?
Yes.
Why are they just lucky?
Because best of one.
Because best of one, I see. So now you think you know how they play already?
Ya, udah tahu.
Udah tahu.
Sudah.
So, was it easier?
Yeah.
It was easier.
Easy.
You like it?
Yes, I like it.
You like it? Okay. You know what? Fabian is getting there. Fabian is getting PR trained. I like it. Okay, now Aran. Now that you've beat Team Spirit, do you feel like you've gotten revenge? Udah puas ka? Dapat balas dendam?
Yeah, sikit.
Sikit saja? Why just a bit?
Better if they go airport.
Whoa! Better if you send them home to the airport?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. I think he's getting a bit personal here. You just don't want to send them to the lower bracket, you want them to go home. That's what Aran is trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay, spicy, okay. Now, Fabian, we know that your Swiss stage journey was not smooth. But now that you guys are playing a best of 3, do you think you guys are gonna win more from now on?
Ya, kita lebih bagus main ke best of 3 and best of 5 and best of 7.
I see. Okay, now Fabian said that he actually feels more confident and he said TLID plays best in best of 3s, 5s, and 7. Now, good question. Okay, I have a good question. Next match, because you guys won this match, you will be going up against RRQ Hoshi tomorrow, right? Now, it's gonna be like an MPLID Grand Final rematch. Do you think you guys can win against RRQ Hoshi once again?
Mungkin bisa.
Mungkin bisa.
Confidence lah.
Confident. How? Okay, you think you can win against RRQ Hoshi? How many % are we talking about? How confident are you?
98.
98%. Why not 100?
But the people tidak sempurna.
People are not agreeing to it.
Yeah.
Aran, how confident are you?
100.
100%. This is what we like to hear. How come Aran is more confident than you?
What?
He's more confident.
Because he not like apa? dia tak makan nasi, jadi dia confident.
Because he doesn't eat rice, that's why he's confident? What?
Yeah.
You eat a lot of rice.
Yeah, but dia tidak.
You don't eat rice, Aran?
No, I don't.
Oh, why? Kenapa gak makan nasi? How come you don't eat rice?
Nggak suka.
You don't like rice, not his style. Okay, I guess we learned a fun fact today. Aran is the